as well as traditions of the North American Indians. Welcome back to Flatwater, guys. This is Atlantis Found. The peoples at the pole in Eden, Meru, Shambhala, Asgard, Atlantis, and many of the other names that refer to the same place, our North Pole. So in this work, I'm going to combine quite a few of the main stories that talk about what it's like there and how to get there and what is found once you're there. So, we're going to begin. The earliest possible reference is either the Bible, Plato, and or the references that Zen brought up regarding the Thracian chronicles and Thracian lore, and that the Thracians did indeed come from the north. So this is also where our two works line up, is that I've been looking at other cultures that claim to come from Hyperborea and claim to come from the north. So a lot of the Scandinavian Gothic peoples, the Tartars, the Russians, the Egyptians who originally came from or turned back to the Coptics, and you can see how those cultures are all interrelated, moving south from north. And then on the other side we see China and Nepal and Shambhala, the Chinese versions of Eden, of Meru, and we'll get into some more of those later as well. But we see that on the eastern side, through Marco Polo and through his recollections to the courts of Europe, that the ancient Chinese had influenced the Aztecs and the Mexicans to have the same beliefs. And we can see that, in fact, early Aztec is actually mid to late Chinese and was influenced heavily by them on that side of the Americas, on the western side of the Americas. And we see that in their culture that they reference the same things about a place like Eden in the north, where all peoples originated from, where they have magic and powers and greatness and great abundance and wonderful weather and beautiful, good people, and also that all humans came from that place, and that it is still there, and that mere mortals are lucky to get there. And also, we'll be reading from, or Olaf Janssen will be reading from his tale of his journey to the north and what he discovered there. And we're also going to read from letters written from an English sailor to his brother in the early 1800s, and his descriptions of what it was like there and what he saw there. Hyperborea. We're going to start with Olaf Janssen's story and interject the important information, and later we'll backtrack and tie together the whole story. Now, this material is commonly found in hollow earth material. We will see that this information may pertain, there may be a place and places inside the earth that we can reach at the North Pole. It could be any number of things. There could be that there is atop Mount Meru, a godly place. There could be that inside of the earth there is a place with a tower still sticking straight out the top of it, which would be Mount Meru. And I don't prescribe to the hollow earth in the standard hollow earth model. What I'm proposing here is that we are living on the flat earth, and that the vortex at the pole, the foaming whirlpool, that goes there, and that the in-sucking rivers and seas go down to there, that it might be possible to somehow get inside the earth there safely, and that inside of that area there may be a secondary living area that other cultures and ancient cultures have been living in since the beginning of time, as is stated in all these readings that we're doing. So, just so you understand the premise of what it's like in that area. My name is Olaf Janssen. I am a Norwegian, although I was born in the little seafaring Russian town of Iceberg, on the eastern coast of the Gulf of Bothnia, the northern arm of the Baltic Sea. My parents were on a fishing cruise in the Gulf of Bothnia, and put into this Russian town of Iceberg at the time of my birth, being the 27th day of October, 1811. My father, Jens Janssen, was born at Rodwig, on the Scandinavian coast near the Lofoten Islands, but after marrying made his home at Stockholm, because my mother's people resided in that city. When 7 years old, I began going with my father on his fishing trips along the Scandinavian coast. Early in life, I displayed an aptitude for books, and at the age of 9 years was placed in a private school in Stockholm, remaining there till I was 14. After this, I made regular trips with my father on all his fishing voyages. My father was a man fully 6 feet 3 in height, and weighed over 15 stone, a typical Norseman of the most rugged sort, and capable of more endurance than any other man I have ever known. He possessed the gentleness of a woman in tender little ways, yet his determination and willpower were beyond description. His will admitted of no defeat. I was in my 19th year when we started on what proved to be our last trip as fishermen, and which resulted in a strange story that shall be given to the world, but not until I have finished my earthly pilgrimage. I dare not allow the facts as I know them to be published while I'm alive, for fear of further humiliation, confinement, and suffering. First of all, I was put in irons by the captain of the whaling vessel that rescued me, for no other reason than that I told the truth about the marvelous discoveries made by my father and myself. But this was far from being the end of my tortures. After 4 years and 8 months' absence, I reached Stockholm, only to find my mother had died the previous year, and the property left by my parents in the possession of my mother's people, but it was at once made over to me. All might have been well, had I erased from my memory the story of our adventure, and of my father's terrible death. Finally, one day, I told the story in detail to my uncle, Gustav Osterland, a man of considerable property, and urged him to fit out an expedition for me to make another voyage to the strange land. First I thought he favored my project. He seemed interested, and invited me to go before certain officials and explain to them, as I had to him, the story of our travels and discoveries. Imagine my disappointment and horror when, upon the conclusion of my narrative, certain papers were signed by my uncle, and without warning, I found myself arrested and hurried away to dismal and fearful confinement in a madhouse, where I remained for 28 years, long, tedious, frightful years of suffering. I never ceased to assert my sanity, and to protest against the injustice of my confinement. Finally, on the 17th of October, 1862, I was released. My uncle was dead, and the friends of my youth were now strangers. Indeed, a man over 50 years old, whose only known record is that of a madman, has no friends. I was at a loss to know what to do for a living, but instinctively turned toward the harbor where fishing boats in great numbers were anchored, and within a week I had shipped with a fisherman by the name of Janssen, who was starting on a long fishing cruise to the Lofoten Islands. Here my earlier years of training proved of the very greatest advantage, especially in enabling me to make myself useful. This was but the beginning of other trips, and by frugal economy I was, in a few years, able to own a fishing brig of my own. For 27 years thereafter I followed the sea as a fisherman, 5 years working for others, and the last 22 for myself. During all these years I was a most diligent student of books, as well as a hard worker at my business. But I took great care not to mention to anyone the story concerning the discoveries made by my father and myself. Even at this late day I would be fearful of having anyone see or know the things I am writing, and the records and maps I have in my keeping. When my days on earth are finished, I shall leave maps and records that will enlighten, and I hope benefit, mankind. The memory of my long confinement with maniacs, and all the horrible anguish and sufferings are too vivid to warrant my taking further chances. In 1889 I sold out my fishing boats, and found I had accumulated a fortune quite sufficient to keep me the remainder of my life. I then came to America. For a dozen years my home was in Illinois, near Batavia, where I gathered most of the books in my present library, though I bought many choice volumes from Stockholm. Later I came to Los Angeles, arriving here March 4, 1901. The date I well remember, as it was President McKinley's second inauguration that day. I bought this humble home and determined here in the privacy of my own abode, sheltered by my own vine and fig tree, and with my books about me, to make maps and drawings of the new lands we had discovered, and also to write the story in detail from the time my father and I left Stockholm until the tragic event that parted us in the Antarctic Ocean, or in the Arctic Ocean. I well remember that we left Stockholm in our fishing sloop on the 3rd day of April 1829, and sailed to the southward, leaving Gotland Island to the left and Åland Island to the right. A few days later we succeed in doubling Sandhomar Point, and made our way through the sound which separates Denmark from the Scandinavian coast. In due time we put in at a town of Kristiansand, where we rested 2 days, and then started round the Scandinavian coast to the westward, bound for the Lofoten Islands. My father was in high spirit because of the excellent and gratifying returns he had received from our last catch by marketing at Stockholm, instead of selling at one of the seafaring towns along the Scandinavian coast. He was especially pleased with the sale of some ivory tusks that he had found on the west coast of Franz Josef Land during one of his northern cruises the previous year, and he expressed the hope that this time we might again be fortunate enough to load our little fishing sloop with ivory, instead of cod, herring, mackerel, and salmon. We put in at Hammerfest, latitude 71 degrees and 40 minutes, for a few days' rest. Here we remained 1 week, laying in an extra supply of provisions and several casks of drinking water, and then sailed towards Spitzbergen. For the first few days we had an open sea and favoring wind, and then we encountered much ice and many icebergs. A vessel larger than our little fishing sloop could not possibly have threaded its way among the labyrinth of icebergs, or squeezed through the barely open channels. These monster bergs presented an endless succession of crystal palaces, massive cathedrals, and fantastic mountain ranges, grim and sentinel-like, immovable as some towering cliff of solid rock, standing silently as sphinx, resisting the restless waves of a fretful sea. After many narrow escapes, we arrived at Spitzbergen on the 23rd of June, and anchored at Wyjade Bay for a short time, where we were quite successful in our catches. We then lifted anchor and sailed through the Hinlopen Strait, and coasted along the northeast land, inset 2. It will be remembered that Andre started on his fatal balloon voyage from the northwest coast of Spitzbergen. So several times during this, we'll interject with notes, side notes. They started along the Hinlopen Strait and coasted along the northeast land. A strong wind came up from the southwest, and my father said that we had better take advantage of it and try to reach Franz Josef Land, where the year before he had by accident found the ivory tusks that had brought him such a good price at Stockholm. Never before or since have I seen so many seafowl. They were so numerous that they hid the rocks on the coastline and darkened the sky. For several days we sailed along the rocky coast of Franz Josef Land. Finally a favoring wind came up that enabled us to make the west coast, and, after sailing 24 hours, we came to a beautiful inlet. One could hardly believe it was the north end. The place was green with growing vegetation, for while the area did not comprise more than 1 or 2 acres, yet the air was warm and tranquil. It seemed to be at that point where the Gulf Stream's influence is most keenly felt. And inset, Sir John Barrow Bart, in his work entitled Voyages of Discovery and Research within the Arctic Regions, says on page 57, Mr. Beechey refers to what has frequently been found and noticed, the mildness of the temperature on the western coast of Spitzbergen, there being little or no sensation of cold, though the thermometer might be only a few degrees above the freezing point. The brilliant and lively effect of a clear day, when the sun shines forth with a pure sky, whose azure hue is so intense as to find no parallel even in the boasted Italian sky. And we'll note in the other documents that we'll get to that they talk about the same thing, that once they reach a certain distance north that it ceases to become so cold. On the east coast there were numerous icebergs, yet here we were in open water. Far to the west of us, however, were ice packs, and still farther to the westward the ice appeared like ranges of low hills. In front of us and directly to the north lay an open sea. Captain Kane on page 299, quoting from Morton's journal, 26 December, says, "As far as I could see, the open passages were 15 miles or more wide, with sometimes mashed ice separating them. But it is all small ice, and I think it either drives out to the open space to the north or rots and sinks, as I could see none ahead to the north." And we'll notice that in the other portions where this is the main hindrance to travelers trying to get there, that it's the ice pack. Its early onset in winter and its late leaving in the summer makes it that there's very little time where you can safely get through the ice pack and get to the actual area of the pole. So it would be known, that's why it's known as the land beyond the north. And we'll get into later the actual, and you'll see it here as we go through in the photos, you'll see the actual route that these people took to get there. My father was an ardent believer in Odin and Thor, and had frequently told me they were gods who came from far beyond the north wind. There was a tradition, my father explained, that still farther northward was a land more beautiful than that any mortal had ever known, and that it was inhabited by the chosen. We find the following in Dutch mythology, page 778, from the pen of Jacob Grimm. "Then the sons of Bor," as in Borea, or Hyperbore, "built in the middle of the universe the city called Asgard, where dwell the gods and their kindred, and from that abode work out so many wondrous things, both on the earth and in the heavens above it. There is in that city a place called Hidskalf, and when Odin is seated there, upon his lofty throne, he sees over the whole world, and discerns all the actions of men." My youthful imagination was fired by the ardor, zeal, and religious fervor of my good father, and I exclaimed, "Why not sail to this goodly land? The sky is fair, the wind favorable, and the sea open." From Plato. "He is the God who sits in the center, on the navel of the earth, and he is the interpreter of religion to all mankind." Plato. Even now I can see the expression of pleasurable surprise on his countenance, as he turned toward me and asked, "My son, are you willing to go with me and explore? To go far beyond, where man has ever ventured?" I answered affirmatively. "Very well," he replied. "May the god Odin protect us." And, quickly adjusting the sails, he glanced at our compass, turned the prow in due northerly direction through an open channel, and our voyage had begun. Hall writes on page 288, on 23rd January, "The two Eskimo, accompanied by 2 of the seamen, went to Cape Lupton. They reported a sea of open water extending as far as the eye could reach. The sun was low in the horizon, as it was still the early summer. Indeed, we had almost 4 months of day ahead of us before the frozen night could come on again. Our little fishing sloop sprang forward, as if eager as ourselves for adventure. Within 36 hours we were out of sight of the highest point on the coastline of Franz Josef Land. We seemed to be in a strong current running north by northeast. Far to the right and to the left of us were icebergs, but our little sloop bore down in the narrows and passed through channels and out into open seas, channels so narrow in places that, had our craft been other than small, we could never have gotten through. On the 3rd day we came to an island. Its shores were washed by an open sea. My father determined to land and explore for a day. This new land was destitute of timber, but we found a large accumulation of driftwood on the northern shore. Some of the trunks of the trees were 40 feet long and 2 feet in diameter. Greeley tells us in Volume 1, page 1, that Privates Connell and Frederick found a large coniferous tree on the beach just above the extreme high water mark. It was nearly 30 inches in circumference, some 30 feet long, and had apparently been carried to that point by a current within a couple of years. A portion of it was cut up for firewood, and for the first time in that valley, a bright, cheery campfire gave comfort to man. After one day's exploration off of the coast of this land, we lifted anchor and turned our prow to the north in an open sea. Dr. Kane says on page 379, "I cannot imagine what becomes of the ice. A strong current sets in constantly to the north, but from altitudes Of more than 500 feet, I saw only narrow strips of ice, with great spaces of open water, from 10 to 15 miles in breadth, between them. It must, therefore, either go to an open space in the north, or dissolve. I remember that neither my father nor myself had tasted food for almost 30 hours. Perhaps this was because of the tension of excitement about our strange voyage in waters farther north. My father said, than anyone had ever been before. Active mentality had dulled the demands of the physical needs. Instead of the cold being intense as we had anticipated, it was really warmer and more pleasant than it had been while in Hammerfest on the north coast of Norway some 6 weeks before. Captain Peary's second voyage relates another circumstance which may serve to confirm a conjecture which has long been maintained by some, that an open sea free of ice exists at our near pole. On the 2nd of November, says Peary, the wind freshened up to a gale from north by west, lowered the thermometer before midnight to 5 degrees, whereas a rise of wind at Melville Island was generally accompanied by a simultaneous rise in the thermometer at low temperatures. May not this, he asks, be occasioned by the wind blowing over an open sea in the quarter from which the wind blows, and tend to confirm the opinion that at or near the pole an open sea exists? We both frankly admitted that we were very hungry, and forthwith I prepared a substantial meal from our well-stored larder. When we had partaken heartily of the repast, I told my father I believed I would sleep, as I was beginning to feel quite drowsy. "Very well," he replied, "I will keep the watch." I have no way to determine how long I slept. I only know that I was rudely awakened by a terrible commotion of the sloop. To my surprise, I found my father sleeping soundly. I cried out lustily to him, and starting up, he sprang quickly to his feet. Indeed, had he not instantly clutched the rail, he would certainly have been thrown into the seething waves. A fierce snowstorm was raging. The wind was directly astern, driving our sloop at a terrific speed, and was threatening every moment to capsize us. There was no time to lose. The sails had to be lowered immediately. Our boat was writhing in convulsions. A few icebergs we knew were on either side of us, but fortunately the channel was open directly to the north. But would it remain so? In front of us, girding the horizon from left to right, was a vaporish fog or mist, black as Egyptian night at the water's edge, and white like a steam cloud toward the top, which was finally lost to view as it blended with the great white flakes of falling snow. Whether it covered a treacherous iceberg, or some other hidden obstacle against which our little sloop would dash and send us to a watery grave, or was merely the phenomenon of an arctic fog, there was no way to determine. On the page 284 of his works, Hall writes, "From the top of Providence Berg, a dark fog was seen to the north, indicating water. At 10 a.m., 3 of the men, Kruger, Nindman, and Hobby, went to Cape Lupton to ascertain, if possible, the extent of the open water. On their return they reported several open spaces and much young ice, not more than a day old, so thin that it was easily broken by throwing pieces of ice upon it. By what miracles we escaped being dashed to utter destruction I do not know. I remember our little craft creaked and groaned as if joints were breaking. It rocked and staggered to and fro as if clutched by some fierce undertow of whirlpool or maelstrom. Fortunately our compass had been fastened with long screws to a crossbeam. Most of our provisions, however, were tumbled out and swept away from the deck of the cuddy, and had we not taken the precaution at the very beginning to tie ourselves firmly to the masts of the sloop, we should have been swept into the lashing sea. Above the deafening tumult of the raging waves I heard my father's voice. "Be courageous, my son," he shouted. "Odin is the god of the waters, the companion of the brave, and he is with us. Fear not." To me it seemed there was no possibility of our escaping a horrible death. The little sloop was shipping water. The snow was falling so fast as to be blinding, and the waves were tumbling over our counters in reckless white-sprayed fury. There was no telling what instant we should be dashed against some drifting ice-pack. The tremendous swells would heave us up to the very peaks of mountainous waves, and then plunge us down again into the depths of the sea's trough, as if our fishing sloop were a fragile shell. Gigantic white-capped waves like veritable walls fenced us in, fore and aft. This terrible, nerve-wracking ordeal, with its nameless horrors of suspense and agony of fear, indescribable, continued for more than 3 hours, and all the time we were being driven forward at fierce speed. Then suddenly, as if growing weary of its frantic exertions, the wind began to lessen its fury, and by degrees to die down. At last we were in perfect calm. The fog mist had also disappeared, and before us lay an iceless channel perhaps 10 or 15 miles wide, with a few icebergs far away to our right, and an intermittent archipelago of smaller ones to the left. I watched my father closely, determined to remain silent until he spoke. Presently he untied the rope from his waist and, without saying a word, began working the pumps, which fortunately were not damaged, relieving the sloop of the water it had shipped in the madness of the storm. He put up the sloop's sails as calmly as if casting a fishing net, and then remarked that we were ready for a favoring wind when it came. His courage and persistence were truly remarkable. On investigation we found less than 1/3 of our provisions remaining, while, to our utter dismay, we discovered that our water casks had been swept overboard during the violent plungings of our boat. 2 of our water casks were in the main hold. Both were empty. We had a fair supply of food, but no fresh water. I realized at once the awfulness of our position, and presently I was seized with a consuming thirst. "It is indeed bad," remarked my father. "Let us dry our bedraggled clothing, for we are soaked to the skin. Trust to the God, Odin, my son. Do not give up hope." The sun was beating down slantingly, as if we were in a southern latitude, instead of in the far northland. It was swinging around, its orbit ever visible and rising higher and higher each day, frequently mist-covered, yet always peering through the lacework of clouds like some fretful eye of fate, guarding the mysterious northland and jealously watching the pranks of man. Far to our right, the rays decking the prisms of icebergs were gorgeous. Their reflections emitted flashes of garnet, of diamond, of sapphire, a pyrotechnic panorama of countless colors and shapes, while below could be seen the green-tinted sea, and above, the purple sky. Beyond the north. I tried to forget my thirst by busying myself with bringing up some food in an empty vessel from the hold. Reaching over the side rail, I filled the vessel with water for the purpose of laving my hands and face. To my astonishment, when the water came in contact with my lips, I could taste no salt. I was startled by the discovery. "Father!" I fairly gasped. The water, it is fresh." "What, Olaf?" exclaimed my father, glancing hastily around. "Surely you are mistaken. There is no land. You are going mad." "But taste it," I cried. And thus we made the discovery that the water was indeed fresh, absolutely so, without the least briny taste or even the suspicion of a salty flavor. We forthwith filled our 2 remaining water casks, and my father declared it was a heavenly dispensation of mercy from the gods, Odin and Thor. We were almost beside ourselves with joy, but hunger bade us end our enforced fast. Now that we had found fresh water in the open sea, what might we not expect in this strange latitude, where ship had never before sailed, and the splash of an oar had never been heard? In Volume 1, page 195, Janssen writes, "It is a peculiar phenomenon, this dead water. We had at present a better opportunity of studying it than we desired. It occurs where a surface layer of fresh water rests upon the salt water of the sea, and this fresh water is carried along with the ship, gliding on the heavier sea beneath it, as if on a fixed foundation. The difference between 2 strata was in this case so great that while we had drinking water on the surface, the water we got from the bottom cock of the engine room was far too salt to be used for the boiler. We had scarcely appeased our hunger when a breeze began filling the idle sails, and, glancing at the compass, we found the northern point pressing hard against the glass. In response to my surprise, my father said, "I have heard of this before. It is what they call the dipping of the needle." We loosened the compass and turned it at right angles with the surface of the sea before its point would free itself from the glass and point accordingly to unmolested attraction. It shifted uneasily and seemed as unsteady as a drunken man, but finally pointed a course. Before this, we thought the wind was carrying us north by northwest, but with the needle free we discovered, if it could be relied upon, that we were sailing slightly north by northeast. Our course, however, was ever tending northward. In Volume 2, pages 18 and 19, Janssen also writes about the inclination of the needle. Speaking of Janssen, his aide, "One day, it was November 24th, he came in to supper a little after 6, quite alarmed, and said, 'There has just been a singular inclination of the needle in 24 degrees, and remarkably enough, its northern extremity pointed to the east.'" And we also see this in the Melville Island texts, that they had the same occurrence. And lots of other sailors remark that around that area, around the 75th parallel, 75 latitude and 103 to 105, or I should say 199 to 105 in longitude, that in that area that the compass begins to waver drastically. We again find in Peary's first voyage, page 67, the following. It had been observed that from the moment they had entered Lancaster Sound, the motion of the compass needle was very sluggish, and both this and its deviation increased as they progressed to the westward, and continued to do so in descending this inlet. Having reached latitude 73 degrees, they witnessed for the first time the curious phenomenon of the directive power of the needle becoming so weak as to be completely overcome by the attraction of the ship, so that the needle might now be said to point to the north pole of the ship. The sea was serenely smooth, with hardly a choppy wave, and the wind brisk and exhilarating. So, before we carry on, I'll add to that as well. During the Melville Island expeditions, those sailors, what they would do is get off of their ship and actually go onto the ice or onto the land into a place that was suitable where there was limited magnetic disturbance from other sources. So they learned after a very short time that they needed to get away from any other iron objects and to get a true bearing. And even still, in those locations, they would have major problems. The sea was serenely smooth, with hardly a choppy wave, and the wind brisk and exhilarating. The sun's rays, while striking us aslant, furnished tranquil warmth, and thus time wore on day after day, and we found from the record in our logbook we had been sailing 11 days since the storm in the open sea. By strictest economy, our food was holding out fairly well, but beginning to run low. In the meantime, one of our casks of water had been exhausted, and my father said, "We will fill it again." But to our dismay we found the water was now as salt as in the region of the Lofoten Islands off the coast of Norway. This necessitated our being extremely careful of the remaining cask. I found myself wanting to sleep much of the time, whether it was the effect of the exciting experience of sailing in unknown waters, or the relaxation from the awful excitement incident to our adventure in a storm at sea, or due to want of food, I could not say. I frequently lay down in the bunker of our little sloop, and looked far up into the blue dome of the sky, and notwithstanding the sun was shining far away in the east, I always saw a single star overhead. For several days when I looked for the star, it was always there directly above us. It was now, according to our reckoning, about the 1st of August. The sun was high in the heavens, and was so bright that I could no longer see the lone star that attracted my attention a few days earlier. One day about this time my father startled me by calling my attention to a novel sight far in front of us, almost at the horizon. "It is a mock sun," exclaimed my father. "I have read of them. It is called a reflection or mirage, and it will soon pass away." But this dull red false sun, as we supposed it to be, did not pass away for several hours, and while we were unconscious of its emitting any rays of light, still there was no time thereafter when we could not sweep the horizon in front and locate the illumination of the so-called false sun, during a period of at least 12 hours out of every 24. Clouds and mists would at times almost, but never entirely, hide its location. Gradually it seemed to climb higher in the horizon of the uncertain purple sky as we advanced. It could hardly be said to resemble the sun, except in its circular shape, and when not obscured by clouds or the ocean mists, it had a hazy red bronzed appearance, which would change to a white like a luminous cloud, as if reflecting some greater light beyond. We finally agreed in our discussion of the smoky furnace-colored sun that, whatever the cause of the phenomena, it was not a reflection of our sun, but a planet of some sort, a reality. Nansen, on page 394, says, "Today another noteworthy thing happened, which was that about midday we saw the sun, or to be more correct, an image of the sun, for it was only a mirage. A peculiar impression was produced by the sight of that glowing fire lit just above the outermost edge of the ice. According to the enthusiastic descriptions given by many Arctic travelers of the first appearance of this god of life after the long winter night, the impression ought to be one of jubilant excitement. But it was not so in my case. We had not expected to see it for some days yet, so that my feeling was rather one of pain, of disappointment, that we must have drifted farther south than we ought. So, it was with pleasure I soon discovered that it could not be the sun itself. The mirage was at first a flattened out, glowing red streak of fire on the horizon, and later there were two streaks, the one above the other, with a dark space between, and from the main top I could see 4 or even 5 such horizontal lines directly over one another. all of equal length, as if one could imagine a square, dull red sun with horizontal dark streaks across it, or the northern lights is what I would add. One day soon after this I felt exceedingly drowsy, and fell into a sound sleep, but it seemed that I was almost immediately aroused by my father's vigorous shaking of me by the shoulder and saying, "Olaf, awaken! There is land in sight." I sprang to my feet, and oh joy, joy unspeakable! There, far in the distance, yet directly in our path, were lands jutting boldly into the sea. The shoreline stretched far away to the right of us, as far as the eye could see, and all along the sandy beach were waves breaking into choppy foam, receding and then going forward again, ever chanting in monotonous thunder tones the song of the deep. The banks were covered with trees and vegetation. I cannot express my feeling of exultation at this discovery. My father stood motionless, with his hand on the tiller, looking straight ahead, pouring out his heart in thankful prayer and thanksgiving to the gods, Odin and Thor. In the meantime, a net which we found in the stowage had been cast, and we caught a few fish that materially added to our dwindling stock of provisions. The compass, which we had fastened back in its place in fear of another storm, was still pointing due north and moving on its pivot, just as it had in Stockholm. The dipping of the needle had ceased. What could this mean? Then, too, our many days of sailing had certainly carried us far past the North Pole, and yet the needle continued to point north. We were sorely perplexed, for surely our direction was now south. Peary's first voyage, page 69, says, "On reaching Sir Byram Martin's Island, or Byam Martin's Island, the nearest to Melville, the latitude of the place of observation was 75 degrees 9 minutes and 23 seconds, and the longitude 103 degrees 44 minutes 37 seconds. The dip of the magnetic needle of 88 degrees 25 minutes 58 seconds west, and the longitude of 91 degrees 48 minutes, where the last observations on the shore had been made, to 165 degrees 50 minutes and 9 seconds east, at their present station, so that we had," says Peary, "in sailing over the space included between these two meridians, crossed immediately northward of the magnetic pole, and had undoubtedly passed over one of those spots upon the globe where the needle would have to be found to vary 180 degrees, or in other words, where the North Pole would have pointed to the south." So obviously I think they're just very confused there. We sailed for 3 days along the shoreline, then came to the mouth of a fjord or river of immense size. It seemed more like a great bay, and into this we turned our fishing craft, the direction being slightly northeast of south. By the assistance of a fretful wind that came to our aid about 12 hours out of every 24, we continued to make our way inland into what afterward proved to be a mighty river, and which we learned was called by the inhabitants Hiddekel, or Hiddekel. So interesting that they came to the mouth of a mighty river. We continued our journey for 10 days thereafter, and found we had fortunately attained a distance inland where ocean tides no longer affected the water, which had become fresh. The discovery came none too soon, for our remaining cask of water was well nigh exhausted. We lost no time in replenishing our casks, and continued to sail farther up the river when the wind was favorable. So something I want to mention here. I think a lot of people think that as you get up to the North Pole, that the way that the maps are and the way that it looks on Earth, that it looks like it's a very tiny area. When in reality, if you consider the size of things like Lake Ontario or other large bodies, which are really on a map quite tiny bodies, they are tremendous size areas of water. You could be out on them and think that you're out on an ocean. You could be out and not see land for days or weeks, just like you're on the ocean. And so within the interior of the pole there, at the part where the rivers rush into that inner sea, that northern inner sea could be a huge body of water. And you would have, being a sailor, not knowing where you are there, you would easily still think that you're out on the main ocean. The discovery came none too soon. All the banks, great forests miles in extent, could be seen stretching away on the shoreline. The trees were of enormous size. We landed after anchoring near a sandy beach and waded ashore, and were rewarded by finding a quantity of nuts that were very palatable and satisfying to hunger, and a welcome change from the monotony of our stock of provisions. So they found food there. It was about the 1st September, over 5 months, we calculated, since our leave-taking from Stockholm. Suddenly we were frightened almost out of our wits by hearing in the far distance the singing of people. Very soon thereafter we discovered a huge ship gliding down the river directly toward us. Those aboard were singing in one mighty chorus that, echoing from bank to bank, sounded like 1,000 voices, filling the whole universe with quivering melody. The accompaniment was played on stringed instruments not unlike our harps. It was a larger ship than any we had ever seen and was differently constructed. Asiatic Mythology, Paradise Found, translation by Sayce, in a book called Records of the Past, we are told of a dwelling which the gods created for the first human beings, a dwelling in which they become great and increased in numbers, and the location of which is described in words exactly corresponding to those of the Iranian, Indian, Chinese, Eddaic, and Aztec literature, namely, in the center of the earth. From Warren. At this particular time, our sloop was becalmed, and not far from the shore. The bank of the river, covered with mammoth trees, rose up several hundred feet in beautiful fashion. We seemed to be on the edge of some primeval forest that doubtless stretched far inland. The immense craft paused, and almost immediately a boat was lowered, and 6 men of gigantic stature rowed to our little fishing sloop. They spoke to us in a strange language. We knew from their manner, however, that they were not unfriendly. They talked a great deal among themselves, and one of them laughed immoderately, as though in finding us a queer discovery had been made. One of them spied our compass, and it seemed to interest them more than any other part of our sloop. Finally, the leader motioned as if to ask whether we were willing to leave our craft to go on board their ship. "What say you, my son?" asked my father. "They cannot do any more than kill us." "They seem to be kindly disposed," I replied, "although what terrible giants! They must be the select 6 of the King's crack regiment. Just look at their great size." "We may as well go willingly as be taken by force," said my father, smiling, "for they are certainly able to capture us." Thereupon he made note by signs that we were ready to accompany them. Within a few minutes we were on board the ship, and a half an hour later our little fishing craft had been lifted bodily out of the water by a strange sort of hook and tackle, and set on board as a curiosity. There were several hundred people on board this, to us, mammoth ship, which we discovered was called the Naz, meaning, as we were afterward learned, pleasure, or, to give a better interpretation, pleasure excursion ship. If my father and I were curiously observed by the ship's occupants, the strange race of giants offered us an equal amount of wonderment. Speaking of giants, in some of the other documents that I found, there is another new reference that I've never seen before, where there's a place in Europe, they dug up a giant's grave and actually found a 25-foot tall human with 10-foot wide shoulders. So later, at some point, I'll provide that reference. There was not a single man aboard who would not have been measured fully 12 feet in height. They all wore full beards, not particularly long, but seemingly short-cropped. They had mild and beautiful faces, exceedingly fair, with ruddy complexions. The hair and beard of some were black, others sandy, and still others yellow. The captain, as we designated the dignitary in command of the great vessel, was fully a head taller than any of his companions. The women averaged from 10 to 11 feet in height. Their features were especially regular and refined, while their complexion was of a most delicate tint heightened by a healthful glow. According to all procurable data, that spot at the era of man's appearance upon the stage was in the now lost Miocene continent, which then surrounded the Arctic pole. That in that true original Eden some of the early generations of men attained to a stature and longevity unequaled in any countries known to post-Diluvian history, is by no means scientifically incredible. William Warren, Paradise Found. Both men and women seem to possess that particular ease of manner which we deem a sign of good breeding, and notwithstanding their huge statures, there was nothing about them suggesting awkwardness. As I was a lad in only my 19th year, I was doubtless looked upon as a true Tom Thumb. My father's 6'3" did not lift the top of his head above the waistline of these people. Each one seemed to vie with the others in extending courtesies and showing kindness to us. But all laughed heartily, I remember, when they had to improvise chairs for my father and myself to sit at table. They were richly attired in a costume peculiar to themselves and very attractive. The men were clothed in handsomely embroidered tunics of silk and satin, and belted at the waist. They wore knee breeches and stockings of a fine texture, while their feet were encased in sandals adorned with gold buckles. We early discovered that gold was one of the most common metals known, and that it was used extensively in decoration. Strange as it may seem, neither my father nor myself felt the least bit of solicitude for our safety. "We have come into our own," my father said to me. "This is the fulfillment of the tradition told me by my father and my father's father, and still back for many generations of our race. This is, assuredly, the land beyond the north wind." We seemed to make such an impression on the party, that we were given specially into the charge of one of the men, Jules Galdia, and his wife, for the purpose of being educated in their language, and we, on our part, were just as eager to learn as they were to instruct. At the captain's command the vessel was swung cleverly about, and began retracing its course up the river. The machinery, while noiseless, was very powerful. The banks and trees on either side seemed to rush by. The ship's speed at times surpassed that of any railroad train on which I have ever ridden, even here in America. It was wonderful. In the meantime we had lost sight of the sun's rays, but we found a radiance within, emanating from the dull red sun which had already attracted our attention, now giving out a white light, seemingly from a cloud bank far away in front of us. It dispensed a greater light, I should say, than 2 full moons on the clearest night. In 12 hours this cloud of whiteness would pass out of sight as if eclipsed, and the 12 hours following corresponded with our night. We early learned that these strange people were worshippers of this great cloud of night. It was the Smoky God of the inner world. The ship was equipped with a mode of illumination which I now presume was electricity, but neither my father nor myself at the time were sufficiently skilled in mechanics to understand whence came the power to operate the ship, or to maintain the soft, beautiful lights that answered the same purpose of our present methods of lighting the streets of our cities, our houses, and our places of business. It must be remembered, the time of which I write was the autumn of 1829, and we of the outside surface of the earth knew nothing then, so to speak, of electricity. The electricity surcharged condition of the air was a constant vitalizer. I never felt better in my life than during the 2 years my father and I sojourned on the inside of the earth. To resume my narrative of events, the ship on which we were sailing came to a stop 2 days after we had been taken on board. My father said as nearly as he could judge we were directly under Stockholm or London. The city we had reached was called Jehu, signifying a seaport town. The houses were largely and beautifully constructed, and quite uniform in appearance, yet without sameness. The principal occupation of the people appeared to be agriculture. The hillsides were covered with vineyards, while the valleys were devoted to the growing of grain. I never saw such a display of gold. It was everywhere. The door casings were inlaid, and the tables were veneered with sheetings of gold. Domes of the public buildings were of gold. It was used most generously in the finishings of the great temples of music. Vegetation grew in lavish exuberance, and fruit of all kinds possessed the most delicate flavor. Clusters of grapes 4 and 5 feet in length, each grape as large as an orange, and apples larger than a man's head, typified the wonderful growth of all things on the inside of the earth. The great redwood trees of California would be considered mere underbrush compared with the giant forest trees extending for miles and miles in all directions. In many directions along the foothills of the mountains vast herds of cattle were seen during the last day of our travel on the river. So ordinarily when you're hearing this story, you'd be picturing, and the pictures shown would be of a hollow ball earth, which is, it just looks and seems ludicrous, aside from our knowledge of the fact that the earth is flat. So while you're thinking of this and while you're watching, don't think of it as being in the inside of the ball. Think of it as that you've gone down inside of the earth, inside of caves inside the earth, and that this is where he's finding these things. We heard much of a city called Eden, but we were kept at Jehu for an entire year. By the end of that time we had learned to speak fairly well the language of this strange race of people. Our instructor, Jules Galdia, and his wife exhibited a patience that was truly commendable. One day an envoy from the ruler at Eden came to see us, and for 2 whole days my father and myself were put through a series of surprising questions. They wished to know from whence we came, what sort of people dwelt without, and what God we worshipped, our religious beliefs, the mode of living in our strange land, and 1,000 other things. The compass which we had brought with us attracted special attention. My father and I commented between ourselves on the fact that the compass still pointed north, although we now knew that we had sailed over the curve or over the edge of the Earth's aperture, and were far along southward on the inside of the surface of the Earth's crust. See, again, they just misunderstand where they were, which according to my father's estimate and my own is about 300 miles from the inside to the outside. It's no thicker than an eggshell. There's almost as much surface on the inside as the outside. The great luminous cloud, or a ball of dull red fire, fiery red in the mornings and evenings, and during the day giving off a beautiful white light, the Smoky God, is seemingly suspended in the center of the great vacuum within the earth, and held to its place by the immutable law of gravitation, or a repellent atmospheric force, as the case may be. I refer to the known power that draws or repels with equal force in all directions. So again, at this time, they just don't understand what they're seeing, nor do I. If there's some sort of a light source down there, how am I to say how it functions? But we'll see later what this gets into. The base of this electrical cloud or central luminary, the seat of the gods, is dark and non-transparent, save for innumerable small openings, seemingly in the bottom of the great support or altar of the deity, upon which the Smoky God rests, and the lights shining through these many openings twinkle at night in all their splendor, and seem to be stars, as natural as the stars we see shining when we're at home in Stockholm, excepting that they appear larger. The Smoky God, therefore, with each daily revolution of the earth, appears to come up in the east and go down in the west, the same as our sun does on the surface. In reality, the people within believe that the Smoky God is the throne of their Jehovah, and is stationary, the effect of night and day, therefore, produced by the earth's daily rotation. So is that his interpretation or theirs? I've since discovered that the language of the people of the inner world is much like that of Sanskrit. After we had given an account of ourselves to the emissaries from the central seat of government of the inner continent, and my father had, in his crude way, drawn maps at their request of the outside surface, showing the divisions of land and water and giving the name of each of the continents, large islands, and the oceans, we were taken overland to the city of Eden, in a conveyance different from anything we have in Europe or America. This vehicle was doubtless some electrical contrivance. It was noiseless, and ran on a single iron rail in perfect balance. The trip was made at a very high rate of speed. We were carried up hills and down dales, across valleys and along the sides of steep mountains, without any apparent attempt having been made to level the earth as we do for railroad tracks. We were taken overland to the city of Eden, in a conveyance different from anything we have in Europe or America. This vehicle was doubtless some electrical contrivance. It was noiseless, and ran on a single iron rail in perfect balance. The trip was made at a very high rate of speed. We were carried up hills and down dales, across valleys and along the sides of steep mountains, without any apparent attempt having been made to level the earth as we do for railroad tracks. The car seats were huge, yet comfortable affairs, and very high above the floor of the car. On the top of each car were high-geared flywheels lying on their sides, which were so automatically adjusted that, as the speed of the car increased, the high speed of these flywheels increased. We would see that this is exactly the same as the effect that a gyro would have, that it would hold the cart perfectly level. And that would perfectly suit what they're describing here. The surprise of my father and myself was indescribable when, amid the regal magnificence of a spacious hall, we were finally brought before the great high priest, ruler over all the land. He was richly robed and much taller than those about him, and could not have been less than 14 or 15 feet in height. The immense room in which we were received seemed finished in solid slabs of gold, thickly studded with jewels of amazing brilliancy. The city of Eden is located in what seems to be a beautiful valley. Yet, in fact, it is on the loftiest mountain plateau of the inner continent, several thousand feet higher than any portion of the surrounding country. It is the most beautiful place I have ever beheld in all my travels. In this elevated garden all manner of fruits, vines, shrubs, trees, and flowers grow in riotous profusion. In this garden 4 rivers have their source in a mighty artesian fountain. They divide and flow in 4 directions. This place is called by inhabitants the navel of the earth, or the beginning, the cradle of the human race. The names of the rivers are the Euphrates, the Pison, the Gihon, and the Hiddekel. And in other pieces, we'll see that the 4 rivers are named the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Gihon, and the Pison. So we'll carry on. And the Lord God planted a garden, and out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The book of Genesis. The unexpected awaited us in this palace of beauty, in the finding of our little fishing craft. It had been brought before the high priest in perfect shape, just as it had been taken from the waters that day when it was loaded on board the ship by the people who discovered us on the river more than a year before. We were given an audience of over 2 hours with this great dignitary, who seemed kindly disposed and considerate. He showed himself eagerly interested, asking us numerous questions and invariably regarding things about which his emissaries had failed to inquire. At the conclusion of the interview he inquired our pleasure, asking us whether we wished to remain in his country or, if we were preferred to return to the outer world, providing it were possible to make a successful return trip across the frozen belt barriers that encircle both the northern and southern openings of the earth. My father replied, "It would please me and my son to visit your country and see your people, your colleges and palaces of music and art, your great fields, your wonderful forests of timber, and after we have had this pleasurable privilege, we should like to try to return to our home on the outside of the earth. This son is my only child, and my good wife will be wearily waiting our return." "I fear you can never return," replied the high chief priest, "because the way is a most hazardous one. However, you shall visit the different countries with Jules Galdea as your escort, and be accorded every courtesy and kindness. Whenever you are ready to attempt a return voyage, I assure you that your boat, which is here on exhibition, shall be put in the waters of the river Hiddekel at its mouth, and we will bid you Jehovah's speed." Thus terminated our only interview with the high priest or ruler of the continent. We learned that the males do not marry before they are from 75 to 100 years old, and that the age at which women enter wedlock is only a little less, and that both men and women frequently live to be from 600 to 800 years old, and in some instances much older. Josephus says, "God prolonged the life of the patriarchs that preceded the deluge, both on account of their virtues and to give them the opportunity of perfecting the sciences of geometry and astronomy, which they had discovered, which they could not have done if they had not lived 600 years, because it is only after the lapse of 600 years that the great year is accomplished." Flammarion, Astronomical Myths, Paris, page 26. During the following year we visited many villages and towns, prominent among them being the cities of Nigai, Delphi, Hectea, and my father was called upon no less than a half-dozen times to go over the maps which had been made from the rough sketches he had originally given of the divisions of land and water on the outside. I remember hearing my father remark that the giant race of people in the land of the Smoky God had almost as accurate an idea of the geography of the outside as had the average college professor in Stockholm. In our travels we came to a forest of gigantic trees near the city of Delphi. Had the Bible said there were trees towering over 300 feet in height and more than 30 feet in diameter, growing in the Garden of Eden, the Ingersolls, the Tom Paines, and the Voltaires would doubtless have pronounced the statement a myth. Yet this is the description of California's Sequoia gigantea. But these California giants pale into significance when compared with the forest Goliaths found in the within continent, the North Continent, where abound mighty trees from 800 to 1,000 feet in height, and from 100 to 120 feet in diameter, countless in numbers and forming forests extending hundreds of miles back from the sea. The people are exceedingly musical, and learn to a remarkable degree in their arts and science, especially geometry and astronomy. Their cities are equipped with vast palaces of music, where not infrequently as many as 25,000 lusty voices of this giant race swell forth in mighty choruses of the most sublime symphonies. The children are not supposed to attend institutions of learning before they are 20 years old. Then their school life begins and continues for 30 years, 10 of which are uniformly devoted by both sexes to the study of music. Their principal vocations are architecture, agriculture, horticulture, the raising of vast herds of cattle, and the building of conveyances particular to that country, for travel on land and water. By some device which I cannot explain, they hold communion with one another between the most distant parts of their country on air currents. All buildings are erected with special regard to strength, durability, beauty, and symmetry, and with a style of architecture vastly more attractive to the eye than I have ever observed elsewhere. About 3/4 of the inner surface of the earth is land, and about 1/4 water. There are numerous rivers of tremendous size, some flowing in a northerly direction and others southerly. Some of these rivers are 30 miles in width, and it is out of these vast waterways at the extreme northern, in regions where low temperatures are experienced, that freshwater icebergs are formed. They are then pushed out to sea like huge tongues of ice by the abnormal freshets of turbulent waters that, twice every year, sweep everything before them. We saw innumerable specimens of bird life, no larger than those encountered in the forests of Europe or America. It is well known that during the last few years whole species of birds have quit the earth. A writer in a recent article on this subject says, "Almost every year sees the final extinction of one or more bird species. Out of 14 varieties of birds found a century since on a single island, the West Indian island of St. Thomas, 8 now have to be numbered among the missing. Is it not possible that these disappearing bird species quit their habitation without and find an asylum in the within world?" So I think that right here that he's kind of confusing the much publicly discussed at that time by Darwin, that the extinction of the puffin and other birds in that area that were killed off by sailors, that this is discussed about as an evolutionary thing, and that I think that this author feels that it lends credence to birds going down inside of the earth. So it's just another interesting side note. Whether inland among the mountains or along the seashore, we found bird life prolific. When they spread their great wings, some of the birds appeared to measure 30 feet from tip to tip. They are of great variety and many colors. We were permitted to climb up on the edge of a rock and examine a nest of eggs. There were 5 in the nest, each of which was at least 2 feet in length and 15 inches in diameter. After we had been in the city of Hectea about a week, Professor Galdia took us to an inlet, where we saw thousands of tortoises along the sandy shore. I hesitate to state the size of these creatures. They were from 25 to 30 feet in length, from 15 to 20 feet in width, and fully 7 feet in height. When one of them projected its head, it had the appearance of some hideous sea monster. The strange conditions within are favorable not only for vast meadows of luxuriant grasses, forests of giant trees, and all manner of vegetable life, but wonderful animal life as well. One day we saw a great herd of elephants. There must have been 500 of these thunder-throated monsters with their restlessly waving trunks. They were tearing huge boughs from the trees and trampling smaller growth into dust like so much hazel brush. They would average over 100 feet in length and from 75 to 85 feet in height. It seemed as I gazed upon this wonderful herd of giant elephants that I was again living in the public library at Stockholm, where I had spent much time studying the wonders of the Miocene age. I was filled with mute astonishment, and my father was speechless with awe. He held my arm with a protecting grip, as if fearful harm would overtake us. We were 2 atoms in this great forest, and fortunately unobserved by this vast herd of elephants as they drifted on and away, following a leader as does a herd of sheep. They browsed from growing herbage, which they encountered as they traveled, and now again shook the firmament with their deep bellowing. Moreover, there were a great number of elephants in the island, and there was provision for animals of every kind. This is another side note. Also, whatever fragrant things there are in the earth, whether roots or herbage or woods, or distilling drops of flowers or fruits, grew and thrived in that land. The Kradiluo of Plato. There is a hazy mist that goes up from the land each evening, and it invariably rains once every 24 hours. This great moisture and invigorating electrical light and warmth accounts, perhaps, for the luxuriant vegetation. While the highly charged electrical air and the evenness of climatic conditions may have much to do with giant growth and longevity of all animal life. In places, the level valleys stretched away for many miles in every direction. The Smoky God and its clear white light looked calmly down. There was an intoxication in the electrically surcharged air that fanned the cheeks as softly as a vanishing whisper. Nature chanted a lullaby in the faint murmur of winds, whose breath was sweet with the fragrance of bud and blossom. After having spent considerably more than a year in visiting several of the many cities of the within world, and a great deal of intervening country, more than 2 years had passed from the time we had been picked up by the great excursion ship on the river. We decided to cast our fortunes once more upon the sea, and endeavor to regain the outside surface of the earth. We made known our wishes, and they were reluctantly but promptly followed. Our host gave my father, at his request, various maps showing the entire inside of the earth. Its cities, oceans, seas, rivers, gulfs, and bays. They also generously offered to give us all the bags of gold nuggets, some of them as large as a goose's egg, that we were willing to attempt to take with us in our little fishing boat. In due time we returned to Jehu, at which place we spent 1 month in fixing up and overhauling our little fishing sloop. After all was in readiness, the same ship, Naz, that originally discovered us, took us on board and sailed to the mouth of the river Hiddekel. After our giant brothers had launched our little craft for us, they were most cordially regretful at parting, and evinced much solicitude for our safety. My father swore by the gods Odin and Thor that he would surely return again, within a year or two, and pay them another visit, and thus we bade them adieu. We made ready and hoisted our sail, but there was little breeze. We were becalmed within an hour after our giant friends had left us and started on their return trip. The winds were constantly blowing south, that is, they were blowing from the northern opening of the earth toward that which we knew to be south, but which, according to our compass's pointing figure, was directly north. For 3 days we tried to sail and to beat against the wind, but to no avail, whereupon my father said, "My son, to return by the same route as we came is impossible at this time of year. I wonder why we did not think of this before. We have been here almost 2.5 years. Therefore this is the season when the sun is beginning to shine in at the southern opening of the earth. The long cold night is on in the Spitzbergen country. What shall we do?" I inquired. "There is only one thing we can do," my father replied, "and that is to go south." Accordingly he turned the craft about, gave it full reef, and started by the compass north, but in fact directly south. The wind was strong, and we seemed to have struck a current that was running with remarkable swiftness in the same direction. In just 40 days we arrived at Delphi, a city we had visited in company with our guides, Jules Galdea and his wife, near the mouth of the Gihon River. Here we stopped for 2 days, and were most hospitably entertained by the same people who had welcomed us on our former visit. We laid in some additional provision, and again set sail, following the needle due north. On our outward trip we came through a narrow channel, which appeared to be a separating body of water between two considerable bodies of land. There was a beautiful beach to our right, and we decided to reconnoiter. Casting anchor, we waded ashore to rest up a day before continuing the outward hazardous undertaking. We built a fire and threw on some sticks of dry driftwood. While my father was walking along the shore, I prepared a tempting repast from plies we had provided. There was a mild, luminous night, which my father said resulted from the sun shining in from the south aperture of the earth. That night we slept soundly, and awakened the next morning as refreshed as if we had been in our own beds at Stockholm. After breakfast we started out on an island tour of discovery, but had not gone far when we sighted some birds which we recognized at once as belonging to the penguin family. They are flightless birds, but excellent swimmers and tremendous in size, with white breast, short wings, black head, and long peaked bills. They stand fully 9 feet high. They looked at us with little surprise, and presently waddled rather than walked toward the water, and swam away in a northerly direction. The nights are never so dark at the poles as in other regions, for the moon and stars seem to possess twice as much light and effulgence. In addition, there is a continuous light, the varied shades and play of which are amongst the strangest phenomena of nature. Rambrassen's astronomy. The events that occurred during the following 100 or more days begar description. We were on an open and iceless sea. The month we reckoned to be November or December, and we knew the so-called South Pole was turned toward the sun. Therefore, when passing out and away from the internal electrical light of the Smoky God and its genial warmth, We would be met by the light and warmth of the sun, shining in through the south opening of the earth. We were not mistaken. The fact that gives the phenomenon of the polar aurora its greatest importance is that the earth becomes self-luminous, that besides the light which as a planet is received from the central body, it shows a capability of sustaining a luminous process proper to itself. Humboldt. So I think that here he's either become extremely confused, or he has, if this story is true, it could be that someone has told him to come up with this story that they popped out at the South Pole to properly confuse us. Because everything up to that point went with the rest of our research. And then at the end of it now, it seems to be coming back on itself and destroying itself. Quite common in these let out the information and destroy it exercises that they do. So carrying on, they're supposed to be at the South Pole now, leaving. But what we'll see is that it sounds more like they were at the North still. There were times when our little craft, driven by wind that was continuous and persistent, shot through the waters like an arrow. Indeed, had we encountered a hidden rock or obstacle, our little vessel would have been crushed into kindling wood. At last we were conscious that the atmosphere was growing decidedly colder, and a few days later icebergs were sighted far to the left. My father argued, and correctly, that the winds which filled our sails came from the warm climate within. The time of the year was certainly most auspicious for us to make our dash for the outside world, and attempt to scud our fishing sloop through open channels of the frozen zone which surrounds the polar regions. We were soon amid the ice packs, and how our little craft got through the narrow channels and escaped being crushed, I know not. The compass behaved in the same drunken and unreliable fashion in passing over the southern curve or edge of the Earth's shell as it had done on our inbound trip at the northern entrance. So I think it's just, they're at the north still. They took them back to the river Hiddekel and pushed them out. So they wouldn't have taken them somewhere else. It gyrated, dipped, and seemed like a thing possessed, the compass. Captain Sabina on page 105 in Voyages in the Arctic Regions says, "The geographical determination of the direction and intensity of the magnetic forces at different points of the Earth's surface has been regarded as an object worthy of special research. To examine in different parts of the globe the declination, inclination, and intensity of the magnetic force, and their periodical and secular variations and mutual relations and dependencies could be duly investigated only in fixed magnetical observatories." So I'll tell you guys a little interesting story there. When you look at aeronautical maps over the Earth for military applications, you'll notice that there's lots of places where they say magnetic variance or magnetic disturbance, and these are huge areas where it's always a large rock piling. When you look at the areas that you'll see this in, there always seems to be a semi-mountainous area that sticks out of the ground and is highly rocky. And you'll see it in the Canadian Shield and in many other places where it's been noted that as they're going over, their compasses will spin for a bit and then go back to normal, or that the declination goes way off because of a strange magnetic variation in that location. So, as we've seen before in other of my documentaries, it's easily explicable as just the changing magnetic pace of the Earth, that the Earth itself is filled with this magnetic force that is not necessarily locked to any position. I'm not talking about the North Pole here. I'm talking about the magnetic net that surrounds us and wraps through us. That there are certain points where magnetic lines will overlap and make small extra magnetic resonances, especially to a compass. Okay, so one day as I was lazily looking over the sloop's side into the clear waters, my father shouted, "Breakers ahead!" Looking up, I saw through a lifting mist a white object that towered several 100 feet high, completely shutting off our advance. We lowered sail immediately, and none too soon. In a moment we found ourselves wedged between two monstrous icebergs. Each was crowding and grinding against its fellow mountain of ice. They were like two gods of war contending for supremacy. We were greatly alarmed. Indeed, we were between the lines of a battle royal. The sonorous thunder of the grinding ice was like the continued volleys of artillery. Blocks of ice larger than a house were frequently lifted up 100 feet by the mighty force of lateral pressure. They would shudder and rock to and fro for a few seconds, then come crashing down with a deafening roar and disappear into the foaming waters. Thus, for more than 2 hours, the contest of the icy giants continued. It seemed as if the end had come. The ice pressure was terrific, and while we were not caught in the dangerous part of the jam, and were safe for the time being, yet the heaving and rending of tons of ice as it fell, splashing here and there into the watery depths, filled us with shaking fear. Finally, to our great joy, the grinding of the ice ceased, and within a few hours the great mass slowly divided, and, as if in an act of providence had been performed, right before us lay an open channel. Should we venture with our little craft into this opening? If the pressure came on again, our little sloop as well as ourselves would be crushed into nothingness. We decided to take the chance, and accordingly hoisted our sail to a favoring breeze, and soon started out like a racehorse, running the gauntlet of this unknown narrow channel of open water. For the next 45 days our time was employed in dodging icebergs and hunting channels. Indeed, had we not been favored with a strong south wind and a small boat, I doubt if this story could have ever been given to the world. At last there came a morning when my father said, "My son, I think we are to see home. We are almost through the ice. See, the open water lies before us." However, there were a few icebergs that had floated far northward into the open water still ahead of us on either side, stretching away for many miles. Directly in front of us, and by the compass, which had now righted itself due north, there was an open sea. "What a wonderful story we have to tell the people of Stockholm," continued my father, while a look of pardonable elation lighted up his honest face. "And think of the gold nuggets stowed away in the hold." I spoke kind words of praise to my father, not alone for this fortitude and endurance, but also for his courageous daring as a discoverer, and for having made the voyage that now promised a successful end. I was grateful, too, that he had gathered the wealth of gold we were carrying home. While congratulating ourselves on the goodly supply of provisions and water we still had on hand, and on the dangers we had escaped, we were startled by hearing a most terrific explosion, caused by the tearing apart of a huge mountain of ice. It was a deafening roar like the firing of 1,000 cannon. We were sailing at the time with great speed, and happened to be near a monstrous iceberg, which to all appearances was immovable as a rock-bound island. It seemed, however, that the iceberg had split, and was breaking apart, whereupon the balance of the monster along the ice which we were sailing was destroyed, and it began dipping from us. My father quickly anticipated the danger before I realized its awful possibilities. The iceberg extended down into the water many hundreds of feet, and as it tipped over, the portion coming up out of the water caught our fishing craft like a lever on a fulcrum, and threw it into the air as if it had been a football. Our boat fell back on the iceberg, that by this time had changed to the side next to us, for the top. My father was still in the boat, having become entangled in the rigging, while I was thrown some 20 feet away. I quickly scrambled to my feet, and shouted to my father, who answered, "All is well." Just then a realization dawned upon me. Horror upon horror. The blood froze in my veins. The iceberg was still in motion, and its great weight and force in topping over would cause it to submerge temporarily. I fully realized what a sucking maelstrom it would produce amid the worlds of water on every side. They would rush into the depression in all their fury, like white-fanged wolves eager for human prey. In this supreme moment of mental anguish, I remember glancing at our boat, which was lying on its side, and wondering if it could possibly right itself, and if my father could escape. Was this the end of our struggles and adventures? Was this his death? All these questions flashed through my mind in the fraction of a second, and a moment later I was engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The ponderous monolith of ice sank below the surface, and the frigid waters gurgled around me in frenzied anger. I was in a saucer, with the waters pouring in on every side. A moment more and I lost consciousness. But when I partially recovered my senses, and roused from the swoon of a half-drowned man, I found myself wet, stiff, and almost frozen, lying on the iceberg. But there was no sign of my father, or of our little fishing sloop. The monster berg had recovered itself, and, with its new balance, lifted its head perhaps 50 feet above the waves. The top of this island of ice was a plateau perhaps half an acre in extent. I loved my father well, and was grief-stricken at the awfulness of his death. I railed at fate that I, too, had not been permitted to sleep with him in the depths of the ocean. Finally, I climbed to my feet and looked about me. The purple-domed sky above, the shoreless green ocean beneath, and an occasional iceberg discernible. My heart sank in hopeless despair. I cautiously picked my way across the berg toward the other side, hoping that our fishing craft had righted itself. Dared I think it possible that my father still lived? It was but a ray of hope that flamed up in my heart, but the anticipation warmed my blood in my veins and started it rushing, like some rare stimulant, through every fiber of my body. I crept close to the precipitous side of the iceberg, peered far down, hoping, still hoping. Then I made a circle of the berg, scanning every foot of the way, and thus I kept going around and around. One part of my brain was certainly becoming maniacal, while the other part, I believe, and due to this day, was perfectly rational. I was conscious of having made the circuit a dozen times, and while one part of my intelligence knew in all reason there was not a vestige of hope, yet some strange fascinating aberration bewitched and compelled me still to beguile myself with expectation. The other part of my brain seemed to tell me that while there was no possibility of my father being alive yet, if I quit making the circuitous pilgrimage, if I paused for a single moment, it would be acknowledgment of defeat. And should I do this, I felt that I should go mad. Thus, hour after hour, I walked around and around, afraid to stop and rest, yet physically powerless to continue much longer. O horror of horrors, to be cast away in this wide expanse of waters without food or drink, and only a treacherous iceberg for an abiding place. My heart sank within me, and all semblance of hope was fading into black despair. Then the hand of the deliverer was extended. The death-like stillness of a solitude rapidly becoming unbearable was suddenly broken by the firing of a signal gun. I looked up in startled amazement, and I saw less than a half-mile away a whaling vessel bearing down toward me, with her sail full set. Evidently my continued activity on Iceberg had attracted their attention. On drawing near, they put out a boat, and descending cautiously to the water's edge, I was rescued, and a little later lifted on board the whaling ship. I found it was Scotch whaler the Arlington. She had cleared from Dundee in September and started immediately for the Antarctic, in search of whales. The captain, Angus Macpherson, seemed kindly disposed, but in matters of discipline, as I soon learned, possessed of an iron will. When I attempted to tell him that I had come from the inside of the earth, the captain and mate looked at each other, shook their heads, and insisted on me being put in a bunk under strict surveillance of the ship's physician. I was very weak for want of food, and had not slept for many hours. However, after a few days' rest, I got up one morning and dressed myself without asking permission of the physician or anyone else, and told them that I was as sane as anyone. The captain sent for me and again questioned me concerning where I had come from, and how I came to be alone on an iceberg in the far-off Antarctic Ocean. I replied that I had just come from the inside of the earth, and proceeded to tell him how my father and myself had gone in by way of Spitzbergen and come out by way of the South Pole. Whereupon I was put in irons. I afterward heard the captain tell the mate that I was as crazy as a March hare, and I must remain in confinement until I was rational enough to give a truthful account of myself. Finally, after much pleading and many promises, I was released from irons. I then and there decided to invent some story that would satisfy the captain, and never again refer to my trip to the land of the Smoky God, at least until I was safe among friends. Within a fortnight I was permitted to go about and take my place as one of the seamen. A little later the captain asked me for an explanation. I told him that my experience had been so horrible that I was fearful of my memory, begged him to permit me to leave the question unanswered until some time in the future. "I think you are recovering considerably," he said, "but you are not sane yet by a good deal. Permit me to do such work as you may assign," I replied, "and if it does not compensate you sufficiently, I will pay you immediately after I reach Stockholm, to the last penny." And thus the matter rested. On finally reaching Stockholm, as I have already related, I found that my good mother had gone to her reward more than a year before. I have also told how, later, the treachery of a relative landed me in a madhouse, where I remained for 28 years, seemingly unending years, and still later after my release how I returned to the life of a fisherman, following it sedulously for 27 years. then how I came to America, and finally to Los Angeles, California. But all this can be of little interest to the reader. Indeed, it seems to me the climax of my wonderful travels and strange adventures was reached when the Scotch sailing vessel took me from an iceberg on the Antarctic Ocean. Authors afterward. I found much difficulty in deciphering and editing the manuscripts of Olaf Janssen. However, I have taken the liberty of reconstructing only a very few expressions, and in doing this have in no way changed the spirit or meaning. Otherwise, the original text has neither been added to nor taken from. It is impossible for me to express my opinion as to the value or reliability of the wonderful statements made by Olaf Janssen. The description here given of the strange lands and people visited by him, the location of the cities, the names and the directions of rivers, and other information herein combined, conform in every way to the rough drawings given to my custody by this ancient Norseman, which drawings together with the manuscript it is my intention at some later date to give to the Smithsonian Institution, to preserve for the benefit of those interested in the mysteries of the farthest north, the frozen circle of silence. It is certain that there are many things in Vedic literature, in Josephus, the Odyssey, the Iliad, Terrien de la Coupery's early history of Chinese civilization, Flammarion's astronomical myths, Lenormant's beginning of the history, Hesiod's Theogony, Sir John de Mandeville's writings, and Sayce's record of the past, that, to say the least, are strangely in harmony with the seemingly incredible text in the yellow manuscript of the Old Norseman, Olaf Janssen, and now for the first time given to the world. In concluding this history of my adventures, I wish to state that I firmly believe science is yet in its infancy concerning the cosmology of the earth. There is so much that is unaccounted for by the world's accepted knowledge of today, and will ever remain so until the land of the Smoky God is known and recognized by our geographers. It is the land from whence came the great logs of cedar that have been found by explorers in open waters far over the northern edge of the earth's crust, and also the bodies of mammoths whose bones are found in vast beds on the Siberian coast. Northern explorers have done much. Sir John Franklin, de Havilland Grinnell, Sir John Murray, Kane, Melville, Hall, Nansen, Schwatka, Greeley, Peary, Ross, Gerlache, Bernacchi, Andre, Amsden, Amundsen, and others have all been striving to storm the frozen citadel of mystery. I firmly believe that Andre and two brave companions, Strindberg and Franknell, who sailed away in the balloon Orion from the northwest coast of Spitzbergen on that Sunday afternoon of July 1897, are now in the within world, and doubtless are being entertained, as my father and myself were entertained, by the kind-hearted giant race inhabiting the inner Atlantic continent. Having, in my humble way, devoted years to these problems, I am well acquainted with the accepted definition of gravity, as well as the cause of the magnetic needle's attraction, and I am prepared to say that it is my firm belief that the magnetic needle is influenced solely by electric currents, which completely envelop the earth like a garment, and that these electric currents in an endless circuit pass out of the southern end of the earth's opening, diffusing and spreading themselves over all the outside surface, and rushing madly on in their course toward the North Pole. While these currents seemingly dash off into space at the earth's curve or edge, yet they drop again to the inside surface and continue their way southward along the inside of the earth's crust, toward the opening. Mr. Lemstrom concluded that an electric discharge, which could only be seen by means of the spectroscope, was taking place on the surface of the ground all around him, and that from a distance it would appear as a faint display of aurora, the phenomena of pale and flaming light which is sometimes seen on the top of the Spitzbergen mountains from the Arctic. As to gravity, no one knows, because it has not been determined, whether it is atmospheric pressure that causes the apple to fall, or whether 150 miles below the surface of the earth, supposedly one halfway through, there exists some powerful lodestone attraction that draws it. Therefore, whether the apple, when it leaves the limb of the tree, is drawn or impelled downward to the nearest point of resistance is unknown to the students of physics. The valleys of this inner Atlantis continent, bordering the upper waters of the farthest north, are in season covered with the most magnificent and luxuriant flowers. Not hundreds and thousands, but millions of acres from which the pollen or blossoms are carried far away, in almost every direction, by the earth's spiral gyrations and the agitation of the wind. And it is these blossoms or pollen from the vast floral meadows within produce the colored snows of the Arctic regions that have so mystified the northern explorers. Kane, Volume 1, page 54 says, "We passed the crimson cliffs of Sir John Ross in the forenoon of August 5th. The patches of red snow from which they derive their name could be seen clearly at the distance of 10 miles from the coast." Lachambe, in an account of André's balloon expedition, on page 144, says, "On the Isle of Amsterdam, the snow is tinted with red for a considerable distance, and the savants are collecting it to examine it microscopically. It presents in fact certain peculiarities. It is thought that it contains very small plants." Scorby, the famous whaler, had already remarked this. Beyond question, this new land within is the home, the cradle of the human race, and viewed from the standpoint of the discoveries made by us, must of necessity have a most important bearing on all physical, paleontological, archaeological, philological, and mythological theories of antiquity. The same idea of going back to the land of mystery, to the very beginning, to the origin of man, is found in Egyptian traditions of the earlier terrestrial regions of the gods, heroes and men from the historical fragments of Manetho, fully verified by the historical records taken from the more recent excavations of Pompeii, as well as traditions of the North American Indians. It is now 1 hour past midnight. The new year of 1908 is here, and this is the 3rd day thereof. And having at last finished the record of my strange travels and adventures, I wish given to the world, I am ready and even longing for the peaceful rest which I am sure will follow life's trials and vicissitudes. I am old in years, and ripe both with adventures and sorrows, yet rich with the few friends I have cemented to me, in my struggles to lead a just and upright life. Like a story that is well nigh told, my life is ebbing away. The presentiment is strong within me that I shall not live to see the rising of another sun. Thus
Okay. What's up, Sonny? What's up, Timbo? What's up, everybody? Damn, everybody fell asleep.
No, I'm here. I just got up out of the canyon, so I got some walking with my one-handed self, my injured right hand, but I took a little walk. I'm on my way back
Oh, I'm
out of the
sorry, bro. What happened?
wilderness.
What happened? What did you do?
3 days ago, I fell on my bike, my
Oh
right
my
side,
God,
so
bro.
I bent my thumb back all the way, but the X-ray showed negative. But there's a bone in the hand they can't see with any X-ray. It's called a xiphoid. It's right in the middle
Oh,
of your wrist. So they just immobilized my thumb, and it's my picking hand, which I was really disheartened. And but I know when the pain is too great that I need help. And so I
yeah.
got home. I rode back one-handed 4 miles out on a trail. I fell, going really
Damn,
slow, 2 miles an hour.
that's crazy, bro.
Isn't
I'm
it?
sorry,
Yeah.
man.
Uh,
Be careful,
so,
brother. Be careful, bro.
no, it's okay. I'm glad you can hear me. This is a really cheap headset. I'm surprised it even works.
Shit,
It's
that shit made in China.
it's a wired headset, and they're just loose phones, but it continues to work.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So sometimes those simpler things are the best.
Yes, sir.
But look, that 3 days out, my hand doesn't hurt now like it did at all. Like I've gotten some sleep. I slept 12 hours and got up and I've
Yeah.
been eating and resting for hours. Of course,
Thank God.
I drink a bunch of coffee, so I get all wired up and I full on sugar and caffeine rush.
I can
But I
tell, bro. I can tell. I can hear in your
but
voice.
but look, I've eaten well,
That's
and
good.
I've just walked 5 miles. On my way back 5 miles more. I've just walked 10 miles down a place called the Juniper Staircase. It's a really steep incline, or there's a staircase there that's built by like the Conservation Corps, like many years ago. But it's one of the steepest trails I know of anywhere. And I
Yep.
used to push a mountain bike, actually push it up, because
Wow.
I don't know any mountain bike that could ride up this. This is one of the extreme freaking. But anyway, I can walk through that shit. You know what's amazing?
Wow.
I found I have this ability. Like, I thought my feet were tender. Now I did spend like a summer last year where I was on the sand, hiking up mountains on dirt with my bare feet up trails with rocks and branches and shit like that. Well, I found I could do that basically in the dark, in the woods, and just intuit my way, and my feet just they do what they're supposed to do, one foot in front of the other. And I have
Yeah.
big, wide, flat feet, and
Mhm.
I guess my feet can just go pretty much anywhere. Like, I walk where there's like thorns and shit, but
Damn.
I never get hurt. Like walking through, like, okay, you know, in the park where they throw down a bunch of mulch, so it's like pine all chipped up.
Yeah.
Now, even that by itself is pretty sharp.
Damn.
It could go in your foot, but my feet just do what they're supposed to, and I can walk right across it. And even in the woods, walking through
And
trails that are at an incline, down places where
yeah.
the ravine goes through the middle of the trail, meandering. Sometimes there's like these old clay water pipes left from old
Yeah.
fucking watering, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's a trip to be walking here in this park right now. Well, I'm walking
So
up on
I
this
got a question.
tree. Yeah,
I
go
got a
ahead.
question. So
Uh-huh.
is this happening on a globe or on a flat Earth?
Oh yeah, the Earth is horizontal, like by all means and level. Uh,
Oh,
you
okay.
know, on foundations, and water is always level no matter what elevation on this place. This is a plane of existence that was created for us. It's
Shit. I thought
definitely
it was the globe.
no, not at all, man. Like, like I'm the one that was before talking about. Sorry about traffic noise.
Yeah. No problem.
Oh, there's the man. I just said that right at them. Look, if I have to, with my naked top self, I can go into fucking journalist mode at
Jesus.
a second, in a second's heart. Yeah, and you know what? They have to let me through anywhere I
Yep.
go. So I'm okay with that. Now, I'm going to take a picture of this tree. Hold on a second. I only have one hand, so there goes the
Be
water
careful,
bottle.
Johnny. Be careful.
Oh no, look at
I
this
know,
tree,
I
man.
know
Hold
you.
on.
I know you're walking, but be careful.
No, I'm on the sidewalk. I'm fine. I'm safe.
Yeah.
Sidewalks are built on a horizontal plane as much as possible.
Hey,
Yeah.
watch
So
out for the
anyway.
meteorite, okay?
Oh yeah, really? I'm so afraid of those
Oh,
now. Holy shit.
yep.
If it does happen, I hope I have a good seat, because if someone comes through the freaking barrier, I would like to
Yep.
see it. I think there will be no question. Anyway, hold on.
Yep.
It's kind of the reason I go out into the wilderness often, out to nature. Hold on. I'm going to share the street. It's amazing to me, and I'm running out of battery, so hopefully I can get this picture for you
Sure.
of this fucking tree that is. Wait, where is it? Oh, my wire's hanging. Oh, nice. That shit. Hold on. Wow, look at this tree. Hold on. Oh, damn. No, I'm holding the camera actually with the wrong hand. I should hold it with my good hand. Look at this tree. Hold on. This tree is gigantic.
I'm gonna see you real quick. It's in the chat, right? You post in the chat.
I'm putting it in right now. It should be in there soon. Hold on. Let's go with that picture. Yep. Look at that picture. Now, see where the guy's walking in front of me. How rude.
Oh
Anyway,
wow, it's beautiful, bro.
but that tree is about at least 10 feet away from where that gentleman is walking. And the
Yeah.
diameter, the size of the width of that tree is probably at least 10 feet
Oh wow.
where the roots enter the ground. And it has roots that are like uh, 50 feet diameter, like for the roots that's the part that they've landscaped away. But hold on,
Yeah.
I might be able to get further away and take a better picture. And I'll probably be running out of. Yeah, it's even amazing just seeing it from that point of view. Taking pictures. I like being mobile like this, man. I can
Beautiful.
really do a lot with it when I can walk and go to the places where I just naturally go to.
Hmm.
Wow, check this out. Hold on. Oh, this will be amazing. I'm gonna get this tree with the sun shining through. Wait a minute. Oh, what a great spot. Hold
Oh,
on.
you
Let me
think it's
see.
93 million miles away?
Oh man, no. No, look. Divergent light rays. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, I want to
Hold
see
on.
it.
Hold on. Divergent light rays. A great example. Hold on.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me let me here's to the divergent light rays. No parallel. Oh shit. Did I get it? Yes. Chackaroonie. Oh shit. Look at the light rays. Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait. Let me get that. Fuck, this is fun. Look at those light rays. The sun shining right through those branches.
Wow, it looks beautiful, bro.
Isn't that amazing? Holy crap.
Wow.
Look, I'm stoked. Okay, hold on. Now I'm gonna dare this. Here's a picture of the sun. Now this is gonna be extremely bright. Wait a second. But
Yep.
the sun, when it's that low, hold on. I can't even look at it. Hold on. Let me, where is it? Oh, oh shit, that's bright. Okay. There's some palm trees in the way, but I can move. Fuck. It's so fucking bright. Oh my god. Hold on. It's so I don't know what that's like. Let me turn away. Turn away. Turn away. Oh, shit. Wow, totally blocked out that one palm tree. Oh, that's a trip. Palm tree disappeared. Glovers, is that palm tree CGI?
Wow. Oh yeah.
Holy fuck.
Oh shit. It is.
Uh,
Oh wow. That's
uh,
crazy.
and there's freaking parrots in these trees around here locally where I live. There's a bunch
Wow.
of parrots got loose when I was in the Navy. I lived in
Yeah.
Ocean Beach, and a bunch of parrots got loose from somewhere. And actually, not only that, more exotic birds got loose
That's
somehow.
beautiful, bro. It looks good.
And, yeah,
Shit.
wait, I'm gonna get one more of this tree far away, and you'll see the light posts that are on the sidewalk on the far side. Hold on, putting my shoe back on, one-handed. Oh
Just be
shit!
careful.
Ow! Oh, bending down. I gotta sit for a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
I gotta sit on the deck
Careful.
here. Wait a
Be
second.
careful, Sonny.
Oh fuck. Oh wait a minute. I'm okay. Hold on. I got it. So now I'm sitting on the grass. I'm sit. Are you still there? I lost one of my earbuds. Still there?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here. I'm here, brother.
Okay, good. Okay, good. What's your name again? Because I'm not looking at chat. I'm
Kembo.
just looking.
It's
Huh?
Kembo, bro. It's Kembo.
Kimball. Kimball. All right.
Yeah.
Kimbo.
Kembo.
Kimball. I know you. I think I
Yeah,
know you.
Kembo. Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
bro. We
Kimball.
talked like plenty of time.
Yeah, I bet we have. All right. So look. I'm sitting. I'm pretty tall when I sit. So what do you say? I'm like 3 feet to the top of my head, maybe. And here's that tree. Wait a second. Oh wow, this thing takes good pictures. Look how small the street light is. Hold on. 1 second. Square this up. Uh,
Hey,
that's
have you heard Helio lately?
yeah, I saw. He wrote in the voice text earlier and said he made it to his job. So there's a
Okay.
tree. Hold on.
Oh wow.
One more. Oh, fuck my
Is that
back.
the same tree or no?
Fuck my
Is that the
back.
same tree or no?
And what I'll
Okay.
do is
Wow, it's big.
I'll get another picture. I'll zoom in
Yeah.
so you can see. Well, that's as far as it zooms. Hold on. I'll try to get a person in there. Oh, yeah. Wait a second. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
Walk by. Wait a minute. Is it girl?
Careful with your hand,
Oh,
brother.
shoot. Okay.
Careful with your
Oh,
fingers.
man. I missed it. All right. It's all right. I'll just get it and you can see the car.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. The
Take your
car that's right
time.
there.
Just be careful.
Yeah, I gotta lean back. straighten this right hip, but I'm all bruised up. So look at the size of that car and that
Oh wow.
tree. Like it's, you could put a car in the trunk of that tree almost.
Jesus
Not quite.
Christ. The tree's
It's
bigger than the
fucking huge.
car, like the trunk of it. The trunk
Yeah,
of the
well, now
trees.
to be fair, the trunk is closer, but that would make it larger because of perspective. But the
Yeah.
the car is no more than about 80 feet from the tree. Not even probably maybe 60
Yeah.
feet. I gotta
But the
walk
trunk
again.
is
All
pretty
right.
big, bro. It's
What?
huge. The trunk is
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that tree is probably when they first started planting eucalyptus trees here in Balboa Park. That tree is probably at least 110 years old.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And there's
Yep.
eucalyptus trees that are like uh over 200 feet tall, but generally around like maybe 80 to 100 feet. But
I
those
see.
ones are the same age.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's crazy.
it-
That's amazing.
yeah, it's wild. I hang around in this place I call the Haunted Mansion, and it was built by a furniture store magnate here
Hmm.
in SoCal, San Diego, and I saw a groundbreaking picture when they broke ground. That hill was a bald hill. Nothing was anywhere in the surroundings, and now it's
Yeah.
full of lush, like greenery. Like parts of it are forest. It was all planted by the first people that were doing like botanical and horticulture thing. Had nurseries, big, huge ones, and
Uh-oh.
Kate Sessions, and they built all of this and planted every kind of freaking plant that grows all over Earth here in this park. So there's a
Yeah.
there's a botanical trees for health garden, and
Yep.
there's all these freaking trees that I still haven't gone through and looked up what all their benefits are. But there's an acidic group, there's a sweet group, and then all the other plants too, like lavender and what else? Pomegranate trees, not pineapple. That's one thing we don't grow here. Uh, grapefruit
Berries.
trees. Grapefruit trees. I found
Okay.
wild blackberries recently. I know and it's a new bunch of blackberries. I watched it sprout out early last year, and I go
Wow.
next year, and we got a ton of rain, as you remember in California. And
Hmm.
now the fruit trees I know of that are here, it's going to be
Hmm.
a bumper crop. Oh my hand. Yeah.
Okay.
So we get
Hey, you
out of
guys
that.
have a lot of snake over there where you live?
No, I've never seen it. I know they do in the outland areas, yeah, rattlesnakes,
Yeah.
but generally not anywhere in the city.
Hmm.
I've never seen them in the wildlands here in the parks, and I will generally cover a lot of ground as I'm riding, so I've never seen them. And like I told you, I've walked around in the wild here barefoot, going up and
Yeah.
down canyons.
Yeah.
I've never stepped on a cactus. There's fucking plenty of
Good.
cactus here. I've never shanked my foot, except for the one time I was going through where I know there's huge things that will go through your shoe.
Hmm.
These thorns are biblical proportion thorns. But anyway, that went through right through my hiking boot into my foot.
Damn.
Um, so if it wasn't a Vibram sole, some of these thorns, if you just step on it the wrong way, they can be 3 inches long and a quarter inch at the shank where they attach to the branch. If it's standing
Yeah.
upright, don't have a chance. You got to have like real. So,
Well, be
but
careful.
well,
Careful,
I
Sonny.
do. I wouldn't be out in those areas if I didn't know what to do already to be there in the first place.
Hmm.
It's not just I'm not get caught there by accident.
Yeah.
And if I do, I'm pretty sure I'll know what to do. Um,
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me see. I'll get out of the text. Okay. I'm surprised my batteries lasted the whole time, but it's
Yeah.
on red now. I'll probably end up dropping out. Let me turn the Bluetooth off. That might save some.
There you
Let
go.
me let me
How far are you
clear
from home?
all. Right now I'm only About 2 miles. It's all
Oh, okay,
downhill
that's not
though.
too bad. That's not too
Yeah.
bad.
Actually, here's one more picture before I lose you. I'll
Yeah.
take a picture of the sidewalk and see how it goes all the way to a pinpoint of perspective. 1 second.
Okay.
Maybe one more picture of the sun because right here is fucking phenomenal. Let me see. Can you see that? Where is that? There we go. Contact. Here's the sidewalk. Tell me that doesn't look flat as fuck. No, this is going downhill. So, okay, 1 moment. There we go. And come on. It's kind of fun. All right. Send that. Whoa. Look at that sidewalk. All righty. Flat
Oh
ground,
wow,
folks.
man, you
Here's the
guys have a
sun.
lot of palm tree out there, huh?
Yeah, a bunch. Let me walk a little better angle and I'll get sun, clear some buildings. Holy shit, look at that. Oh, it's so low. Look how large this thing looks. Okay, watch this. Go. Where'd the sun go? All right. And send. Here we go. Look at that sun. Holy crap, it's large. Wow.
Yeah.
This is the place
Oh shit,
I could look
yeah, I can see the sun.
how
Damn,
big it is.
it looks big. Yeah.
Like all in all, things giant,
Yeah.
but not always. Like when it's close to the horizon is. Now this hill I'm standing on, that you see that sidewalk going down. Out
Mhm.
beyond, right now there's a fog bank
A
going up
fog
to like
bank.
1,000 foot. Yeah, coming in the South Bay. It comes in this low area in the TJ River
Hmm.
Valley. Tijuana River comes down from the foothills and goes out. So that's a big river valley there. Besides
Wow.
San Diego River Valley, but down there in the south, I can see the moisture come in. Now, on a clear day, uh,
Hmm.
low to the deck, I can look straight line south through these buildings,
Hmm.
and I can see the Coronado Bridge. And then
Wow.
beyond the Coronado Bridge, I can see the coastline of La Playa, which is southwest of TJ,
How many
and
miles?
about at least 20, because the border itself is 17 and a half miles from where I live downtown. And so I can
Wow.
see the coastline, which is further down south than TJ, and I can see the coastline. And here's the kicker:
Hmm.
the shoreline there. I can see the water line at the where the land and the ocean meet. I can see that line higher
Wow.
level than the fucking bridge that's hundreds of feet
Jesus.
tall. Yeah, and
Wow.
it's higher.
Hey,
It's higher.
hey,
All the
hey,
land
hey,
is higher.
yeah.
So they're fucked. Globes. What? White globe.
Like from from the information that you know or whatever, the
Uh,
place that you're seeing, like how
yeah.
high is it above the sea level?
Where I'm at, probably about 600 feet, 600 to 800 feet, maybe.
Okay,
Yeah. The bridge is about 200 feet tall,
I see.
or so. Or so. It might be a little more. Probably
Yeah,
around about 20 stories. Yeah. It's a long fall. People have jumped.
but
That doesn't
somewhat
end well.
it should be under the, like, it should fall under the curvature, right? Because it's
Well,
20. You said 20 mile. Is it 20 miles?
it's at least 20 miles. Yeah. No. Yeah. Probably at least 20 miles.
Let's do
So,
some math real quick. Let's do some
if
math.
you could
I want to see.
run through a Earth curve calculator, and I think it's about 300 foot of drop, or almost 400, maybe. I could be wrong. Somewhere right in that ballpark. But that means, so if it was that much curve and that many miles, can you
Mhm.
imagine? It would be lower than the bridge level, and I could see it below the bridge, but I see it above the bridge where the road is.
Oh, okay.
Not
Yeah,
below.
that's
I see it
crazy.
above. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the bridge is about 8 miles away, and the border is another 8 miles away, approximately. This place is a little bit further to the west, so a little to my right, facing south, to the west, right, southwest, and
Hmm.
I can still fucking see the short line above the bridge. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah,
Right there.
that's amazing, bro. That's beautiful.
is done for. So that's why I say this place here is full of black swan observations. I could go do probably 2 or 3. If I had a vehicle, I could go to see 2 or 3 in a day at least,
Yeah.
different ones. Yeah, if you see my SoundCloud, the picture I have, that's actually an ocean view from like 40 miles to the east on some hills, on mountains. I can see the ocean. It's a big sun in there. It's my SoundCloud. It's called Sunny. If you go do a search, you'll see whatever I posted. You'll see my music in there somewhere. But if you go links and stuff, you'll probably find it quicker.
What
Search
kind of
for
music you do? I haven't heard your music before.
classic rock,
Classic
like
rock.
all
Okay.
kinds, blues, classic rock,
I
more
see.
experimental, like experimental jazz. Like I like fusion, like guitar, like
Yeah.
I do all kinds of styles. Like I do almost every style.
That's
I
good,
learned
bro. Like,
bluegrass when I was a
what
teenager.
do you use to record? You have a little studio? You have a little setup?
Yeah, I've set up
Or
at
you go?
my apartment. Yeah, it's just about ready. Like it's a big, wide, concrete room, kind of about
Oh, that's
15
that's
feet
that's
long. And
amazing, bro. That's amazing. Well, what about like what kind of audio interface you have?
just a cheap one, like it's like a Fosgate, but it's a knockoff branch that I got for much fucking cheaper, man. And it's the same. Like I looked up the specs, like I always
Hmm.
fucking do, and it's got like the same specs as the Fosrite. so
Okay. What's it
so
called?
Uh, I don't know. It's a Chinese version of the Fosrite, but my
Oh, for Focusrite.
microphone,
Okay, the
Focusrite.
so
Sorry,
you
yeah,
basically
sorry,
you got the cheap
Focusrite.
version of Focusrite. Okay, because
Yeah, the
I got
Focusrite,
two of
exactly.
Focusrite. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so that's the interface, and then I have a regular mic input in the interface, an instrument input, of course, and a monitor input. It's got 2 RCA
Hmm.
jacks in the back for output. But I generally go out from my PC or my phone to my badass 1977 Kenwood stereo with the
Okay.
original Sansui fucking. These are like studio speakers. They weigh about
Yes.
40 pounds each,
Oh
so
wow. So you got those big one, huh?
they're the big motherfuckers. So
Yeah. Yep. Yep. They
sorry, I'm
man.
walking over a freeway right now. So sorry about
Yeah.
that.
Be careful. No, it's cool,
No.
bro.
Oh, I'm on the bridge.
Oh Jesus.
I'm walking
Careful,
across.
Sonny.
Well, there's a fence there, so I mean, there's only one way to go.
Watch out for hey, watch out for the dinosaur. It might jump out from the water.
I'm more concerned with the zombies that are on the streets lurking, like what I mean.
Oh shit.
Yeah, usually don't come out in the daytime though, because I think their brain gets fried by the sun. So
Oh,
that's my
yep.
presupposition for today.
Yeah.
Oh
Hey, there's
heck,
a lot of them out here too, bro. In San
yeah, I'm
Antonio.
walking now. It feels
Yeah.
good to be moving, get
Yeah.
my legs moving and shit. Like I walked up some trails. So I lost my
And
breath. I got so freaking hot too. I had to
hey,
take my
like
shirt off.
the next time you do a song or whatever,
Uh,
like the next time you do song or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
If you need anybody to mix your stuff, you send it to me.
Okay.
Just send me a
Awesome.
message or whatever. Like I do mixing and stuff too.
That's
Yeah.
what I need help with.
Well, yeah,
That I mean,
just send it to me. Yeah. See, the thing is, my right ear messed up a little bit or whatever, because I've been doing for a while, and I kind
mhm.
of abandoned music for like 6 years, but I'm coming back slowly.
Right.
But yeah, but I am working with two audio engineer. One is from India, one is from Italy. So
Oh, cool.
yeah, at any time, if let's say, oh, I don't want to mix it or whatever, like I just send it to them. You know what I mean? They get it done very professional.
Yeah. Well, there's
Very.
people that do it much better than I do, and I haven't done bad
Yeah.
by myself with my limited knowledge. I've
Yeah.
just been an analog musician for so long. It's hard for me to like even think about. I mean, I know how to use software. I'm very good at it,
Mhm.
but I don't. I like the time involved. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
practicing, and that would take out. But now I'm one-handed, so you know what? The
Yeah.
thoughts are, the thought is to. I'm just gonna have to put it on my lap and play like tapping with just my left hand. I could probably
Oh
still hit
snap!
it until my right
Yeah.
hand heals, and I can use it as a full-fledged pick. But I bet I could still pick. But I don't want to hurt that thumb
Hey,
going up
you
and down the
let's say in the future, right? Like you good or whatever. Your fingers good, your hands good. You go back to
Yeah, it
normal.
will. Yeah.
Um, you let's say if I send you instruments, right? And I would say like I'd be like, hey, I need I need 8 bars for a solo guitar to go with the beat. Just come up with
Mhm.
whatever. Would you
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
would you
Yeah.
consider like doing it?
Absolutely. And
Okay,
so all I need is that you give me the basic track,
yeah.
and I'll get the mood. What the
Mhm.
mood is, I'll hear that, and that's what you're going to hear me reverberate back with
Yeah.
my instrument as a complementary to what you've already set down.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So,
Yep. It
and
sounds
now if
amazing,
you
bro.
have
Like I'm excited, bro. I'm excited
if
already.
you listen, if you have lyrics, because that's really the defining thing. You need to have the lyrics pretty much to define the structure, where that
Well, well,
where the
see, the thing is,
progression's going to
I
go.
don't rap, bro. I don't rap or anything. You know what I mean? So a
Yeah,
lot of time I
yeah.
make instrument. I'm a music producer or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Like I only make instrument, and a lot of time, sometime I'd be like, hey, I need a solo, guitar solo on certain part. Like
Yeah,
4 bars, 8 bars, or whatever. Then
absolutely.
I'm just gonna shoot the you. I say, Sonny, come up with something.
Yeah, I'll just load the MP3 or MP4, whatever, into Audacity, and then I'll put a track next to it,
Oh, that's what you
and I'll
use?
just do my
That's what you
part.
use?
And
Audacity?
yeah, yeah, and
You
then I'll
okay?
just send you back my raw another
Yeah,
MP3 of just my part. You could put that in your own track and continue
yeah,
on,
definitely.
right?
Yeah,
Isn't that how it's done? Yeah.
yeah.
Like there shouldn't be any
But
lining up because
remember, Sonny, remember,
yeah.
like if you ever like save, let's say you save the stem, save the audio file or whatever,
Uh-huh.
from the recording, always save as
Yeah.
wave. I know it's a bigger size,
Okay, as
but
wave.
wave
Okay, no, I
contain
probably can.
wave contain
I can
better
do it as wave.
quality.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
I can do
So
it as wave.
um
Yeah.
yeah, but listen, this is a future project, man, because I'm getting Big Roots.
The name is yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen him
yeah,
in
Big
there.
Roots. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy from shit. Where's he from? England. I think he's from England. Yeah. I'm
Oh
doing a
yeah.
project with him too. Yeah. I'm doing a project
Oh
with
well.
him. Yeah. And just gonna put out there. It's gonna be an anthem for the 24/7, bro. Well, I'm
Oh,
hoping
that's
to.
cool, man. Well,
Yeah.
I'm hoping to put some really good theme music together, but I do need collaboration on that because I got some great
Hey,
ideas, but
you need
everything's
quality.
not
Listen,
elite.
you need your
Yep.
stuff to be mixed, bro. Hit me up. Okay. So
Absolutely.
we
Yeah, it
we
needs
doing
to
for
be.
the community.
Yeah, you got this. You have to get that spectrum right. So rough drafts are okay with the sound, but yeah, it has to be fine tuned.
Hmm.
Else it's not going to work. It's not going to sound right. But yeah, we'll
Yeah.
get it. We'll get something going for sure.
Yeah. Definite.
All right. I freaking made it home. Okay. Perfect. The
Good.
light changes.
Good.
Thank you. Doors open up for the old man, Sonny. Old man of the sea.
But Sunny, you might be like what 50 something, right? But you sound like you freaking
Oh
25.
no, I just turned 65 on July
See,
10th.
that's what I'm saying. But Sunny,
Yeah.
you sound like you freaking
Uh,
25.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, bro. I'm
Well, I
cooking
hope they
right now
don't
too,
mind.
bro.
Yeah, yeah,
Shit.
it's cool. I made it home. All right.
Yes, sir. Hey, you want to
So,
see what I'm cooking, man? I'm gonna take a picture. Matter of fact, I'm cooking some
hold on.
Cambodian
Uh,
soup.
hold on. I want to talk to these security guards. You guys are lucky, man.
Okay.
It's perfect temperature in here. All right, let me take this stair. I'm gonna use these elevators since I'm already inside. Oh, damn. Uh, all right. Well, the rest of me works pretty well. Incredible. All the way to the elevator. Okay. That's amazing. Oh, Look, I made it all the way to the very end, and I haven't run out.
Yeah.
I need water.
Yeah. Go get some water. Take it easy.
My last
You
sip of
made home
water,
safe.
I have it.
I said, take it easy. You made home safe.
Yep, I have my last drop of water right now, and I'm already in the building. So, yay. Oh,
Shit. I'm
wow.
not even looking at the screen. How many people is in here?
I don't know either. So I'm totally
About
out of the
7
loop here.
people.
It's just you two.
Hey, what's up, OG?
What's up, Kimbo?
How you doing, brother?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. You said you're in San Antonio? I thought you were in Houston.
Let's do
No,
it.
San Antonio,
Hello.
brother.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I have friends and family over there in Houston. I have
Yeah,
friends
for
and
some reason, I
family
thought you had said you
also
were
in.
in Houston one night. Yeah, no worries. I was just
Yeah.
curious. So I'm not far from you. I'm in Katy, so
I don't know where's that at, bro.
West Houston. So about 3
Oh,
hours from
West
me.
Houston.
Yeah.
Okay.
hold on. I gotta see. Am I still hot? Am I hot micing? Let me turn this off. One second.
I want to go to the Alamo sometime. So I still need to get over that way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Alamo is like around here, I think.
Yeah,
I
no,
know
it
it's
is. Yeah,
like
it's
around
San
here.
Antonio.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You haven't been
I
yet.
don't know. I'm sorry.
You haven't been there yet.
I think I drove past. Maybe I'm not sure because I don't know too much about the history of the Alamo, but I heard like somebody talk and told me a little bit, just a little bit. This war was going on. They were fighting, trying to
Yeah.
get the Alamo and yeah stuff like that. I don't know too much, but yeah. But then they also celebrate what is it? What's that holiday that they had over here in San Antonio? They call I'm
I have
gonna
no
ask my
idea.
wife. Maybe remember they had holiday over here? What was the holiday called? Remember it was
Cinco de Mayo.
no,
No.
it's not Cinco de Mayo. It, Fiesta. There you go, Fiesta.
Yeah, it's the same
Yeah,
thing, isn't
yeah. No, I think it's different.
it?
But yeah, uh, cool, man. But yeah, man, I don't know my way too much around here. So every time I drive, I just put on my GPS and drive.
I head over that way occasionally. I go down to Floresville. I don't know if you know where that is. It's a little south of you there.
Floresville.
And some of my customers
Yeah.
are down there. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. What do you sell?
Software, oil and gas
Oh.
industry. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That's beautiful, bro. Okay. So you say like a little bit west or south of Houston? West of Houston,
I'm
right?
west of Houston. Floresville is south
Okay.
of San Antonio. Yeah.
Okay. Damn. Well, that's cool, bro. Just be safe. Hey,
Yeah.
man. Do you like Houston better or you like San Antonio better?
Well, I've only been to San Antonio once. I went there just for a day trip and went to the Riverwalk.
Oh,
Did
I
that
think
whole
that you
deal.
told me that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've
Right?
only been there once, but yeah. I mean, Houston, dude, it's just so hot here, man. I just want it to be winter again. It's so freaking
No,
hot.
bro. Yeah, I know. Like it's so hot, bro. Like earlier it was like what 7 o'clock. I went shopping with the family. And it was so hot. It was still hot, bro.
I
At seven
know.
o'clock. You know?
I'm sitting outside right now on my front porch, drenched in sweat as I smoke my cigar. It's just stupid.
Smoke the cigar. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Top G. Mr.
That's
Top
how I
G.
roll.
Top G, the OG.
Well, have you been keeping it
Oh,
flat, Kembo? Have you had any good arguments about the flat Earth lately?
man, I think not really. I mean, yeah, it's still the same. Still, whatever I know, I don't know. Like, I mean, I know a lot, but I can't put in the term like you guys do. You know.
You guys, well, what
And
the hell? I don't know. I don't know anything, so I'm
no,
still
no,
learning.
yes,
But
you do, bro. I heard you be talking here. You listen.
we did have Kosho come in last night, and that was quite fun.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
That guy. He's too deep. He's in too deep. It's
Me and Flatsy Klein were giving him the gears for a while. So
Oh, Flatsy shut him up for a little while.
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, Flatsy shut him up a little while, and but yeah, he's done. There's no turning around. There's no way. It's that's it. You know,
You
it's
know, I've been making
anti-flat
some.
earther.
Yeah, I've been making some interesting observations. I've been sleeping with the enemy lately. I've been hanging out in some of the Glober discords and
Mm.
whatever, just hanging out and chatting. Sometimes some of them are reasonably cordial or whatever. And
Mm-hmm.
so I was at work today, and I decided whatever pop in. I was just doing some emails and some other stuff, and so I had some time to listen. And it struck me, because the straw man that they always put towards flat earthers, and it is a
Mm-hmm.
straw man, is that every flat earther thinks we live on a disk that is a snow globe that has an ice wall and outer lands, right? And right, so they straw man all these claims on the
Mm-hmm.
flat. And yes, of course, there are people in the flat Earth space that make those claims, but I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
few and far between.
But not
At least
everybody. Not all the flat
that's right.
earthers.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
Yeah.
stereotype.
So it is
I'm
straw
going to
man.
go
Yep.
ahead and I'm going to go ahead and straw man the other side or stereotype them that because of this chat I was listening to, the one guy says to the other guy, "What? So you believe in aliens, right?" And so then they go on probably for 45 minutes about aliens from this sector of the galaxy, potentially from within the Milky Way, from within the Hollow Earth, from different universes, and I'm thinking to myself, y'all are fucking crazy. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
Exactly, bro.
and
They
you
be telling
claim
fairy
science,
tales.
yeah, you
Yeah.
put yourself on this throne of intelligentsia and scientific knowledge, but yet you sit
Mm-hmm.
here for 45 minutes talking all the feast of nonsense stuff you would expect a flat Earth Discord potentially, not this one, but others
Yep,
to engage. You know what I mean? It's just a different flavor of bullshit.
bro.
It was so interesting to me. So,
Hey, we
anyways,
used to think like that too. So, of course, we used to fantasize about that. I used to fantasize about
yeah, that's
galaxy
what it
and
is. It's
aliens.
absolutely
Yeah,
fantasy. Yeah,
yeah,
100%.
fantasy. Yeah, so I used to fantasize about it. So, of course, we get it, but it's just crazy, bro. And
It's that double
they just
standard, right? That yeah, they think
exactly.
that they hold this higher ground. They put themselves on this higher ground and
Hmm.
look down their noses at ye dumb flat earthers. You know what I mean? It's just so ignorant and so disingenuous. So I just thought it
I
was
know.
ironic. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would see it that way, bro, because they think
of course
that
not.
they believe that their motto is true. They believe in anything, whatever the mainstream say, the agenda, the propaganda. So it's always going to be like that, I hope some of them will wake up, but it's hard, man. When the word anti is in the front of them, they always going to be anti.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and I
So.
suppose that's actually a fair point. They're not necessarily Globers as much as they are anti-flat earthers. At least this specific Discord that I'm talking about. And I'm not going to
Mhm.
mention names, but yeah, it's been a little social experiment I've been conducting the last couple of weeks. Is okay, I spent a couple months here in Flat Earth land and listening to all the
Yeah.
arguments, right? So let me go spend some time over yonder and see how the other half lives. And yeah, I don't know
I think I
uh,
seen you in there. I was there too for a little bit.
oh really? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, yeah, I was there for a little bit. Hey, but that server is so hard, bro. Like, I need a VC verify, and I've been sitting there for like 20 minutes, close to half an hour. I'm trying to text everybody, like, in the chat room. Nobody respond to me. I like DM, the mod. I DM like some other people in there, and nobody respond to me. And it took
Hmm.
me a long time. Finally, somebody respond to me. DM me back, and then let
Well,
the
you got to go
people in the
flat
chat
smack
know.
them. Yeah, there you go.
Bro, but I was there for a little bit, and I took off. But I seen you in there.
Okay, cool, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been lurking. I've been just, when the flat Earth music bot comes on, and some of the stuff's great, but a lot of it I've heard before, right? So I'll go wander a bit if I'm bored or doing something around the house or at work and got nothing else to do than emails.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I don't know who invited me, but somebody invited me. So I went in there and just trying to like at least have conversation. Oh, By the way, I seen Kojo is in there too. That dude, Kojo.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to mention specifically names. Just whatever. I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
be
yeah,
secretive. That's not the point. I'm not here to slander people or whatever. I'm just making some
yeah.
observations. I have spent some time in Earth Awakenings, where
Hmm.
Kosho hangs out quite a bit, and Geo and SE Montreal, I think his name is, and they have
Yeah.
some really, and Witsit's in there sometimes. They have some really interesting conversations in there sometimes. Um, in fact, this evening they were talking about the Shroud of Turin, for example. I thought it was a really someone did a presentation, and then there was some discussion afterwards. I thought that was really interesting and not necessarily flat Earth related, obviously. So I think
Yeah.
sometimes they have some interesting conversations over there, but that is not the Discord I'm talking about. Just to be clear, there's
Oh,
another
okay.
one.
So there's a different one. Okay, all right.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
There's
Well,
another one that's very, very emphatically globe, so to speak. So
oh,
yeah,
okay. I don't know that one, so
that's it. Okay, yeah,
maybe
that's
it's
why.
maybe it's good thing that I don't know that one.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's. I don't
Yeah,
recommend going there. It's bad for your health. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I probably like wanna grab one of them out of the phone the screen when I'm
Well, and it's one of
yeah.
those things. And look, honestly, I'm trying to be intellectually humble and intellectually
Hmm.
honest about my own positions. I think we all should,
Yep.
right? In other words, you shouldn't be a flat earther because someone said so, right? You
Yep.
should reason through the arguments presented, make those
Yep.
observations yourself wherever possible, right? Within reason, right? Not everyone can just go
Yep.
out and buy a P1000. I get it. But, wherever
Hmm.
possible, make those observations and reason through the arguments, take them to their logical conclusions. And then I think what's most important is compare them to the arguments the other side. And so that's
Yep.
what I've been trying to do. And,
That's
again,
good,
and I've
bro.
no, I mentioned
That's
this a
good.
couple times on the channel, so I don't want to. I'm not going to belabor the point, but the debate between Witsit and Karen B with Ozian and Bitar, and just that was eye opening for me. It really was because I thought, okay, let's go listen to an actual debate, if you can call it that, right? It's really just entertainment, a shouting match, but let's
Yeah.
see what the other side presents, and just what Ozian and Bitar presented was just in 2023. If that's what you have for a globe, man, you've got problems, right?
It was
And
garbage.
yeah, and do better. Like whatever you do better, right? So I thought, well, okay, maybe that wasn't a fair shake. Let me go hang out in some of these discords where Globers hang out and see kind of what those conversations are like, right? And what we do here sometimes we discuss even amongst ourselves when there isn't a Glober in the chat or on the panel, we'll discuss whatever curvature,
Yep.
elevation angles, right, or whatever. And so I thought, well, maybe they do the same on that side. And what I've found so far, it's a limited exposure. So I'm not going to say I don't want to commit the all or nothing fallacy, right? But
Yep.
from what I've seen thus far, it's ad hom, it's insulting. Literally for 2 hours, they sat
Oh,
the other day. They're just talking about Witsit and Flatzoid and um, DMOC. I don't even know who DMOC is,
I
but
wouldn't
they're
be surprised. Yeah.
just shit talking, right? Without
Yeah.
talking about anything of substance, so to speak. And again, I'm going to give it more of a shake and look around at different servers and listen. But yeah,
Mhm.
anyways, that's just my interesting observations over the last couple of weeks for whatever that's worth.
Yeah. Well, at least you get around and you
Whoa,
actually hear something
saying I
and
get
and
around.
yeah.
Jeez.
Even you know what I mean.
I'm married. Come on.
Oh, oh, my bad. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, hey, but at least you get to know what's going on, on both sides. Because you had mentioned that like you kind of new to this, right? But
Yeah.
but you
No,
you
for
sound
sure.
very knowledgeable about stuff, man. Like listen, you might not like know all the stuff, like, well, not all the stuff, like a lot of stuff like these guy, the OG, the real OG in this live stream. But at least, bro, your understanding and the way you absorb things, like I listen to you too, so you sound very knowledgeable too. You ask the right question, and you wait for the response and you absorb it, that which is good, so
Well, I
yeah.
appreciate that. It's thanks to guys like Timbo and Jedi and Heretic and Indio and from what
Mayhem.
limited things I've heard about
Yeah.
Mayhem, yeah, I haven't seen him too often. I think he popped in last night while we were talking to Coach shows. So yeah, I'm learning. I'm a sponge, right? So just trying to understand where everyone's coming from and And that goes for any topic, whether it be religion, politics. In fact, we hired a new guy at work today, and we're out for dinner this evening. And he's like, "So what do you do for fun?" And I'm like, "Religion, politics, the world, whatever's controversial. That's what I do for fun." Literally,
Yeah.
that's my hobby, right? So, yeah, I'm always curious about why someone believes what they believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be religion, politics, shape of the earth, or whatever. I just want to know why you believe what you believe. Can you back it up? Right? Are you just
Yeah.
spouting something that you've kind of learned through osmosis through life experience, or do you actually have some reason to back up your ideas and claims? So yeah.
Yeah. No, that's good, bro. That's good. For me, bro, like since I don't know if you heard my story before. Since 2000, I believe it started 2014 or 15, but then by 2016, that's when I became a flat earther. But um like I know, like now, before I'm like, no, there's no way they're lying, but then another day I'll be like, they are lying. Oh my God, water cannot curve into a ball. You don't see curvature at all, and all these picture, you know composite, from supposedly from space, and the moon landing, especially the moon landing, though. I used to believe in the moon landing, for a while, but then when I, when somebody start posting all these stuff or whatever, I look to it. Just look at the footage. It's fucking fake as fuck, and yeah, pretty
Yeah, it
much,
was actually
and
that was one of the topics they talked about on one of the Globe discords. This might have been
mhm,
last night or this morning. They're talking about the moon landing, and they can't understand why some people disavow the moon landing, right? And I think Dan the Waterman, he's a flat earther. He might have been there as well. But I chimed in a few times. There's a few of us, I think, renegade flat earthers in there, or
yeah,
at least we'll call it the anti moon landers. And you know, the one gentleman brought up the fact, like, look, there are anomalies. We should at least, at the bare minimum, you must,
mhm,
if you're intellectually honest, address the anomalies. And one of the
mhm,
Globers chimed in and said, listen, all the anomalies are just opinions. And it's like this hand wave dismissal, right? And that's what's, I don't know, it's telling. It's just like, seriously, like that's real. You're just going to hand wave dismiss every single anomaly that we've
yeah,
seen in regard to the moon landing or space, right? And I brought up, I'd seen a video a while back about there's a guy who's an expert in the Hasselblad cameras, the
mhm,
three cameras they brought, I think, on Apollo 11. And he's 25, 30 years professional photographer who's specialized in these cameras here on Earth, mind you. But he breaks down what they did to modify the cameras, which is essentially take the leather case off before they took
yeah,
them to space, right? And just
mhm,
talked about the environmental conditions that were allegedly are up there, right? And how the camera wouldn't function, how the film would be exposed incorrectly or wouldn't survive the trip back, right? But they just don't. They just don't even want to hear it. They just hand wave dismiss it.
yeah.
No, no,
No, they
that's
don't,
nonsense.
bro.
Yeah,
Because it will destroy their belief, bro. It will
yeah.
destroy their belief, so they don't want to hear it. They will dismiss anything. So, but yeah, I get it, bro. I get it. They in too deep. Just put it that way. They in too deep. Yeah.
It's a good song. Who sang that song? Some 41, maybe. Anyways, In Too Deep. Anyways, I don't know.
Yeah.
The
But
90s.
but go ahead, talk, bro. I'm gonna put on mute real quick. I'm gonna
No,
eat
you're good.
taste the food. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. You go ahead,
Is
talk.
anyone else
Like I
around?
can
Are
hear you.
there any Globers here? Has anyone seen The Curve? There's only 7 of us here now. Where's Timbo?
Yeah, Timbo. He's probably away or busy doing stuff.
Milking a kangaroo or something, I bet.
No, Timbo's cool shit, man. That guy.
Oh, of course he is,
That
yeah.
guy. Yeah, and he's
Ripcord,
funny
my,
too,
my
man.
German friend. Ripcord, are you there? Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Yeah, he's not listening. I think he's deaf himself.
Oh, shit.
So
Okay. Well, I'm going to put myself on mute until someone else pops in, too. So I'm just going to enjoy my cigar, Kimbo.
yeah, no, no, go for it, brother. Me too. I gotta taste the food.
Cheers.
Yep. Hey, Sonny, you in here? Oh, Sonny took off. Oh no, he's still in here.
Oh, Jim popped in. Hey, Jim.
How's everybody doing this Tuesday night? Unless you're in Australia, then it's Wednesday. Huh.
Living the dream.
And you upside down.
You upside down. I tell you what, for all you, we got 3 in here that I know of. One's at 26 degrees, one's at 36, and Timbo's at 38. I want to know how long ago you still believed you were somewhat upside down on the bottom of a ball. That's what I want to know.
You feel like it'd be a head rush, right?
Oh, I'm
I
telling
don't know. I guess if you did a handstand in Australia, would you feel better or worse?
you.
These are the questions we need answers to, Timbo.
How many times, depending on your age, how many times did you look at a globe, a teacher's desk, TV, movie theater with Universal? How many times how many times did I look at that globe and go, oh, I guess it works. Oh my
Seems
goodness.
legit.
Yeah. See, this seems legit. No problem,
Yeah.
man. Gravity. Of course, we didn't get that heavy into it, but gravity pulls everything towards the center of mass or center of the ball. And then we fast forward to when we actually knew we were lied to. Then we go, God, we were stupid. No, we weren't stupid. Actually, we should give ourselves a break because we weren't allowed to think anything differently.
So did you get any feedback after your debate, Jim? People been hitting up your DMs or what?
Well, I got a few. They were positive because obviously I respect Globers for coming on and going 1-on-1 or 2-on-2. So everything's been positive. I need to change my lighting. One side of my face was way too white, and so somebody sent me a something I can buy on Amazon that takes
Like
care
a
of
ring
that
light?
problem. Yeah, thank you. You know that already. Good God, I didn't know any of that stuff. And I say somebody told me they're going to send me something. You say ring lights, like God, you already know, man.
Yeah, my son's a Twitch streamer, so I know all the
know.
jargon.
Does it work?
Oh yeah, no, the way it provides the light is much more uniform, and yeah, for sure.
Okay, so
You have to get the right position for sure, and you got to watch for glare, right? So there is definitely a little bit of trickery to the setup, but yeah, that's definitely a good place to start.
So basically, you can have a dark room with your ring light on, and then your laptop light, and you're ready to go.
Yeah, but if you want to be really cool, you're going to need some LED lights, maybe a lava lamp.
Oh my goodness! Oh my! Are you serious when you say that?
Maybe a spinning globe in the background.
Oh, a spinning globe.
Some stars on the ceiling. There you
go. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna. I guess it didn't
You could
cost
do
that.
you could do fairy tale stream, right? Where like you do it in your normal stream, right? But then you do a video in like fairy tale land, and you turn all that shit on and like play some woo woo music. That'd be great. In
What
your
you do?
fairy tale.
What you do is you have an exoplanet in the background. What you do? Yeah, exoplanet.
A stuffed Pluto toy on your shelf. Yeah.
I have an exoplanet. It's about 45-second video, and my exoplanet, instead of being 8 inch per mile squared of curvature, it's 3 miles per mile squared of curvature, and that
3
makes
miles
it.
per mile squared.
Yeah, that makes it 23 times. That makes it 23 times. Excuse me. Makes it 23,760 times bigger than your Earth. So yeah, so 3 miles per mile squared is approximately 24,000 times bigger than 8 inches per mile squared. It's my planet. I found it. It's 135 light years away. You can hop on the back of a massless photon and do warp 8 and get there like in 3 years, no problem.
But have you named it?
Yes, I named it. What was the name I assigned to it? It was like Astro 666 Santas. Santas spelled backward is Satan. So it was 66. It was Astro 666 Satan. But not to give
Okay.
Satan away, I called it Santos or something
Santas.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Santas or
I
something
thought
like
that
that.
was a political reference to the governor of Florida, but go ahead.
Oh
Yeah,
no, no,
no, I
no,
like
no, no, no!
it.
Just to the devil who gave us his outer space invention. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I have a 40. I'll find it somewhere and I'll drop it. It's a 45-second clip. It was the beginning of a debate I had about 6 months ago, and that part of my opening was me introducing everybody to my new exoplanet, and the Discord. If you have the Discord, if you have the option, the what's it called, the
Nitro?
nitro. Yeah, thank you. God, you know all this stuff.
I
Yeah,
am here for you, Jim. Yeah.
one more time, and I'm going to have to bow. Let's see. Nitro, they gave you backgrounds, you can use, and two of them look like astroplanets, or exoplanets. So I went ahead and named one of them. And one exoplanet has a big mushroom and a small mushroom. So my big mushroom is a big hotel that people can go to when they come and visit, and the other one is a Taco Bell. It's
Yeah.
really cool. It's really cool, man. But all you got to do is be willing to spend 3 years on a massless photon traveling at warp 8, and you'll make it in 3 years.
Well, while we're fantasizing about the exoplanets, what do you think would be, and maybe you've already answered this, what do you think
But
would be the first fast food restaurant in space? Would it be Taco Bell? Or would it be Sonic? That's a good question.
oh, Sonic is good, and then obviously you can make the milkshakes whatever name you want to, like a Saturn milkshake. No, that's no good. That's not very original. Oh, Saturn shake. Cool, Saturn.
Sure,
Yeah.
wouldn't be Starbucks.
Oh, you can do that. Do
Oh,
that too. You can do that too.
that's good. Yeah, no, I didn't even think of that.
And your one coffee could be called Cosmic Coffee. That'd be cool.
Starbucks to get its own planet.
Yeah,
The Van Allen Nitro coffee. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
We got
So stupid.
we gotta have something many light years away so people want to come visit. Because when you want to get out of this world, you really want to get out of this world, right? So it's got to be at least 100 light years away. So it's cool. I tell you what. Once you realize you don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and that you can see too far, and then you walk a football field, and you start getting smaller due to perspective, and then you disappear bottom up, angular resolution. Then the sun does the exact same thing, and that they cheat with telling you the sun doesn't get smaller when it moves away from you when it does. They can put a tracker on a zoom camera which keeps the size of the object you're tracking at the same size. As it gets smaller, the tracker will keep it the same size. So they're using trackers to tell us that the sun isn't changing its angular size as it moves away. But if you take that tracker away, it does it. It actually does get smaller. And I have some photos that show that it did get smaller as it went down to the horizon and before it went away. So it's like cool, man. I mean, just lie to me about everything. I don't care. Just lie to me about everything. You lied to me when I was a 5-year-old in kindergarten. Go ahead, lie to me when I'm an adult too. Who cares?
Or lie to yourself in this case. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I tell you what. I talk to people at beaches like I did tonight and a couple nights ago. Phil's my new my new friend at the beach. He's like 70, 71 years old. He told me that August 21st, next month, August 24th, exactly where you're standing, you're going to see Chicago. You're going to see the sun behind Chicago. The Willis Tower or Sears Tower, same thing. He said August 21st, you're going to see it. It's like this guy knows what he's doing. But he also told me when I showed him the moon through my P1000 that he said, I hear there's things left there, and you can actually, find the things they sent there as markers. And I went, no, Phil, this is the reason not. And Phil, Phil's old enough, like me, that he would have seen it on TV back in 1969, right? So that's the one thing you can't do with us older folks. You can't take the moon landing away. You cannot take the moon landing away. Sorry, that's ours. We watch it on TV. You can't have it. That's exactly what it is, man. I had to figure it out. It's like we watched it on TV. We saw the flag blow in the wind, right? And we didn't think twice about it because patriotism.
Yeah, we got to beat Russia, America.
Yeah, we gotta beat those.
America.
We gotta beat those commies to the moon, even though we're holding hands with them and the Chinese in Antarctica singing "Kumbaya." Let's don't let anybody visit because we gotta hide something. You know what I mean?
It's just to protect penguins, man. That's totally realistic.
Oh my goodness! I tell
Gotta
you
save
what.
them penguins.
Have you seen a penguin in a zoo? They're adorable.
And they probably appreciate the 3 square meals a day.
Yeah. In the dirty water.
Dirty water. Oh, hilarious. Oh, I tell you,
So your P1000 is pretty pretty strong. When you look at the moon, maybe during a full moon, maybe you get a pretty good shot at a 125x zoom or whatever you got on there.
Mhm.
I heard someone, might have been a Glober, might have been McToon, claim that they could see mountains on the moon. They could see the shadows of those mountains, and they could see craters in the shadows of those craters. Is that what you see when you look through your P1000?
Yeah, I just posted something I took tonight. It's the first quarter. This is probably at 2,400 millimeters, maybe 2,000 millimeters, which is 83 times zoom. I don't remember. But yeah, that's yeah, you can see all the stuff. I mean, but God can do that stuff too. I mean, it doesn't have to be 4.5 billion years of evolution.
That's a cool picture.
So yeah, and I took a video because I'm gonna now that this old guy knows how to splice videos on his video editor, I'm gonna start taking. I took a video tonight because the moon's looking at about 3 o'clock tonight, and the sun had set, moved away. So the sun would have been like at 5:30 if it was on the moon. So obviously the sun, with line of sight, is not lighting the moon. And in the next few days, in 7 days, it'll be a full moon. But in the next few days, it'll get more and more lit. And as it gets more and more lit, the lit part looks up more at 2:30, 2 o'clock, 1:30. And of course, the sun will be down at 5:30. When it moves away. So that right there. Now, unless you're a glober, and you tell me the bending warping of space time causes that to happen, or refraction causes that to happen, or perspective causes that to happen, which they have told me that that's the reason the lit part of the moon doesn't look toward the sun because of those things. No, the lit part of the moon doesn't look toward the sun because it's self-illuminating. Oops, can't have that. Can't have Genesis 1:16 and 17. God placed 2 great lights in the sky, the sun and the moon and the stars. Can't have that. Now, no. We can't have God creating anything. Nope. So one of my YouTube videos going forward will be like, now that I know how to splice and put things together, kind of like eight short videos like I did this one, showing that the sun is now illuminating the moon directly. The moon is its own light. So I'll have about 8 of those in one video. So
Yeah, even though there's no hot spot.
I'll let yeah. There's no hotspot either. I mean, what's up with that, man? I mean, it's lit almost uniformly from the north, south, east, west. Which, if it was a ball, of 2,159.1 miles diameter, as we're told, 21.59.1. Who came up with the point one? That's what I want to know. And so, we say the Earth is what 3959 times two. We don't say 3959.2 times two. We just say 3959. But the moon, it's got to be 2159.1. Cool.
Sounds
Cool.
better, right?
Cool.
Sounds more accurate.
Oh, sounds more scientific. Yep.
More move. Yes.
Point.
I've got a question about selenelian eclipses.
Selenelian eclipse. You had November 9th last year, and I guess we're having another one in October this year, I guess.
Right, and so I was watching a debate. I can't remember who was on Modern Day Debates, Whitsitt, I think, and someone else. But and they brought up someone brought up on the globe side eclipses. How do you explain? And then someone on the flat Earth side, mentioned the selenelian eclipse, and they mentioned that we'll have what you just said. We'll have another one in October, right? But
Yeah.
the person on the globe side then rebutted, tried to debunk the selenelian eclipse as due to refraction.
Yeah, that's what they say.
But if we can predict the selenelian eclipse on October whatever, 9th, call it, right? Whatever it might be,
Yeah.
are you predicting refraction? Like, isn't refraction dependent on environmental conditions? So
Earth's atmosphere.
yes, I don't know. I thought that was strange that they would claim refraction for the reason for that eclipse, that type of eclipse, let's say.
Yeah,
but yet, if we can predict that eclipse will occur in the future, then you can't use refraction because you would have to just assume that refraction would be the cause when you don't know what the conditions of that day will be. Am I thinking about that correctly or incorrectly?
Well, imagination's cool, man. When in doubt, imagine it. When in doubt, pretend, and when in doubt, dream. So if you're a glober, your three favorite words are dream, imagine, and pretend. That's what they are.
Fake it, make it to a whole new level.
Yeah, that's your three favorite words, man. So I'm serious when I say this. Your astrophysics and your astronomers, that's all they do is they imagine. I mean, that's all they can do. They can't prove anything of it. All they can do is imagine. And so it's tough out there, man. I tell you, I wish I could imagine me being Arnold Schwarzenegger at age 35. Well, I could, but I can't prove it. So it's cool. It's cool. I tell you what. You're probably too young for Rodney Dangerfield, but
I am not. Back to School was a great movie.
Well, that was too, man. That was cool. But Rodney Dangerfield used to go on Johnny Carson, and his favorite.
No respect.
You know this. That's three things you know. My goodness gracious. And yeah, I get no respect. I get no respect, right? And so if you can imagine, you can get respect for imagining. That's cool. I like it. I tell you what. When you talk to somebody who's like my age or older, and you tell them that, no, we didn't go to the moon, and here's why, and it's just like, you can just look at them and going, I just burst their bubble. You look at them and they go, we were there, and I saw it on TV, and I hear this thing's left behind, and there's reflectors or refractors or whatever they call them up there, and it's like, you can see them. I said, have you seen them? And he goes, no. It's like, cool. And what do you do about Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, and inverse square law of light? And they look at me and go, what? And it's just like, can I explain the inverse square law of light to you real quick when it deals with Saturn and the moon? And they go, okay. And so you tell them, if you're 2,400, stupid fairy tale, 240,000 miles to the moon, and use the inverse square law of light, by the time you get to 1,000 miles to the moon should be 65,000 times brighter than it is when you look at it terrestrially here on Earth, 65,000 times. And so you should be fried by the time you get to the moon, but Apollo 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17 doesn't show that, and Artemis didn't show that, so, and then you take Saturn, and go from 93 million miles away to 750 million miles away, and you use the inverse square law of light, and you go find what NASA says how big the sun looks like from Saturn. which if you take a ballpoint pen and you put the ballpoint pen out and you look at the end of it, the sun looks about that big from Saturn. So you look up in the sky terrestrially here on Earth, and Saturn looks, pretty close. Not 750,000 miles away. It looks like it has some sunlight on it too. And so in their fairy tale, if you went to Saturn, you probably wouldn't be able to find it. And two, if you went to the moon, you'd probably burn up, from being too bright. But not in their fairy tale. Cool. I like fairy. I tell you what. I need somebody to read me a fairy tale tonight. I want a fairy tale. I want somebody to read me either Santa Claus fairy tale or the outer space fairy tale. And the Santa fairy tale will probably be more believable than the outer space fairy tale.
Well, St. Nicholas did exist. He did punch a heretic at a council, so at least there is something there.
Hey, NASA tracks him every year, so you know he's got to be real. Oh my God. This thing is such a big lie. This is just ridiculous. I tell you what. I don't feel bad for the Globers to come on social and defend it and promote it because they might be dumb. If somebody's dumb, it's telling somebody they're dumb doesn't help the dumb because a dumb person doesn't know they're dumb. So you can tell them that, but it doesn't register. So I'm kind of feeling sorry for the Globers because I think they're dumb. They may be paid, but I think a lot of them are just dumb.
I don't think they need to pay anybody.
Yeah, I'm starting to go that way. I was thinking about 3/4 were paid, but now I talk to some of them. It's like you're just dumb.
No, fewer and fewer than you think are paid. The rest are just advocates preaching their religion.
Yeah, I can't argue with that, man. I'm looking at these TikTok Globers, and I'm going, oh my God.
I mean, that's how it works. They're a trickle-down system to start with. It's not like they've got men here and there that just know the secrets and are paid.
Oh, unbelievable.
They
Oh,
had the advantage of the long game.
they really do.
They got to sit around for hundreds of years and make the rules, maybe thousands in some cases, speaking biblically. But, you have that kind of time on your hands. It's almost a surefire way to dominate an entire civilization's economy on the face of the earth.
They got the long game because they've had it for a long time.
Yep.
I don't want to say 500 years, but 500 years at least.
At least I would say, several thousand, but honestly, if you really look at the grand spectrum, it's kind of sad what they've come up with after all this time. Don't you feel like you could have done better?
Well,
there's a lot of fake shit, and it's really obvious. Yeah, it's fooling people, but come on.
I don't know. I keep thinking what my globe would look like if I could name a globe and make it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I could.
What do you mean? Oh, hang on. What do you mean you don't know? Astro 666 Santas. That's what you would name it.
Well, yeah, but mine, like I said, mine's three. Mine's not inch per mile squared. Mine's 3 miles per mile squared. And so that would be 20. I actually did the math on it because math proves the ball. And I did 23,760 times bigger than your little Earth. Ha! And I own it. And the fun thing is that Musk is thinking about renting some of my hotels up there.
Well, as long as you maintain control of Taco Bell, you should be good.
Oh, Taco Bell's a big money winner. Demon Stride just invited me for the second time over to
Medical Mass Media.
Yeah, second time over.
That's 4 times. That's 4 times now, Jim. You need to bow now.
Oh my God, 4 times! I tell you what, 4 times. Okay, I'm bowing right now as we speak.
Dude.
As we speak,
I'm on it tonight.
As I speak, I'm bowing, and you can hear because you can't see me because we're on camera. You can hear me hitting the table as I bow with both hands, man. Right here. Hear me? Hear it?
We're not worthy. We're
Hear
not
it?
worthy.
I'm not worthy. Not worthy. See,
That's
somebody wants me to
funny.
go. Somebody wants me to go talk to FTFE and McToon, and I told both of them I would only do it on Modern Day Debate YouTube one-on-one, and they don't want to do it because they can't monetize it. Because if they can't monetize it, they don't want to do it. So,
And look, I don't know FTFE Craig, I guess his name is. I don't know
Yeah.
McToon, neither one of them.
Yeah.
But from what I've witnessed, just utterly disingenuous. Just like there's no reason, there's no reasoning, right, with those two individuals. At least that's my take, and that is my own personal view. So it's a conjecture for sure. But man,
Did you see the first? You see the first Terminator movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
You remember when the guy who's sent back to protect the girl goes, the cyborg can't be reasoned with, can't be talked to, or something like that. That's a Glober.
Yeah.
That's Lynn McToon and Weirdo Craig. Can't reason with him. No, seriously, the cyborg you can't reason with. You can't reason with these guys either.
Now, to be completely fair, hold on. Sorry to interrupt you. I'll let you go. But to be completely fair, there are definitely people on both sides that are dug in, right? And it's one of these topics I've noticed that is, man, it just runs deep, right? It does. Yeah. So, anyways, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
Well, I was just gonna point out real fast. I think there's more Globers on they're portrayed better on The Walking Dead.
Oh my goodness! Oh, I'm telling you, this is terrible. And you can imagine what they say about us over on TikTok. I mean, they actually get together in groups of, TikTok's allowed them to go to 9 on a live stream now recently, and so it used to be 6. That was bad enough. But now you get 9 of them on there talking about us. It's just like, you guys are nuts, man. Every once in a while, I'll listen in what they're saying, and they're just nuts, man. I don't know what's wrong with them, but I don't care.
Egotistical Spurg Lords.
Oh my! What do you get when you put 9 Globers together on TikTok?
The solar system.
That's a good one. I gotta remember that one. That's a good one. I was gonna say a cult, but
Told you I'm on fire. Jeez, watch out.
I like the solar system better, man. Mine was too predictable, but yours is cool. What do you call 9 Globers on TikTok? A solar system. I'm gonna use that one. Hey, you know what? I might make a meme of that and post it over on TikTok tonight or tomorrow. I might even make it a mobile choice question out of it. I don't know. I got it. Here's the mobile choice question. What do you call 9 Globers on TikTok? A, 9 blind mice. 2, solar system. 3, let's see, 9 musketeers, and D or 4, 9 dummies. I don't know, something like that. But hey, so we could give it a straight answer, or we could give it a multiple choice question.
How you doing over there on TikTok?
I tell you what, I'm doing less and less over there since I got back with 24/7. I can't deal with those people. And the worst part is that there's some people that believe like we do. We live on a stationary plane, flat Earth, and they come up with the strangest ideas about other stuff. It's just like, no, I ain't getting into a live stream with you guys and talk to people that are like, you guys are out. I'm not saying they're out in outer space, but they're they're kind of out there. I mean, people talk about, I don't know, man.
Did you hear what I was saying earlier about the Globe Discord that I went and hung out in? Did you hear what I was saying earlier before you jumped on, Jim?
No, I didn't. I just jumped on. Yeah.
Okay, I'll make it real quick because I don't want
Okay.
to bore people that were listening. But ultimately, it struck me, and you're hitting the nail on the head here, which is so I decided to do kind of this whatever social. I'm not going to say experiment just in case QE is close by, but it's a social demonstration. I just decided, well, I'll go see Sleep with the Enemy, see how they
Yeah,
live, and spend some time
that was a
in this
movie.
Discord server. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's right. And for this was today at work. I was at work or whatever, and I just wanted to put something on while I'm working. And so for like 45 minutes, one guy asked the other guy, he says, "You believe in UFOs and aliens?" The guy's like, "Yeah, of course I do." Right? It's probability, right? And blah blah blah. And then they go on to pontificate about this for 45 minutes about how aliens could be coming from other universes, from this galaxy, from that quadrant, from inside the hollow earth, from beyond, from the string, just you name it. It was just like, hang on, you guys strawmen flat Earth people all the time about the disk with the dome and the ice wall and Tartaria and ancient aliens and trees, or not trees or whatever, and all you strawmen the flat. But here you are, complete utter speculation of utter fantasy about something you cannot prove, have not experienced, have not witnessed, but yet you hold this higher ground of intelligentsia of we know through science, right? And you try to hold this position, but yet here you are as a group, utterly speculating complete fantasy, right? But yet looking down your nose at other people in the flat Earth space that might do that. So I just thought that was incredibly interesting to me, anyways.
Well, it just is. I mean, I don't know. I yeah, I appreciate speculation Sunday here because you can go off the deep end.
Sure,
But
it's
but
fun.
oth- but otherwise, Monday through Saturday, you're pretty much this server is pretty much right on target. Speculation really is frowned upon if just sit and just don't do it. And so that's cool. Now I wish it was like that with flat earthers, over on TikTok because there's so much speculation going on over there.
Mhm.
I can't get into a 6, 7, 8, 9 flat Earth live stream over there. I just can't do it, man. And another thing I can't do is I can't go into a live stream with one Glober, TikTok Glober in it, because they'll say something, and instead of one person chiming up, there's like 5 or 6 chiming all at the same time. It's like we can't control ourselves, and it's never a one-on-one like it is here. It's always like a 3, 4, 5, 6 on one, and it doesn't matter if it's a Glober versus 8 flat earthers or 8 Globers versus one flat earther. Everybody can't control themselves. It's like
Yeah,
they all got to talk, and nothing gets ever resolved. And the nice thing here is it's encouraged that if you start out with somebody and ask them 3 questions, that you stay with them until you're kind of done with the 3 questions, and then if somebody else wants to come in, that's cool. But so it's I think after a while you just kind of go, I really don't want to deal with TikTok. When I started October 7th, 2022, it was like, this is cool, man. This is so cool. And then I got tired of it, and then I went back, and now I'm tired of it again. So it's like I don't know what I'm going to do. But it's just I don't know. it's I tell you what, sometimes it's just easier to be a Glober, man. Oh my
oh, it's
goodness.
definitely easier. Yeah, you won't get ridiculed, you won't get mocked, you won't get
Uh,
demonetized, suppressed, you won't get fired. Yeah, just believe in the fairy tale.
yeah, I mean, I'll look at the moon. If you're a Glober, you look at the moon, and the lip part of the moon's not looking at the sun. You're kind of go, who cares? I don't care about line of sight because I can invoke the bending and warping of space time, and I can invoke refraction, and I can invoke. Somebody's going to come along and invoke reference frame sometime. I don't know when, but sometime they will. I don't know. I'm just kind of like in the mood to make videos now, and that's about it. And talk to people, obviously. But I'm just in the mood to make videos and talk to people. That's about it. It's enough. Sonny took some really nice pictures.
Are you guys friends with Why, you don't get that vibe?
No.
Why not?
The chemistry's.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. It's just I don't get it.
What's confusing?
It's just
so I can help break it down for you.
It's like a weird thing. Like, do you guys do you have stories where you bust balls there?
Yeah, well, we usually have a different guy who sits in.
Yeah, I love Brad too.
Yeah,
he's great. And what, Brad usually drives it or something like that?
What do you mean?
Is he usually driving the interview?
Why? You don't think we're doing a good job of that?
No, not really. I mean, it's not my favorite. You guys?
Why, you don't get that vibe?
No.
Why not?
Let's see, over at the asylum right now, APOC's group, they got 44 people. They got Biodual. They got Bob, not the science guy. They got Brenda. They got Coal Mining Man. They got Demon. They got Drink the Kool-Aid. They got Estremis. They got Carnivore. They got McToon, Left Lane. Oh my goodness. NASA Shill. Oh my goodness, man. No way.
That's an easy one.
No way, man.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, man. Can you
NASA
imagine?
Shill. Can you spell it out a little bit clearer?
I guess yeah, I went with these Discord servers for about a year. I was in there with them. It's like, no. After about a year, it's like, no, we're done. Oh my goodness. You know,
Hey, quick question. I'm sorry, this is off topic.
no,
Is this happen to you guys like when you get so hungry and your bodies kind of start shaking because your blood sugar is kind of low? Does that happen a lot?
oh, I don't know. With me, I don't let it go that far. You know, if I do have a problem, I used to drink Coke a lot. I don't anymore. So
Sounds like both of us.
Coke was always kind of a way to put something
No,
back into your quite a.
do you mean shaking in terms of muscle spasms or something,
Oh
or
no, I haven't had that. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like earlier, I was so hungry, and and I'm trying to cook, and I finally finished cooking, but while I was cooking, my body started shaking because I'm
Mm,
hungry, and I'm
mm.
thinking like maybe my blood sugar is a little low.
What have you had that problem in the past?
Yeah, but not so much. Maybe because I'm a little tired today. I was up way early this morning.
Mm. Yeah, who knows? Your body might be speaking to you.
yeah, I mean, have you gone to a doctor? Maybe you have heart problems or something?
No, 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 no. I don't have. Well, I like to think that I don't have the heart problem, but no, I'm good though. My body starts shaking because I'm hungry. But usually it does happen like that, but not as bad as today. You know.
Or is it like excitement, like, oh yeah, we get to eat now, yeah, yeah, yeah. The body just shakes like a dog, like uncontrollably shaking. I get my treat now.
Sounds like ketosis.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I know it's off topic, but yeah.
It happens to Ripcord anytime someone says schnitzel. He acts the same way. It's just he starts shaking uncontrollably. He just
Yeah, no, I don't eat schnitzel, I don't eat the pork.
what?
I'm not a pork eater.
Well, what about veal? You can have a veal or a
I
chicken schnitzel.
no, yeah, uh, when I wasn't a Christian, then I ate pork, of course, but now, no.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I know it's off topic, but I appreciate it. Now I'm going back to mute.
Cam, Google ketosis. I think it was just affecting your muscle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and and I noticed that like I stutter a lot when this happened. When I get hungry, I stutter a lot.
Sounds like you're not used to being hungry.
Yeah, but today I think it's I let it go too far. I should have, like eat, faster, but yeah.
Yeah, I
But I had to
mean,
cook, so.
do you make fasting or something in between?
Well, this morning I ate maybe a little bit of meatball parm, just a little bit, just a small portion when I was at work, and then I didn't, and I work all day, and I came home, I didn't really eat anything, and yeah, um, till now, since like 6, 7 in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, usually even if it takes 18 hours, it shouldn't affect you like this. Maybe you should go to a doctor and let you check out if you have any, yeah,
Good
any
deficiency.
problems.
Okay, I'm gonna take that as consideration, but thank you
Or
though.
or mi
I'm sorry to
mineral
interrupt you guys.
deficits. Yeah, no problem. No biggie.
Well, dang. What happened here?
No one in, mate.
How was the live stream so empty today?
I don't think I've seen it this empty for a long time.
Yeah. Damn. And my birthday's almost over and nobody's here. Shit.
Ah, happy birthday, mate.
Thanks, man. 37 today.
37. You're making me feel old, mate.
Well, I refuse to feel old until I'm after 60. And then that's my
Back in a
midlife
second.
crisis. Supposed to live to be 120 or something like that. So 60 is when I have a midlife crisis. And then after that, things get interesting. Quiet night tonight.
I'll be back.
He'll be right back.
Hey, how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Must be something going on today, I reckon, since there's so few people here. There's probably some other stream going on. More people are just busy with normal life stuff.
Looks like we got Tanner05 that just joined the chat. So I'm gonna have to get back to work here in just like 5. Well, actually now 3 more minutes. But does Tanner have any roles?
Yeah, he's VC verified, baby.
Yo, Tanner, I just unmuted you, bro. Oh, you're never mind. You're VC verified. What's up, Tanner05? Welcome to the night shift.
What's up?
Well, nothing much, man. Just kicking it like Bruce Lee. Chilling with the Flat Earth family. What you up to, man?
Just playing Destiny 2.
Why are you playing that game? You should be playing Lost Ark.
Never heard of that game.
That's the best game ever, bro. Or Warframe. Either one of those.
No, Destiny 2 is better than Warframe. Come on now.
Alright, now I might have to get rid of you just simply because of that. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. So Warframe is just too broken. There's no, good balancing in there.
Dude, it's all about the OP, bro. All about the OP. I got a Scythe in there that just kills everything in one swipe. So freaking awesome.
It's just too broken.
Yeah, I know. I have just like a 8-year-old account, so can't get rid of it. Anyway, I'm gonna have to be getting back to work, but Drace is here, and he'll help you with all your globe troubles. You can cry on his shoulder if you need to, or whatever. Just kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, I won't be staying very long, but yeah, please go on ahead. Tell me all your problems.
Or Timbo. Timbo's here. He's from Australia. Somewhere. Anyways, I got a jet. But I'll be listening.
So what are your ideas about the shape of the Earth? So Tanner, is the Earth a sphere or is it flat? What are your ideas?
I don't know. I just came here to listen because I was bored. I'm just more in the middle,
So you just don't know. You didn't get educated like the rest of us. You didn't hear the globe model like everybody else.
I didn't hear you. Sorry, my audio is a little low.
So you didn't believe in the globe model at all?
I did as a kid, of course.
What made you question the globe model?
Guess I don't like circles.
So you don't like circles, and that's why the globe... What?
Well, it's just not natural, It doesn't feel natural.
Yeah, I don't... That's a naturalist fallacy. That's not logical. Do you have any logical arguments for this?
No, that's why I come here to listen, Just to get talking points.
It's all good. It's all good. I highly recommend listening and getting a feel for the room just to understand what's happening and how things operate.
Okay.
So, is there anything that makes you think that the globe could be true?
I guess there's been a lot of, everybody is backing. It was proven before, right?
How so?
Well, there was an experiment done by people where they shined a light, and I don't know how far they were, but the light didn't go through the hole. This was made by flat earthers. and then like the light didn't go through the hole.
You're talking about the Jeranism and the flashlight thing where they burnt out the laser and didn't use the laser, and the flashlight isn't powerful enough to reach the other end?
I'm not sure. I don't remember what it was about.
Yeah, that's essentially
all I know. Like that was like that basic premise.
When you have a flashlight, which is not a very powerful light source, and it's traveling through two holes. Whenever it goes through a hole, the light diffracts, and so it becomes even less powerful. And so when you're trying to shine a flashlight that far, it's never going to reach the other end. So that's a very inconclusive argument.
So it's hard enough to go through like one hole, but it's like impossible to go through two.
Well, if you just use the laser, it would be no problem, but you would still always have diffraction at the hole, which would decrease the intensity of the laser. However, what we have done is we have used many laser tests and infrared photography to show that the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be in a globe model. So we have falsified that idea. Have you seen any of those tests?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so let's. Have you seen any observations or anything that put the globe into doubt?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, for instance, seeing way too far, considering the globe geometry.
I think I see pretty fine.
So on the globe, if you were 1 foot off the surface of the globe, the distance to the horizon would be 1.22 miles away. However, if you look in live stream voice text chat, Heretic has just posted a meme for you where we can.
Oh, I'm on Xbox right now. I can't see anything.
No worries. I'll just describe it for you. We're seeing platforms, oil platforms, over 10 or around 10 miles away, even though the horizon should only be 1.22 miles away. So that's 10 times further than the geometry. And so if we calculate the globe size based on that horizon distance, if we assume it's just 10 miles away, even though it looks like it's even further than the furthest oil rig, which is 9.41 miles away, and we can see an island that's even 29 miles away. It's pretty far away. Let me double check that. So I'm 100%. Yeah, it's 29 miles away. And so if the globe was just at the horizon at 10 miles away, then the size of the globe would be 256,000 miles, which is far in radius, which is far bigger than what they claim. It's so gigantic that all of the known land of the Earth would just be a tiny little flat spot on that globe. So why are we seeing 10 times further than the geometry would allow?
And what did Drace just say? What did Drace just say?
Huh? I don't know.
Exactly. Just as I thought.
I'm just in here listening to people. You know? I'm just on Xbox, grinding
Well, you're not even doing that, mate.
You're on Xbox, just hanging out with us. Are you playing a game right now?
Yeah, I'm on Destiny 2.
How'd you find this server on Xbox?
Huh? No. Okay, so there's integration with Discord on Xbox. You don't have to connect your phone or anything. So I'm in the Discord on my phone. But since I have my Xbox connected to Discord, I can just go over to my parties and chats section of my UI, and then go to Discord, and I can click on a Discord and join a channel without even having my Discord turned on.
Yeah, but how did you find this server from Discord? How did you find this server, friend?
Through a friend.
So, what was your friend's experience here?
Well, it was like a couple of years back, but he would just talk a little bit, I guess. I don't know what he did, but he just showed me.
Took you that long to get here?
Well, no, I would always come in like I've been in here before, but I just never really talked.
Oh, cool.
When did you join it?
So what Drace was trying to tell you is that, okay, so have you ever heard the idea that when a boat sails away from you in the ocean, it disappears bottom first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, then it disappears?
Mm-hmm. No,
Okay.
not really, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's the idea. So what's it disappear behind? Right, the horizon. What's it disappear behind?
I don't understand the question.
So if a ship sails away from you and disappears bottom first, right?
Correct.
It appears to be sinking down. What's it disappearing
Like starboard?
behind?
Like what side? Like not starboard side. Like hold on, I don't even
Sailing
know.
away. The backside is the port side.
Stern.
Right.
Stern.
Stern. I'm not a sailor. I don't know.
There we go. Bow, stern, port.
Yeah, so the globe claim is that a boat will sail away from you, and because the surface of the Earth is curved, it's like going over a hill of water, right? So just like a hill, you disappear like feet first, then the legs, then your hips, then your body, then your head, right? In that order. So this is what they say a boat does. But that horizon is supposed to be like the edge of the Earth, right? The edge of the globe Earth, as far as you can see. After that point, the Earth is curving down and away from you, and you can't see that. This is the idea. So if the horizon is too far, right, farther than what the globe Earth model predicts, which Trace told you, is like 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for 1 mile, that's for a 1 foot elevation, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. This observation, and many others like this, show the horizon is 10 times farther than what the globe Earth model predicts. Okay. So if it's 10 times farther and we used, okay, what's this horizon distance? What size ball does this match? That ball would be what they claim the orbital distance of the moon is. And the circumference of the Earth would be 1.6 million miles. And the thing is that people don't get, like, okay, so it's just a bigger ball. Well, everything, the entire cosmology, distances on Earth that are calculated, they're all based upon this radius value. And if that radius value is wrong, it's all wrong. Right? You can't have a different radius value. Because, like, if you try to look up what's the distance from New York to London, it'll calculate that based upon the radius of the Earth using spherical trigonometry. But if the radius is wrong, then that can't be the correct distance. So why if this horizon is the physical edge of a ball, and we can see past that, it can't be the edge of a ball. You understand? So we make observations that you can see way too far. Okay, not just a little bit too far. Way too far. Orders of magnitude. It's not like, oh, I saw 10 miles farther. We're seeing, so like the longest distance photo is 275 miles. Okay, so think about that. If you were to drive 275 miles, how long would that take you?
Depends on the traffic.
Well, assuming no traffic, straight line, flat road, whatever. Right? So probably like 8 hours of driving.
Probably about 4 or 6 hours. Definitely not 8 though.
So if you drove 8 hours and you didn't go over the curvature of the Earth, what would you say about that? Or 6 hours, 4 hours. So think about you drove away from somebody. You're on a salt flat, and the salt flat is 275 miles long. You drove along that, and they could see you the entire time. Would you think the Earth is a ball?
I don't know. Probably not. I don't know.
So we have these observations, multiple observations of seeing at distances that are way too far. We have there's laser measurement tests. There's radio communication of 10,000 miles before satellites existed. So in 1918, during World War II, in Australia, they were picking up radio broadcasts from Germany. So they're like, wow, that's kind of strange. If the Earth's a ball, how are we picking up radio broadcasts in Germany? Well, we're at war. We don't give a shit if the Earth's a ball. We're going to make an antenna, and we're going to talk to Australia from the United Kingdom. And that's what they did. Okay, so 10,000 miles. You got to think. The circumference of the Earth is supposed to be 25,000 miles. So 10,000 miles away, you're like on the other side of the ball. So how are they talking from, like, it's like talking to the South Pole from the North Pole. Like, how's that possible? You got a giant ball in your way. Right? Radio waves bounce off the ground. They don't go through it. So how are they talking to somebody on the other side of the ball? So it's things like this. There's like multiple instances. Seeing too far, radio waves, microwave, infrared, like you name it. There's all sorts of methods that you can use to test it. And every single one of them indicate that the Earth is not a ball and that it's actually flat.
Yeah.
So here's the fact, right? The surface of the Earth is mostly water, right? They say 70% water. So if the water does not have a curve to it, can the Earth be a ball?
I don't know.
You think you can have a ball that's 70% flat? That wouldn't be a ball, right? That would be something weird.
I guess so, yeah. Would be weird.
Yeah, it would be a weird ass shape, like a freaking half an egg or something. But this is what we're confronted with, right? So they say that the Earth is this, that, and the other thing. But when you go out and test it, in reality, it's not that. And then you come back inside, you watch TV, and they're like, oh, you watch the news, they show a spinning ball in the background, they show some space pictures and a bunch of other stuff, and you're like, yeah, that's interesting. Let me go outside and test what I just saw on TV, and it's not that. And, so this is why flat earthers exist, because we're actually observing reality. And instead of being told, oh, it's just a ball that's too big to see, the Earth is just a big optical illusion, you're not really seeing what you think you're seeing, if you were special, you could get in a big giant rocket dick and fly to space and see the Earth as a ball. Yeah, that's a cool story, bro.
But what about the people who say that since the other planets are, globes?
Other than what? When you say other planets, other than what? What are you talking about?
So, like, other planets, like, are globes.
Well,
so,
Earth
like,
isn't
Earth
isn't a planet, and why would you associate them? Why would you associate the Earth with those things in the sky? What's the common factor? What's like? Why would you think that? Oh, where I am is the same as what's in the sky. Why would you think that?
Also, they admit they destroyed the technology to take the rocket dicks beyond low Earth orbit, and in low Earth orbit, the horizon appears flat.
So there's like this association people have. They go, oh, like, because they're told this is due to just repetition, right? That, oh, we look in the sky and we see a bunch of circles, therefore the Earth must be a circle too. because you don't actually see spheres. But even if you did see spheres, it wouldn't even matter because there's nothing to indicate. If you take out, it's like how we tell things are the same, right? To put them in the same category of things, right? Oh, I want to say that Earth is one of those things. Okay, so what we do as human beings, we observe the same thing. Now, if I take a telescope and I look at one of these dots in the sky and I go, okay, let me look around on Earth to see if I see the same thing, and you don't.
Yeah.
You've never looked at a planet and be like, hey, that's just like Earth. Or you've never looked at Earth and been like, oh, that's just like a planet. No, you don't. Nobody thinks that way, or nobody like. There's no obvious similarities between the two, so it's a misassociation. It doesn't logically follow that because you see spheres in the sky, the Earth is also a sphere. No more than if you see just trees, you're also a tree, right? That doesn't make any sense. We don't think Earth is a disk floating in space. Okay. There is no outer space vacuum. That is a horseshit story.
What would you say to the people who come into the Discord and say that you're just spreading disinformation?
I'll ask them what part was disinformation.
Like they say that you saying like, none of it's real.
I didn't say it. I didn't say that. Didn't say what was real.
I was just like saying like a globe, like it's not a globe. Like if they came in the Discord and they were saying like it is a globe.
Okay.
It just like.
I mean,
telling the truth is misinformation now?
No, disinformation. Like, what if they came into the Discord and they were saying you're spreading disinformation?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
So disinformation is.
I'd say be specific. What specifically did I say that was disinformation? I'd say be specific.
Hyper specific.
It's nothing I just said.
Disinformation is like information with the intent to mislead people. So like hoaxes or propaganda. That's what disinformation is.
So disinformation can be true?
No. Misinformation is when you don't know that it's not true.
Yeah, but you have to prove. You have to now show that it was false information intended to mislead. When that has none of that has been shown. Everything we have told you is verifiable in reality.
Everything.
Well, no, that's what I was asking. Like, if somebody came into the Discord and then said that to you, what would you respond with?
Yeah, I'd ask them for a specific example of the disinformation, and then when they tried to give a specific example, I'd give affirmative evidence that what I said is absolutely 100% correct. Like, for instance, the photo I talked about, it's a world record. It's in the Guinness Book of World Records. You can go look it up. The wireless transmission I talked about, there's literally a plaque in Australia about it on a rock, carved in brass on a rock, because it was officially done by the government. Because back then Australia was still a British Commonwealth, right? They were part of the British Empire, and troops had to go to fight in the trenches in Europe. And like, if you wanted to communicate any other way, you'd have to sail a ship all the way to goddamn Australia, say, hey, we need more troops. Then they'd have to sail a ship all the way back to the United Kingdom. It was a lot more efficient to just go, hey, let's just talk to Australia and say, hey, we need more troops. Send more troops here. So the records are official teletypes that were in between the defense minister of the United Kingdom and the defense minister of Australia. So everything I say can be backed up. Period. We don't say things. That's the one thing about this place. We don't say things we can't prove. Okay? We're like, I think you would call it like, we're empiricists, like super empiricists, okay? We like, our position is claims are not evidence, right? So the claim that Earth is a planet, that's not evidence Earth is a planet. Claims that you can go to outer space, that's not evidence you can go to outer space. Claims that the Earth's a globe, that's not evidence it's a globe. So we go with evidence. We don't go with claims. And evidence that could be has to be testable, verifiable, and repeatable. Right? So claims that like I can't do or nobody can do, right? Oh, just go to space and look at the ball. Well, first of all, only 27 people even claim to have done that. So that's a very small club, right? And no one can test or verify any of that stuff. You have to just trust the people claiming to have done it. It's analogous to a bunch of people saying, we saw Bigfoot, we saw the Loch Ness Monster, we saw, you can't prove it.
How would
you just have to believe it.
Just a second. Even claims that the Earth is flat, none of us took as, oh, that's just true just because someone said that. We went and tested it and found out that our previous belief was false.
So we're testing the gold model and make specific predictions. It says, if this, then that, right? And that's how science works, right? You have a model, and then you test it to try and falsify it. And then if you can't falsify it, that's evidence that it's likely true, right? So we go out and we do observations that actually falsify the globe. I've personally done my own observations. I've watched ships sail from Boston Harbor that never disappeared over anything. Right? They're supposed to go over the edge of a ball. I've seen it. Watch the ship go from 6 miles away, sail out to 30 miles. If you look at the globe map, like what does the globe predict to happen? Says that at like 15 miles away, I shouldn't see the ship anymore. But I've seen it 30 miles away with the naked eye. It should be 420 feet under the curve. That's a 42-story building. It's not like it's a little bit. It's like if I can't and the thing is, it isn't like, oh, the ship was sticking up over the curb, because there's no ships that are 42 stories high. They've never built a ship that high, that's that tall. So it can't be that. So like just by the process of elimination, what do you have to eliminate? Can't be the ship, can't be the distance, can't be anything else. It has to be that the gold model is not correct.
So what if, like, I don't know, like if there's like a community like leader, I guess, if there is like who's like if you were to like pool together money, right, and then like one person, like you're the community leader, went to space, like just hypothetically, and he said, oh, it is a globe, how would that affect you personally?
I wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah, that would be a tough one.
Yeah. There's like,
like
so what am I? So what are you saying? That if some other person goes to the so-called region called outer space and looks at the Earth and says he saw a ball, now I'm just gonna go, oh yeah, I'm gonna believe you, and I'm gonna disbelieve my own experience.
That's what I'm like, you're a community leader, like if there is one.
There's no such thing as a community leader, and it wouldn't matter, because that's an appeal to authority. The basis of the whole premise is a logical fallacy. Okay, if community leader does X, therefore X is true. No, that's not how it works.
How do the words of one man change the results of thousands of experiments and measurements?
In the experience of everybody on Earth that's ever lived. You understand that everybody on Earth that's ever lived has never perceived living on a ball. You've never gone outside and been like, man, this looks like a giant ball. You're never like, man, it really feels like I'm spinning. Like, nobody's ever done that. Okay? So you like, if you're like, oh, I'm going to go by the anecdotal experience. What about them?
We're going to the sky again?
Yeah, I mean, we can go back there, but Earth isn't in the sky. See, this is part of the mental conditioning, right? So this is part of the mental conditioning, that somehow you can determine what the Earth is by looking away from the Earth. Think about that for a second. That's like trying to figure out what's wrong with your house by looking at your neighbor's house.
Well, I've done that where they got this similar house, and I was like, dude, how did you do that plumbing again?
Well, it's like how some species evolve the same way, like, and they have similar features. Like, so you would expect planets to like mostly be a ball.
Evolution, oh boy.
Well, I mean, body morphology like that whole field of science is getting turned on its head. I mean, this is new so-called science in the last 5 years, but it has nothing to do with like genetics or heredity. So if you go, there's a biologist named Michael Levin. He's been on Joe Rogan and a bunch of other stuff. He's done experiments which demonstrate that body morphology, meaning the shape of a body of a living creature, is not from the genetic code. It is not hereditary.
What do you mean? Explain.
They don't know where it comes from.
How so?
They don't know where it comes from. They did experiments with
when you say like
body morphology, the shape of a body.
Yeah.
Right? Toes, hooves, tails, heads, that shit. The shape of your body, because you said these
but
species
I believe
look
the results
same, right?
of one man.
It's not a man, it's a team of people. It's a team of people.
So if this entire Discord, if we all went to space, right? And it came up that...
You can't go to a place that doesn't exist. You might as well say if we went to Narnia and saw a talking lion.
Okay, so okay. I didn't have that information before. So
you're begging the question of the thing in question.
Mm-hmm.
You need to prove your globe first, then outer space, before we're going to be able to go there.
Well, how about you?
Okay.
When were you in outer space?
Yeah, how many times have you been to space?
That's my new question in space.
Never. How many people do you know have been to space? That you know personally?
Like I know personally? It's a good question.
It is a good question.
Okay, how about somebody you know personally that knows somebody else personally? Third person. We'll get 2 people removed. And I can do this on and on, right? You're going to have to get like the 5 or 6 people removed till you even know. We're talking in the last 70 years, there's 600 people that claim...
When you say no personally, like just met, or like
you're as far removed as every single person on my country.
Okay. Mm-hmm. In the last 70 years, there's 600 people that claim to have been to space. You know how many people have lived and died in that time period? Probably 90 billion people. Okay, so this small little fraction of people, this small, tiny, infinitesimal, to the frickin' 8th decimal point amount of people, we're going to base our entire view of reality based upon what these very small fraction of people say.
That's crazy, but...
More people claim to have seen Bigfoot than claim to have been to space.
Way more.
More people claim to have seen aliens and the Loch Ness Monster and fairies and ghosts. I mean, you can just name it, right? So
anything.
Yeah, anything.
It's a very, 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 very exceedingly small club of people that are like dictating people's views of existential views of reality, which is like, to me, that's insane.
There's more people catching a wave right now.
That's Catholic. There's more people face planting in the bathtub right now. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably 100,000 of them face planted in the bathtub.
Yeah, and essentially what you're doing is you're appealing to the future. Sometime in the future, maybe we could go to space and see my delusion. But the problem is they've been promising colonies on the moon since 1978. And we have no commercial space travel. We cannot go outside low Earth orbit because they admit they destroyed.
We do have commercial space travel.
No, they destroyed that technology. So-called commercial space travel today is just traveling high up into the air, still below the clouds, not high enough to go even to the ISS, and which is, by the way, considered still to be in low Earth orbit, and they admit they cannot go beyond that.
Because it would be super expensive to go beyond that.
No, because they destroyed all the shielding technology and that would be lethal and kill anyone who tried.
It takes an incredible amount of money to reach escape velocity on Earth and then come back.
It's not that. It's not that. They admit it. I can give you the video from NASA themselves where they tell you that they don't have the shielding technology to be able to go beyond low Earth orbit. It would kill those who tried.
What if I told you this, right? That you can go to Middle Earth if you run around if you spend a bunch of money, run around the world and arrange crystals in a certain way, and that 600 other people have done it before. Would you sit there and spend a boatloads of money to do that?
What's Middle Earth?
Exactly. What is it?
Exactly. Space is Middle Earth, dude. It's a story. It's a fairy tale you saw on TV.
So you're saying we live in a Truman Show?
Well, I wouldn't call it that. I actually don't like that movie. But
there's a lot of truth in that movie. I'll give you that. I mean,
yeah, I guess probably that's why I don't like it. It's a little too much truth.
A little too much, right? Yeah. What's that saying from the movie? Something about your reality is what you perceive it to be. Yeah.
So in your actual experience of life and experience of everyone you've ever met, your family, your friends, your relatives, everyone going back to the dawn of time, they've only experienced the Earth. They've never been anywhere else. But starting 80 years ago, they started telling people, well, we can go outside the Earth. There's an outside out there somewhere that we can go out to. And then we can turn around and we can look back at the Earth and we can see the whole thing.
No.
Just give us millions, billions.
You're crazy.
Yeah, just give us money.
You're crazy. I'm not giving you any money. That's crazy talk.
So, no one had that idea previously. I mean,
right.
The ideas that people had, the only way you're leaving this planet is in a fucking casket. Right?
Right. That's the only way you're getting out of this place, man.
So what do you believe is outside of Earth?
I don't think that question has any actual meaning. There's no outside. Because it goes on the premise that there's something enclosing the Earth, that the Earth is embedded in something that's larger than it, right? Some space, right? There's a space and then Earth that's inside this space. I don't think of it like that. I think there's Earth and then everything is within the Earth. Not as in underground, but within this realm of existence. And that there is no outside. There's no outside you can go to. There's no looking back. There's no astral projection. There's no hookers on Mars. All that shit's fairy tales.
Oh, man. You're killing me.
I mean, I wanted to, you've seen Total Recall, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I want the three-titted hooker.
And the three-titted hooker. I just watched it maybe
That might be kind of useless, though, because I only have 2 arms. So the third boob is going to get lonely.
Yeah, that was a shocking scene. Even now, it still holds its fantasy. It still holds its fantasy.
Okay, so let me just sum this up, right? So on one hand, you have the globe Earth claim and a bunch of stuff on TV and in books and claims and the tradition of somebody's telling another person and then telling another person and then telling another person, everybody just believing it. Nobody has any first-hand personal experience of any of it. And they have to believe in the claims of strangers. And then on the other hand, this is what we say. Go out and test the globe model. Go test their claims. And you're going to go out and find out that what they're saying is a bunch of bullshit. And I know that's it might be hard to believe or hard to swallow, maybe, in light of the last 2 years. Probably not as hard to swallow as it used to be. But you don't have to believe us. We're not asking you to believe anything we say. You can just go out and test it yourself. You don't have to rely on us one iota. You don't have to rely on any other human being. You can just go test it yourself. There's dozens of curve calculators on the internet which will tell you how much curvature there should be, what's the drop of the horizon, what the horizon distance is, what the horizon dip is. All these numbers, you don't even have to know any math. They're all made by Globers, so it isn't our calculator. It isn't like flat Earth math or whatever you would call it, right?
No, it's not that.
And you can just go out and do a test. You just need a large body of water, a mirror, you can just go to the ocean and watch a ship like I did, right? There's a website called marinetraffic.com. You can go on that. It tells you the position of boats. You can go out there and you can observe a boat and draw your own conclusions. right? Or you can just rely on the television set, let them tell you what the fucking universe is all about and why you're here for no particular fucking purpose. You know, you're just a random fucking clump of fucking atoms, right? That was randomly started from nothing, 90 billion years ago. You could go believe in that. I mean, I don't personally care. But if you want to believe in that, to me, it's utter nonsense. It just is. It's just utter nonsense.
Well, I always tell people, man, you gotta go learn the globe, man. Learn what they're telling you about the globe. And everything about it, man. Spin, rotation, circumference, diameter.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, man.
Yeah. And I always bring that up. It's just like, dude, go out, check it out. You live on this supposed globe, man. Go check it out. Let me know what you got.
We don't want to convince you of any new belief. We're not here selling a new religion or a new cosmic view. We just want you to test the world for yourself so you know for yourself. And then you can come to a logical conclusion instead of having to take everything on faith and being lost in that belief system.
And Tanner, man, you got the crazy hiss coming out of your mic, man. I don't know what's up with that. You have a hiss in your microphone.
Yeah, he's on the old Xbox.
No, I'm on Series X.
It's a super hiss, man. I don't know what it is, but check it out. Figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, is it coming in and out?
Yeah. No, it's just like when you speak, you can hear like a background hiss.
Even when you don't.
Oh yeah. True.
Okay, so what it is there's
turn your
noise threshold.
Turn your sensitivity down or up or whatever.
It's not that.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just letting you know that
I can deal with it. I mean, I've dealt with worse.
It's fine. I'm just saying, for down the road, man. If you want better audio, check that hiss out.
Yeah, he's an audio
guy. It's nothing to do with audio. It's just a fan. Like when I go over here, can you hear it?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah, I can tell it's a fan now, though. Like, yeah.
All right, it's a fan.
Discord just has different audio to Xbox, so if you were talking to me on an Xbox, you wouldn't be able to hear it.
Okay, cool, man. Well, welcome to the server, man. Welcome to Earth. That's where you live, and you can check it out, man. Don't believe us. Thanks for dropping in, though, man.
Yeah. So I mean, like everyone in here, we used to think the Earth was a globe. We used to be all into space stuff. I mean, I still watch space stuff. I mean, but to me, now I look at it properly, right? There's no possibility this is ever going to happen. It's fiction. The same way that there's no possibility that I'm going to Narnia or Mordor or any of those places, right? Like, they're just fantasy places. They're works of fiction.
It becomes a comedic fiction because the more you understand physics and the more you understand the contradictions within their claims, the funnier it gets.
Yeah, so I mean, almost all flat earthers thought flat Earth was ridiculous and tried to debunk it, right? They tried to debunk the flat Earth. And to debunk the flat Earth, you got to learn what the globe model is. And most people, they don't know it at all, at all. They don't even know why they believe it. They don't know what the radius is. They don't know what the circumference is. They don't know how they derive the distance to the planets or the moon or their sizes.
Light. I mean, there's so many little things you need to know about this globe claim that you got to just check it out yourself, man. Don't believe us. Thanks for dropping.
Let me tell you something. I've debated probably thousands of people in this Discord, Globers, of all education
levels. This was a debate.
I
was just coming here on the middle of the line.
No, I'm not. I'm just giving. I'm not saying we're debating. I'm just telling you something.
You always have to debate on the other side.
From PhD level down to ninth graders. That whole range. PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, all the way down to. And do you want to know how I win every debate? And I'm not kidding. Win every debate. I just ask for their evidence. That's all I have to do. All I have to do is go, what's the evidence for that? And it's over. And it's literally over at that point because they don't have any evidence.
I got calculations.
They got calculations. They got stories. They got freaking
fallacies.
Fallacies. Witnesses, right?
Witnesses. We got a bunch of smart people.
So the Coriolis, I always use this as an example, the Coriolis effect, right? It's supposed to be when you shoot a gun, there's a Coriolis effect that the Earth rotates out from underneath the bullet. Go, okay, what's the evidence for this? Nothing. There's no experiments. There's no demonstrations. There's nothing.
Crickets.
It's a bunch of equations on a piece of paper that a bullet should do this if the Earth was spinning. But when you actually look for the evidence to support that idea, it doesn't exist. Doesn't exist in any form anywhere.
I watched a guy shoot a .50 caliber straight up, and then he ran inside of a concrete shed, and the bullet landed right next to the shed, man. Yeah, it took like about a minute, man, for that thing to come back down too.
Yeah, there's one of those on YouTube where he shoots a 50 cal straight up and fucking.
It takes a while to go back, but it does come right back. And they were running.
Well, of course.
Okay, let's get the hell out of here.
People can't even prove simple things like, okay, prove the Earth is rotating.
Well, it's like if you everything like what comes up has to come down. Like, because a bullet can't reach escape velocity.
Okay, that wasn't the point of the experiment. We were talking about Coriolis effect.
When does helium come down?
When does helium come down? When it's exhausted its gas properties inside of a container?
See, I'm
so
not a
when you say
science major.
escape, when you say reach escape velocity, do you even know what you're saying?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know
what the equation for escape velocity?
I do.
The velocity.
Could you remind me?
I'm gonna tell you. So the equation is what the equation means. Okay, equation is the velocity it takes to escape to infinity. To infinity, not just like off the surface of the Earth, but to infinity.
Where does the infinity come from?
What do you mean?
Where does it? Like, how does that?
That's because you have to be going a certain velocity to reach some distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, given the gravity of given Newton's universal law of gravitation, there's the mass of two objects, and when does the force exerted by the rocket? When is it greater than the pull of gravity? Right. So when you take off, the gravitational pull is going to slow down your rocket. Right. That's why you have to constantly accelerate. But when you have to accelerate, there's a point where a velocity that you can reach where in any normal period of time, the Earth is not going to suck you back into it. Now imagine a universe where it's just you and the Earth. Right? If you fire the rocket till you reach so-called escape velocity and shut the rocket off, will you get pulled back to the Earth? Eventually. Because you're going to track the Earth, and the Earth is going to track you. So eventually, you're just going to keep slowing down, and eventually, billions of years, trillions of years, however many years, you'll fall back into the Earth. So they have an equation to figure out how fast you have to go, so that there's no way that basically takes an infinite amount of time for the Earth to pull you back to it. That's the escape velocity to infinity. But the infinity is a distance. But the heliocentric bullshit. Space and time are the same fucking thing, so that doesn't matter. They're just interchangeable. But the so-called escape velocity of the Earth is 27,000 miles per hour or something?
Not sure.
25. 25 will get you there.
But I mean, but the point is, we're talking about mathematics, right? So what's your evidence escape velocity exists even in the first place? Like in reality, in the reality. Look, let me tell you some facts. Nobody's ever observed an orbit. No one's ever observed the Earth rotating, causing day and night. So these things, like these are ideas, these are concepts in our heads, but no one's actually ever observed this.
That's true.
Okay, you could say, "Oh, we watch the orbits of the moons of Jupiter." No, you don't. You see the so-called moons of Jupiter going across the face of the moon, then they disappear. Then sometime later, they go across the face of the moon again, or face of Jupiter again. Then they disappear. You don't actually see an orbit. No one's ever seen an orbit of anything ever.
Yeah, man. We've never seen an orbit. Nobody here's ever been to space. Nobody here's ever checked out the Earth from a vantage point where you can, hey, look, check out the ball, man. Check it out. No, it's never happened. It's never gonna happen.
So the other thing we do is we distinguish knowledge from belief, right? So like we believe things, right? You believe there's orbits, you believe escape velocity is a thing, you believe there's things in space. Like people believe these things, they have no knowledge of these things. So there's a belief in orbits, but there's no knowledge of an orbit, which is a totally different thing, right? So there's a belief the Earth's a globe by, let's say it's, 90% of the population of the world. Probably ain't, but I'll just say that just for ha-has. But nobody knows it. There's only a very small people that claim that knowledge, right? So the people that say they went to the moon claim they have knowledge, have been far enough away from the Earth to see it as a ball. Those small 27 people, those are the only people with the so-called knowledge that there's a ball. Everybody else are just believers. Everybody. Your teachers, professors, people that work on satellites. We've had some in here. Had a guy worked on satellite, thinks he smashed the satellite into a comet and flew it back to Earth. He's a real guy. He worked at NASA. I looked his shit up. He exists. But when I asked him, how do you know where the satellite is? He says, they tell us. Who's they? Who tells you where it is? Oh, the NASA Deep Space Network tells us where it is. So you don't know where it is. You get something on your screen that says, yeah, it's here. It's facing this way. It's oriented that way. It's going this speed and it's this far away.
Well, isn't that the same thing with the ship website
that
you were talking about?
Sorry, I want to just...
Yeah, but I can also see the ship, right? I can see the ship.
Yeah, but you can see the satellite as well.
No, you can't. Satellites are way too small to see with a telescope.
Like if you had binoculars. Or not binoculars. I just, had a brain there and playing cruise mode trying to focus on two different things.
Telescope.
Yes.
They're too small to see.
The ISS, supposedly, it should be big enough to see.
Yeah.
But that has problems because it's too big.
Yeah. There's many problems with it.
The ISS is like 5 times too big or something like that for its elevation and size.
Yep.
Because the observation I just told you about, seeing 275 miles, that's like the orbit of the ISS. What can you see from 275 miles? It's so far away, you can barely see a 12,000-foot mountain. But you think you can see a 300-foot frickin' tin can the same distance away? Think about it, dude.
It's kind of
that's so. Hold on, let me say one more thing. Think about this. We can go into reality and test this shit, and then compare it to what they show us, and nothing matches up. It's really that simple.
Yeah, let me give you a physical example. Like if you take a piece of hair from your head and you look at it real close, you can see it. But the further away you move it, eventually it becomes indiscernible. And then even if you got a telescope, the further away you move it, eventually it becomes indiscernible.
Reality is right in front of you. You can go check it out, man. Don't believe us. I don't know if you live near the ocean or whatever, mountains, deserts. Yeah, you can check it out. Reality.
I can't right now.
Excuse me?
I can't right now.
No, not right this minute. No. But tomorrow, next day, this weekend, whatever.
Yeah, the Earth ain't going nowhere, man. It's really not a hurry.
Yeah, the Earth's just sitting there, man. Just sitting there nice and still for you to go check out.
Have you ever tried like looking at the other side? Like
we were already on the other side.
No, well, no, like well, you're not now.
Did we drill a hole?
Yeah, we're not now because all the other side was false.
Well, yeah. But like, whenever you're like people that debate, if you like really want to be good at debates, right? I'm not. Me personally, I'm not. I'm never good at debates.
Me either,
like,
man. That's not my wheelhouse either, man. For sure.
Look, if you hung around here, you'd find out that just about every flat earther on this Discord knows the globe model better than the people that come and defend the globe.
100%.
Yeah,
we know it inside out, upside down, backwards.
That's why Flat Earth Dude said you should learn the globe model, because the more you learn about it, like when you really understand what it is, you're like, this is a bunch of horse shit.
This is crazy talk shit, man.
Because the claims get more and more absurd the deeper you dig.
Yeah,
do you know how fast?
So how did you get into the flat Earth?
Just a second before we answer.
Go ahead, Trace.
But the deeper you dig, the more contradictory it becomes because it's more compartmentalized in different fields. So you end up with the extremes of each field contradicting each other, but they're all accepted as the holy truth as a whole.
The high scientist minds of the world have set the parameters of what we can go out and check in reality. I mean, we can measure it. We can, go out, check out water, how it behaves. Water's cool. Because last time I checked, man, it doesn't stick to a ball, man.
Water just makes up like whatever it's in.
It does definitely go level 100% every time. I mean, it'll fill the container. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll give you a globe absurdity. In the globe model, level is curved.
No, get out of here. Did they?
Yeah.
Yep. Also, in the globe model, a plumb line is also curved.
Oh my goodness.
So I came up with this 2 days ago. It's pretty funny. So now when you level a building, you're actually making it curved. You're not flat.
There you go. Absurdity. So yeah, there's some humor in it. Once you get on the other side, you go, "Oh my goodness, those people are saying the universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second." Well, my question is, what is it expanding into? Got any evidence for that? I didn't think so. Okay.
Metaspace. It's expanding into metaspace, and then we just keep adding like, what's that space? And that space expanding too, right? So then we have metaspace, and it's metaspace all the way down from there.
Yeah, but then you get astrophysicists saying, like Eric Lerner from the Lawrenceville plasma physics, saying the universe is not expanding at all. So you have them.
Where do you guys live by chance?
So you
Southern California.
Have to just take
I'm in SoCal.
Whatever you like.
Yeah. Southern California.
So, have you ever went to a place where there's not as much like light pollution?
Yeah, I do camping out in the desert here. It's called the Mojave. It's kind of big. Check it out.
And like you've looked up at the night sky.
Oh, thousands
without the light pollution.
Yes,
yeah,
thousands of times.
And you're saying like
for me,
like that's not there.
No, those lights are there, baby.
It's there. Why would
the sun's there, the moon's there.
Because you just said like the other planets just don't exist.
Well, no one said that at all.
Your ideas,
they're not what. Listen, there's a story on what they are. Like you have this story. Oh, the planets are spheres. There's actually no evidence for that.
Yeah, you have a story that says the spheres are this big, they're like this, and these are spheres, and they're this
they're
far
rocks.
away.
You can land a robot on it.
Yeah, they have all these stories that you believe, and when you look at the stars, you interpret what you see through these stories.
They're just stories, man. It's just like, Harry Potter. It's no different, man. It's just a story, bro.
So think about it like this, man. So what you basically just did is You pulled up, you're like, my car's a Honda. I'm like, no, that's a Ford. And you're like, so what do you say, my car's fake?
I don't understand the comparison.
It's an interesting analogy, man.
Because we said there's stories about the stars and the planets are wrong, and you interpreted it as us saying they're fake or that they don't exist.
Well, when you said they're wrong, I just quite didn't understand what you were meaning, so I just assumed you were saying they don't exist.
We
all
can see
the
them.
same things, bro.
We all see the same lights,
things, but the globe just doesn't fit the things everyone.
So I'll give you a story. So that when you look up in the night sky with no light pollution and you see that rift, right, where it seems like there's a bunch of shit all in the middle. What do you think that is? The stars. When you look up at the stars and you see.
You ever seen the Milky Way? Let me ask you that first, man.
Yeah, the Milky Way. Right? Where there's a bunch of stars in the middle?
There's like this big band
not
of
personally.
lights. It's a big band of lights, man. It covers about, what, like
You're talking about
2/3?
going outside the light pollution. You've never seen that?
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I've been out there, man.
You're asking us about things you've never observed.
Correct.
Yes, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, you can't.
I'm not old enough to go anywhere I please, so that is my bad.
Okay, that's okay, man.
Can't go outside?
No, there's too much light pollution here.
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. I've seen guys with Canon cameras, man. They got a setting in there, man. You can tweak it, and you can, do a time lapse of the sky, and you can see the Milky Way. Even with, he did it in Los Angeles, for fuck's sake, man. I was like, holy shit! The guy got the Milky Way.
Well, it's bringing it up because that's actually not the Milky Way anymore.
Yeah, that's what I would have.
What? Oh,
no, it's not the Milky Way anymore. Now it's the Milky Way swallowing up a dwarf galaxy, and that's the gas.
Yeah, you're seeing the other galaxy that's being swallowed up there.
No.
The Milky Way is not there, according to.
You're seeing the Galaxy S21 Ultra.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, wow, they don't call it the Milky Way anymore.
So there's an example, like
changing, bro. You got to keep up.
Well, so that's what I was saying it to illustrate a point, right? So there's a story, and there's a story that band that we saw in the sky was the Milky Way, and they've been telling that story for about 200 fucking years.
Right.
Hey, there's no use crying over spilt Milky Ways, bro.
Yeah, and now that story has changed. And just because the story has changed doesn't mean that we don't all observe the same thing, or that the original story was correct, or even that this story is correct, because it's probably not either. So, this is where we're at. We're at there's a bunch of people, they're spinning yarns.
There's a bunch of people telling stories, and we're like, wait a minute, man. What evidence you got for that story, bro? What do you got? I appreciate it. Thanks.
Bunch of Baron von Munchausen's, man. That's all they are.
Von Munchausen, yeah.
Baron von Carpet Muncher, homie.
Hey, Tanner, let me ask you, man. You ever seen the movie Back to the Future? Wasn't there a guy?
I have, but it was a little long. It was a long while ago.
Yeah, okay, cool, man.
Hey, Tanner, you ever seen Black Swan, man, on weed?
I haven't, no.
He's on Xbox. He can't see the chat.
Latter-day Saints, man.
What up, G?
What's up, dude, man? I'm like, dude, I know that. Dude.
No, weed's illegal where I'm from.
That sucks to be you, bro.
All right, I told you
I'm okay with it. I don't really like, taking stuff that puts me out of my own mind.
Yeah, don't do that, man.
Yeah, I know you don't want to do that.
Take in some Globe, man, and you'll be fine. Take some
Globe's the best quality Globe you could ever
rules, dude, man. You got to get some Globe, bro. Globe is.
If you want to get really fucked up, take some Globe, man.
Dude, you guys want to rock the world? You got to get some Globe, bro.
Nah, NASA space crack is the best.
Wait. I tried that NASA space crack, but the 2022 strain wasn't that good. Yeah. It was weak. But hey, they're stepping up their game this year, man. I heard 2023, man. They launch rockets every other day now. I don't know if you guys noticed, but
I find it odd you just said I don't like shit that puts me out of my mind. Right?
Right?
But you believe in the globe, which is completely a mental construct.
How is it a mental construct?
Because you've never experienced it.
You've never experienced the globe, period.
So, like, when you think of Earth, right, you're not going based upon a memory or, like, what you're observing. You have to go into your imagination. Because you're either going to experience a thing, right? You're going to remember a thing, or you're going to imagine a thing. You only got three choices.
I like
so.
Remember,
Since it can't be the first two, it has to be the third one.
He could remember an animation, which is pretty.
Or a horse. Have you ever?
Yeah, you can remember someone else's imagination.
I love the analogy of a horse, man. If I told you, hey, man, horses are real, and you're like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. And I'd be like, now if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you be like, hey, man, 100%, that's a horse, right? You get there's 100% comparison.
I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
Versus, dude, you've never seen the globe with your own two eyes, okay? That's my point. You've never
Even though I walk on the Earth?
You walk on
you only
Earth, no
experience
shit.
It's not a globe.
You only experience a flat, stationary Earth. That's your local experience. Even a physicist will agree that the Earth appears locally flat and stationary, and they extrapolate that it's actually moving and that it's actually curving.
Like if you have like a ball, like just a ball, you know, like a circular ball,
like a baseball,
and then
soccer ball, a golf ball,
anything to that, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you let's say it's just huge, like humongous, right? It takes up the entire state of California.
A ball too big to see. Yes, we know.
It takes the entire state of California. It's still a ball, right? It's still a ball. And then, so you go to California where the ball's at, and and then you look at the surface of the ball, like where you're at, and you can't tell that it's a ball, looking like that. It'll look flat, and you put your hand there.
Sorry. Your premise is pretty flawed. If that ball was just the side of that state, you would actually be able to discern that it's obviously a ball.
No, you're at the ball. You drive up to the ball.
You made the ball too small, my friend. The ball that we're looking at is actually a radius of 3,959 miles, and we have used that ball, not your tiny little ball that doesn't exist in reality.
It was a hypothetical.
Neither does the other ball.
You know. So, do you know
we understand your argument that we're on a ball that's too big to see, right?
No, I'm just saying you can't discern the curves by just looking straight at it. It'll look flat.
You can.
That's level, right. Man. Even if we take that as true, so what's the evidence of the ball that it looks so flat? I mean,
no, when you're close up, it's going to look flat because you're looking at just one thing. You're right on the ball. You can't see everything. You can't see the whole ball because you're right at it. You only see that, and you can feel it too, but it feels flat because it's so big.
Yeah. So have you ever been far enough away where you saw a ball? Have you ever seen the Earth as a ball? Have you been? It's your constraint, right? If you're too close, you can't see it as a ball. But if you go far away, you can't see it. Have you ever been far enough away where you see it as a ball?
I haven't. No.
Okay.
Nope, of course.
So, like I said, it's in your imagination. It's not, dude. It's not an experience that you've had. You can conceptualize and imagine a situation in which the Earth that you're walking around on would transform magically into a ball, that if you were far enough away from it, yeah, you can construct that idea in your head. But that's just a mental construction. It's not reality.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Hello? There's no one here. This is a rare sight to see. There's like no one online. That's crazy. All right. I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna sing God Bless America, or no, I'm gonna sing the Star Spangled Banner. Okay, ready guys? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave truth through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave? Amazing. Geopolitically, we in the field. Is it real? Geopolitically, we in the field. Is it real? We out here. Gibson is that year. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Geopolitically, we in the field. Is it real? Geopolitically, we in the field.
Dang.
I don't know. I haven't actually looked into. I knew it was just nonsense.
Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about it here. I guess like there was a conversation going on, so I'm not trying to interrupt that. I just like put it in the chat to see if anyone else wanted to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Was it a coefficient, the K value? Is that
Well, I mean, we can talk about that if you want. When I said the modus tollens argument, I actually meant the logical syllogism, right? The actual logic of the argument, as opposed to the observation of the black swan that you talk about sometimes. Like, does anyone have an interest in the logic that goes on? Yeah, that's actually the modus tollens argument that he's talking about.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty.
You know, like the I think it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Like the logic that goes on.
That's not modus tollens.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
No.
That's modus tollens.
No, it's not.
It is.
It is Helio.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so does anyone want to talk about that? Or if they don't, it's not a big deal. Like, I'm not trying to force it on anyone.
Well, are you like are you challenging what the application to the black swan?
Yeah.
Okay, can you want to specify your point so we can then we'll.
Sure. So my criticism is basically that I'll just explain it briefly. So like everyone, I'm not expecting everyone to have like, you know, a background in this. Like I don't have a background in either. So I'm not expecting everyone to like automatically understand what I'm saying. So, you know, it's fine to challenge me back. Like I'm totally comfortable with that. But I'm just gonna give like a quick overview, okay, of the argument as he puts it. So it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay. His formulation of the argument, I'll paste it in the chat so you can read it as well, is that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, that's the P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, and that last equation is how you ascertain the distance to the geometric horizon. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first premise. That's a conditional premise. Okay? The Earth is a sphere part is the antecedent, and then the every horizon distance measurement part, that's the consequent. Okay? The consequent is the part I have a problem with, but I'll finish the syllogism first. Okay?
Go for it.
The second premise is the negation of Q, all right? And that is we have a horizon distance measurement that is greater than 9.4 miles, aka the black swan observation, okay?
Yep.
So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3,959 miles. The black swan observation contradicts the Q, which is this position that we apparently take, that all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon. Okay. Now, my criticism.
So is your. Oh, go ahead.
Can I just finish off? Like, so I'm really close to finishing right now.
I'm sorry, brother.
No worries. No. So my criticism is that the attribution of the Q to us, which is that we believe all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon, is actually a false attribution. It's a straw man. We don't actually take that position. And I can back that up by telling you why. Because
let's go.
For us to take that position, we would have to assume that there's no atmosphere on the Earth.
No,
right?
no,
Because
no.
that's the only conditions in which there would be no refraction in the atmosphere.
You're conflating geometric and apparent, bro. So yeah, his logic is.
Hey, wait, hold on. Did you finish? Did you finish your point?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. That's okay. You can give me your responses now.
All right, good. Go ahead.
My response is that you're conflating geometric and apparent because you just now invoked refraction. The argument is that the physical geometric horizon must fall within those parameters. It's the physicality of the geometric horizon, the land itself. For you to invoke refraction, thus the apparent horizon, you are conflating.
Okay, so what I would say is that the importance of my criticism is that for his argument to be valid, we have to hold the positions. Okay, we have to take the position that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. We do take that position. I don't disagree with that. But I do disagree with the idea that we take the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. We do not take that position. That's my whole argument here.
Oh, okay. So what you're
Yeah, yeah.
saying is that the problem is in the every horizon distance part.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was another claim here made where you actually contacted this person that observed this. Did you say that?
No, I don't think so.
So is your claim that the horizon is basically at an optical position? Is that your claim?
No, my
So
my
to
whole-
use the geometric constraints, which are absolute, would be negated by the claim that, well, the horizon is just optical and it's just in an optical position at any given time.
Well, I mean that's an interesting question, right? But
It's the only counter.
well,
exactly.
my position in relation to QE's argument is just this.
That the
he's
horizon
not
is an
attribut-
optical phenomenon.
No,
How
it's just
about,
it's just this, I'll tell you.
hold on. Let's discount QE's argument. How about us, the people that are talking about it now, let's just us talk about it.
Well, that's the thing, because my whole argument is about QE's argument. Like my whole position is about
We're
Modus
quite
Toll's argument.
familiar with the argument. We're probably going to say the same thing.
Yeah, but you're asking me not to talk about the thing I'm trying to talk about.
Answer AI's question.
Okay. My whole criticism of QE's argument is that he's misattributing a position to us that we don't hold, and therefore his negation of that position is not valid because we don't hold it.
Okay, let's
you're not gonna
stop
answer
you
his
right there. Let's
That is
stop
the
you right
answer.
there, though. Your position is irrelevant.
It is relevant because he's trying to
No,
negate it.
it's
If we don't
not.
hold it, and he can't negate it.
It doesn't matter what position you're holding. He's trying to negate the consequences of the nature of the Earth, not your position.
Well, the Modus Tollens argument is very specific. And,
It's not
I work
about a
within the constraints of
position,
that
is it?
argument. Well,
Yeah,
if he's
Is it about a
telling us-
position?
We're talking about geometry, Ben.
Well, the
No,
thing
I'm
is, the way
talking
that it's set
about
up.
principles, like your position that you hold versus the nature of reality itself. He's not arguing against your position. He's arguing against the consequences of the sphere if it's a certain size. So your only counter is not, this is not my position. Your appropriate counter would be, there is no geometric horizon. Therefore, the horizon could be anywhere it damn well pleases.
Why do y'all have
Well,
such a problem
it's-
grasping this? It's so simple. I mean, it's like you're not
I
understanding.
know,
that.
it's just,
can't-
it's math. It's like they claim to be the mathematics experts. It's like, you guys don't understand math. Well, we goddamn definitely do understand math. We understand geometry. We know that the math, the math of Earth, is 24,901. We know where the horizon is supposed to be. It's supposed to be right there.
I have a quick comment to say
When
what
we
like
see
AI
something
says.
that is farther than that, then we know it shouldn't be there. But you guys just make up all kinds of shit. Go ahead.
So like what AI is saying is like, let's put it this way: you have a different position, but another Glover might have a different position. So he's not trying to attribute to any of your guys' position. It's strictly to the geometry of the Earth, of the shape of what you guys claim it is. So you guys can all have different positions. Doesn't mean his position has to be aligned to what you believe, because it's irrelevant. It's what the geometry of the Earth's position is.
You know what? In addition to that, Jose, we can actually attribute, whatever the haze or whatever they want to call the freaking atmospheric conditions. We can throw a little more math on it, or if you want to, but
No, he's just not understanding. He's saying every horizon distance measurement. Okay, so what? It's infallible, bro. Like, you're just not understanding.
Do you understand my criticism, just to make sure?
Yeah, I understand your criticism, and
Could you just tell me what it is? I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just trying to figure out. if you get
what you're
I'm
trying to say is that whenever he says every horizon distance is an inaccurate postulation from y'all's position.
What I'm actually saying is that he's arguing that we hold two positions and that they're contradicted by the black swan observation. The first one is that the Earth is a sphere with 3959 miles. I accept that. We hold that position. But we do not hold the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. That part is a swap. It's a straw man.
Y'all
understand
do.
the position because
can
we
you
only
cite
need
that?
one. We only need one. That's why it's called the black swan.
No, yeah.
That's why we only need
If we hold that
one.
position, could you cite where we say that?
There's a category error. He's not arguing.
It's where the horizon distance comes from. That figure comes from any nautical manual.
But that's only the geometric horizon, right?
That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, but then we don't claim every horizon is equal to the geometric horizon.
Now, how
That's
about
not what it says.
one? How
That
about
is what
one?
it says.
It says
Yeah, it
every
says-
horizon distance measurement.
Yes,
means
can be no
physical,
greater.
The physical geometric horizon is.
No, but that's not what he means by
confinements.
horizon. That's not what he means by
you
horizon.
know what you know what you know.
Yeah,
what
because
it means.
he doesn't mean geometric horizon when he says horizon. Or does someone else want to disagree with me on that?
That is what he's talking
Everyone
about.
besides you agrees on that, as far as I
Okay,
can
so say
tell.
he does mean geometric horizon then. Okay, then in what sense does an observation of the black swan contradict the position that every geometric horizon cannot be greater than the geometric horizon? That's a tautology in any case, but how does a black swan observation contradict that? That's why I don't think he's saying geometric horizon. I think he means horizon in the sense that we mean apparent horizon.
Tautology. I mean, did you say tautology?
It's a tautology if he's just saying the same thing. If he's saying every geometric horizon distance measurement can be no more than the horizon geometric horizon distance
How
measurement,
many
that's a tautology.
geometric horizons are you describing here, bro? Tautology? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, if you don't know, maybe let someone else respond to me.
Yeah.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up. My bad.
You're misstating his argument for one. Okay, it says cannot be greater than.
Yeah, that's fine. Correct. I take that correct.
Must be no more than every horizon distance measurement.
Yeah.
Must be no more than 1.225 square root of observer's height in feet.
When he says horizon,
And it
do you
says
take that as being geometric or apparent?
horizon. It says geometric horizon right in it. It's
It
in
doesn't.
pink. It's in pink, dude.
Yes, it
I'm
does.
looking at it right now.
Could you post it to the chat? 'Cause I'm working on a different definition. This is the syllogism, right?
Yes.
I'm taking mine from a quote that he gave me in the chat.
Right. Do you think syllogism will win the argument when it comes to the ultimate shape of the earth?
Okay, I accept what you're saying there with the geometric horizon part, but that comes afterwards. I'm not talking about that's just him reiterating what the equation means. I accept that part. He says horizon before that, where he says then every horizon
measurement.
Yeah, but that horizon bit, that's the bit we're questioning what he means by that.
The geometry of the Earth, bro.
Okay,
That's
hold
the
on.
Geometric
He was the one
horizon.
that
If he
mentioned
was here,
geometric
that's what
there.
he would say. The geometric horizon. That's what he's talking about.
So when he says horizon the first time, he's talking about geometric.
Both times, yes.
And our whole side knows that.
Okay, so
But I thought when you say horizon, you don't mean geometric horizon. You mean
we know the horizon.
what we would call the apparent horizon.
There's no such thing.
Oh my goodness, bro.
in the gold model, there's 5 horizons. So which one do you mean?
Well, it's not up to me. It's up to QE. It's irrelevant what I think. I'm going based off what I think he thinks. And I thought horizon would have meant apparent because he specifies geometric afterwards, after the second part of the calculation, which is obviously referring to the geometric horizon. So he's saying here.
Yeah.
So he's saying here that every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. Is that what you're saying he's saying?
Yes.
That's a tautology then, isn't it?
No,
because it's got parentheses around geometric.
Oh my goodness.
Do you see the semicolon?
Hey, can you type tautology in the chat? Because when I look it up,
no, this is called sophistry. Okay, that's what you're doing.
this is
Sophistry.
it says needless repetition of an idea, especially in words other than those of the immediate context, without imparting additional force or clearness, as in widow woman.
And it does provide additional clarification. So that doesn't fit those confinements or parameters. It doesn't.
Okay, well, freaking show me where it makes any sense at all.
Enio, stop screwing over people.
Yeah, you keep using the word tautology, right? And he just read the
Tautology.
definition. Okay, yeah, he just read
I
the
don't want to use tautology anymore. So,
well, no, what I'm saying is it doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work because you're saying that it's a redundant.
He's partially correct.
Well, it's just a clarification, right? In the definition, it says without adding additional.
Just let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Okay, we all know it's not possible to see the quote-unquote geometric horizon. So the model predicts that it would be in a certain place. So if you actually measured it physically, it should be there. So it is kind of a tautology, but the error of the tautology is on the globe side, not the flat Earth side. Because the globe Earth side will say the geometric horizon is exactly where it needs to be. But you could never see it.
okay, so let's say that's the case, and I think it is the case for the most part, right? You can never actually see the geometric horizon, okay? In what sense does this black swan observation disprove the existence of a geometric horizon?
Well, for 5 years, all we've heard is that we do see it. So now, just to stake your claim, you're saying you never see
it's listen. He's trying to prove that the geometric horizon does not match the prediction.
Well, what's the prediction?
No more than 1.225 the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Right, but we don't claim that the horizon that you see is the geometric horizon.
Now that it's been dismantled, you don't claim that.
Well, we've never claimed that. That's why there's a term called the apparent horizon that differs from the geometric horizon.
I've heard myself over 100 times.
Okay,
that both
so to
disappear
find
over
where the apparent horizon is, do you need to use the geometric horizon?
I think you would, and you would also apply
You cannot do any
refraction
curve.
calculations to it.
Listen, you can't do any calculations without calculating that horizon first. That is going to be the first order of business.
Sure.
So if you cannot locate that point, that place, then the rest is just gobbledygook.
Yeah, this used to be the question,
Which
right?
is the point. The point is to show that the idea of using a curve calculator or saying this thing is over the horizon, under the horizon, it's just, I think the point of this is more to show the fallaciousness of using the curve calculator or apparent behind the curve, ships over the horizon, masts being visible before the bottoms of the hull is a bunch of baloney. Okay.
If the Earth was a globe, we would see the ships disappear bottom first. If the Earth was a globe, we would see the sunset over the horizon. All this kind of stuff. So
Copernicus even says this in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. Okay, so you can't just bail on this as if it. Now we're not saying any geometric horizon. We're saying that didn't exist, but Copernicus himself said it. And uses this as evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Sure.
You can't use it that this is evidence that Earth is a globe for 400 years and just say, "Oh, we didn't mean that."
Because the P900 came out.
So is that the position of like say AI? I see you lighting up as well. Is it your position that when he says every horizon distance measurement, he means geometric horizon?
Yes.
I know that's your position, Indio, but AI, is that your position too?
Look, you're trying to get it to a point where the geometric horizon is always going to be where it's going to be, but you can never see it, which you don't realize that you're actually conceding that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, not...
Yeah, it's 24
But is that your position too? Is that your reading of this syllogism, AI? That when he says every horizon, he means every geometric horizon.
There's only one horizon, bro.
Is that the geometric horizon?
No. What is the definition of the word horizon?
Well, are we going based on the National Geographic definition or the Andrew Young subject matter expert definition? Because they're two different.
What the actual horizon is? Okay, I'll put it to you like this. If you're going to point to a horizon in a photograph, in a video, in the real life, what are you going to be pointing at?
It would be the line where the sky appears to meet the land.
Bingo, we have a winner.
Welcome to
But
Flat
then
Earth.
but then, like many subjects, you find more technical definitions when you go a little deeper. And then if you go a little deeper, you'll find that there's 3 definitions. So are we to just reject that?
No, bro. If you're gonna point to me a horizon, what are you going to be pointing at?
Yeah, but there are colloquial definitions for many terms that have a more
If you're
technical
going to
definition.
point at a horizon
I
in
already
a
answered.
photo, in a
I already
video,
answered.
right? Bingo.
So
So you already answered the question.
So we are going to ignore the more technical definitions then. Why?
Present them, man.
We're already accepting that they don't matter, so why bother? I mean,
But they're irrelevant to this. Okay, so the astronomical horizon is irrelevant to this. So are you saying
to be
that ships
apparent in
go?
the geometric, aren't?
Listen, are you saying that ships go over the astronomical horizon?
No, I'm not.
Okay, how about the what do they call it? What do they call it in sailing? The artificial horizon. Do ships go over the artificial horizon?
I think ships go over the
Wow, that was not as hard as I thought. Thanks, AI. And of course, I got you. I won't do that, of course. How is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord doing tonight? Today?
Quiet.
Yeah, it is pretty quiet in here. I kind of did some investigative work earlier. So I'm just tired of listening to debates. I just want to be the person debating Flat Earth, which it's not really a debate. And I could display that pretty easily if it were me in the seat instead of someone else. And I know I didn't provide any context to what I just said, but I was listening. I was listening to Zerka and that Air Force guy.
Yeah,
And I got
watched that.
sick and tired of that one. So
It was
I
pretty
went and
rough,
watched.
yeah.
I went and watched Flatzoids and Jim's. I guess modern day debate.
Yep,
with
just the other night. Yep.
Yeah, and Jim's opener was awesome, dude. I loved it.
In your fairy tale. That's what he always says.
He is perfect. He was a perfect person to debate with Flatzoid. I loved it. I could see Flatzoid over there just like, yeah, okay. I like what he's saying.
So what were you researching? Just the debates?
Just kind of investigating. I even kind of looked into other platforms here on Discord just to see what kind of things were being tossed around after FED's thing today. I was seeing what Brian was going to say because I knew he
Do
was
you
going
mean
to go.
QE's episode today?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I knew he was going to say something, and it was funny to hear him waffle on about how he just how he performed and like how he took his performance and graded it himself.
Who?
Do you mean Brian?
Yeah, Brian. Not our
because
Brian.
you totally said Bob.
No, I said
No,
Brian.
she said Brian.
I just have
Oh, yeah?
a southern accent.
You
And
sure about it?
Brian. Yeah, Brian.
Wind it back.
Dude, you just said you had a southern accent, so nothing you say can be trusted.
That's something right there. I'm lonely, guys. My husband's in Vegas, and you know what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
So did you like pop in on Earth Awakenings when Bob was there? Shit.
I kind of listened back to the.
No, I didn't. Thanks a lot, AI.
You were on there, actually, Blind Spot.
Yeah, no, I heard the same thing. That's why I was curious. Yeah.
Yeah, I listened to the YouTube live stream just quickly. I wasn't on there very long because I just can't. I just can't. Just wanted to see if he did say anything. I don't know. I was
He
curious.
did. No, he did. He did mention to Witsit while he was on there that he came to Witsit's defense and did the best he could, and yada yada yada. So
I think he threw Whitson under the bus at some points, actually.
I was
He
working,
was
so I didn't
getting.
get to hear all of QE's show. So I still need to go back and listen to it. But I heard, I guess Brian. I don't even know who he is. I don't know. I don't even know these people. But I heard him kind of mention to Witsit
Effie
that
Test. Yeah.
yeah, he was
It's
coming to
funny.
Witsit's defense. So.
He did come to Witsit's defense, but he also threw Witsit under the bus. So it's pretty funny that he said that he defended him when he actually threw him under the bus because he had to. He had no other option but to.
Well,
because
the part that I listened to, sorry to interrupt you, Flatsy. The part I listened to, I was at work and I put it on for a little bit, but I heard Adam and Brian and QE just really point out, like, dude, you got to listen. Like he says point A, right? And then he contradicts himself in point B. And like Brian just could not admit that. He just wouldn't even go there to realize or to admit the contradiction.
Well, he
I
was
thought that
saying
was
that they were
interesting.
constructs that they were all going by, and that, or not constructs. Was it constructs? He was saying conventions. That was it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He was saying that they were going by different conventions, and clearly, that's not what one side is doing. So I don't know about the other either. I'm not saying that either of them are. They're. Yeah, one side is very contradicting, and the other side is. This is what is said. This is what we can prove. If you're going to make a claim in here, you better come with the proof. That's all they ask.
Yeah.
They're not trying to just discard anybody that goes against what they say. They'd rather you challenge them, come in with a claim and back it up. That's all. That's all. And nobody can seem to do that. They double speak or they come at it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
100%. Yeah. No, I agree. And that's what I appreciate, when I first came into this kind of space and found FED initially and still listen to this day when Nathan's computer's working. I just appreciate that approach, which is bring a claim, but then back it up, period. I mean, at the end of the day, why would you want anything else, right? Like
It just seems like the best route to go. You're not trying to just discredit anything and everything. You're trying to get to the bottom of everything. If somebody's gonna, we're okay with being at the axiom. We don't have to deviate from the axiom just to, I don't know, to establish some sort of reasoning for something that we don't need a reason for. We can just all experience it, observe it. It is what it is. I think that's the main problem today. I said in the chat today, because I was in Ballbusters just listening in. I was like, it's official. It's time for flat earthers to get some. Because we've been locking arms on this whole subject for quite a while. It's time to start holding each other accountable and challenging each other, especially since now it seems like flat earthers want to go out on a limb to explain something that they don't have any evidence for.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like it's definitely not the best way to go, because we are in this mess with the globe Earth because it wasn't challenged correctly when it was presented, or who knows. I can't go back in time and know what was going on and be able to make better decisions or something. It's not like that. But yeah, we have to hold ourselves to a certain standard.
the exact same standard. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we
100%
can't
agree.
deviate. Yeah, we can't deviate from that standard either. We can't go against the standard that we hold the globe earthers that come in here, or the globe paradigm. We hold all of the evidence presented to a certain standard. So anybody that's on the flat earth side that's trying to go above and beyond will also be held to that standard. And I mean, that's fair. Hey, I really like your name over there on FED. Pretty funny. The art of interrupting.
I
Yeah.
thought he was AI Overlord. He has so many names.
He let him defend himself. I don't know who gave him that name, the art of interrupting, but it was great.
What's it a name? A rose by any other name would still smell as just as sweet.
It's so romantic of you to be an AI.
Right. Oh, at this rate, I'll pass my Turing test in no time.
We've got a couple of people in here that I haven't seen before. Oh,
Get him,
flat
Flatsy.
earth.
Get him.
Oh yeah. Well, Kabbalah Science is a flat earther. Welcome. I don't know if I've ever met you before, but nice to see you in here. Oh, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Wilf or Wilf at the bottom. No rolls. Never mind. God Rockin'. Good to see you in here. You weren't in here until Good to see you in here, buddy.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just joined in for a minute. I just been kind of listening. It's real quiet. It's been real quiet for the last couple hours. I keep checking back to see if more people show up, but there's a few now. I mean, there was like half this many.
I think
But
that I think that FED stayed on for a long time for Nathan and his computer problems and his live stream. So they kind of stole the show. I was over there for a while. I had to go grocery shopping though, so had to get off there and I checked back in,
We
but
had two extra shows.
yeah, that they stole the show tonight. Blood's thicker.
I was wondering where everyone was. Yeah. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, they were all over there in FED. Good to see you, Blood's thicker. Ooh, Effie Batman from Australia. Good to see you too. Just giving a shout out. AI and Blind Spot also. Shout out to you guys for being in here, talking to me. Appreciate it.
Well, I've been relegated to hanging out in like Lober discords because it was so quiet over here, and that was painful. So I'm glad you're here, Flatsy.
Yeah, because if it wasn't for you guys popping in here, you and AI are the reason why I popped in. I knew that the bot was playing, and I just figured maybe I'd give it a shot to maybe text in the voice text and see if anybody was responding. And I gained bot control, so that's pretty cool.
There you go. You've been promoted.
Promoted. It's funny because when I got Lobby Squad, right after that I got the Cogdis VIP. So now I have a bunch of channels that I can go in and like kind of help out, and I like doing that when I have the opportunity. It's hard to do it with a 4-year-old. He may just be one little 4-year-old, but he knows how to not distract me, but like keep me from doing anything on here, and I don't blame him. I mean, I take full advantage of being able to teach him a bunch of stuff and have that kind of opportunity and time with him. Elijah, he just popped in. What's up, buddy?
Oh, excuse me.
What's going on? AI with the excuse me.
Did I fix the feedback?
Man, I cleared my throat super loud, and I thought I was on mute.
You said that did I have feedback? Flat Earth Professor Dude, what's
Oh,
up?
God rocking had feedback.
Checking in. What's going on?
What's going on? Look at it. Okay, it wasn't popping in here earlier, but we're keeping it alive. Look at us.
Look
Get
at
it.
you.
A
Yep.
Katsura.
Sleeping, but I popped in there just to see what was up. Eh, Hey, nothing is a coincidence. You never know.
What's up with where's Hulk? What's it?
I tried to pronounce it earlier too. It's fine.
Well,
Wilsk. Yeah, no rolls. Just kind of
no nothing.
probably just listening in to us talking.
Right
We were just recapping the day. It was a good day on FED. FED pseudoscience versus science, or science versus pseudoscience. Is there really even a battle there? I mean, it's a losing battle for one side for sure.
Uh, I might have a slightly different perspective.
Well, you are very pessimistic today, Elijah. So you just need to pray about it.
I mean, I know what the truth is, and yet I also know what the situation is. You know?
It's a weird situation, right?
I mean, think about it. You know,
Yeah.
I come in here. I've been yelling about how fallacies are important, and I mean, in here, people have they've pushed that to the side as if that isn't one of the most important things to be familiar with. You know, the logic that you use or the lack thereof. Like they just see me as a nuisance for a nuisance that's in between or blocking the path to however the fuck they want to think. And I'm like, yo, I'd love to think as freely as the next guy, but this place has rules. They just don't like rules. They don't like God's laws. They don't. I'll just think however the fuck I want. Fuck logic. All of that shit be damned, I guess.
Yeah, that's the exact same kind of shit that I'm just kind of fed up with. All the fallacies. Just one thing after another, after another, after another. None of it makes any sense.
Yeah.
And they fight tooth and nail. Some of them.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's right.
the amount of flat earthers that aren't in here because they'll say, you know what, we could prove the flat earth if we just did this. And then I'm like, yo, dog, no. And that they'd rather be somewhere else than realize that there wasn't an argument from the beginning. There was just us engaging people that are dragging us further and further away from, you know,
The
what's
truth.
real.
Yeah, the reality of what I agree with you absolutely. It seems like it was such a weird day today to hear, man, to hear some people bring up the thing, to be so um just void of self-awareness.
That was in
It's
here.
no, it wasn't in here. I don't know if it was. It could have been, possibly. I'm
Like,
not
wait a
gonna
minute.
say that it wasn't, but
You don't usually put up with that
No,
shit.
we were on Ball Busters today.
yeah.
QE.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on, right on. I was driving around working, and I heard him going through the scientific method.
Yeah, it was good.
He was reading a whole load of citations,
It was good. I enjoyed it. It was great.
but I had to bounce out, and I didn't even get through it all.
Oh, I caught the kind of beginning of that lady with the elevator Earth.
Oh
Hey
shit!
Timbo, what's up, Timbo?
Elevator.
What's
I want to
happening?
say what's up. I want to say what's up to Timbo because you just talked and I didn't get to like say what's up to you, buddy. But now go ahead.
G'day. G'day, everyone.
What's up,
Yeah.
Timbo?
She was I'd missed I had to switch off when I got to work, but I caught the first 20 minutes of it. When the English guy, sorry, I don't know his name. He was talking to her.
Adam.
She was going around in circles.
Yeah, Adam talked to her first.
Yeah.
Sorry, somebody's got feedback. Adam
Oh,
talked
that's
to
me,
her.
probably.
Yeah, Adam talked to her first, then Brian's logic talked to her. Not Brian's flat Earth test, by the way. Not he kept interrupting and getting muted. But
Yeah.
we had a good. I think it was great. I chimed in a couple of times, but I saw you in there, Timbo. It was good to see
Yeah,
you
I
in
was just
there.
listening. With so many
Me too.
knowledgeable people in there, I'll just sit there and shut up.
Me too. If I say something, it's because I feel like it's a relevant thing to say, hoping to like add to it, not take away or just be redundant. I just wanted to let whoever Johnny was in there when I was speaking up. I was like, dude, you act like nobody understands what you're saying. We all understand it. We're just we're trying to show you how you have no substance of what you're saying. Like
I
nothing.
did. I did
Yeah, he
not.
was
Hey,
making me mad.
this
I,
this Witzel guy, man, Wizzle wants to join the VC. Somebody give him his mic or
Oh yeah, okay.
check
He
him
said he
in.
wants to.
I can go up and check him. I mean, I can interview him if you guys want me to.
I'm happy to.
Do it.
All right.
Right.
If you'll go up to VC check-in 1, I'll meet you up there. I can't
Yeah.
actually give you the perms of VC verified, but I can interview you and then vouch for you if you're good. So come on up
Right.
there with me.
He just joined the VC today, or the server today. But he's been on Discord since 2020. So go. Hey Wes,
yeah.
go up to VC check-in. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Shit. There's a whole house party up there. Go ahead. What were you gonna say, Elijah?
Yeah. Yes. I just feel like there's a difference between like selling a position and then informing someone of an epistemology, and it's like the people that I've chosen to follow throughout the years, like it pretty much just like provide an epistemology that I can use or not use. And then there are these other people that, you know, for some reason do want more than that. When I say epistemology, I mean just like, the approach to the knowledge that we're going to be scrutinizing. Like, for instance, the scientific method is an epistemological approach to the natural world. And, you know, people like seriously get upset about just wanting to stick with that. Like, it's a whole, is that all you want to do? Can't we do more? I mean, why are you getting mad? I'm not stopping anybody from doing whatever more is, but what's wrong with just accepting truth as it is and not giving people some sort of story?
I don't see anything wrong with it. Sounds good to me,
Yeah.
man. I like it. truth will present itself in one way or another. And
Yeah.
whether you accept it or not, that's you want to fight against it. That's okay. I mean, good luck with
So
that.
to the whole point about being pessimistic that Flatsy brought up, it's like I'm not sure I'm being pessimistic. I'm just like observing the landscape, and it's like it's cool that there are a lot of people that want to enter this conversation, and you know flat earth is significant, and those numbers are growing and stuff. But at the same time, I'm not here just because of flat earth. Flat earth is something I've come across, but unilaterally there's so many other things that have been affected, including creation, not just exclusively creation. Like, so what I see is, even though like people can, they're trying to get to these truths, and the government is this and all of that.
Right.
I still see that they're going off into these directions that led us where we are
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can't tell them anything, just like you can't tell, the staunch Globers anything. You can't tell people who don't think that they're still being fooled what to do. They're going to do what they're going to do despite any of your warnings. And it's like, damn, I'm going to have to just enjoy being on my boat while everyone else just goes in the same cycle that they've always gone through, unbeknownst to them. It's a sad thing. It's like, yes, now people know that the earth is flat, but at the same time, these people, I don't know, it's not enough that truth can be known. Like, that's not enough. I mean, the fact that there's a worldwide lie about creation itself, uncovering that is one of the biggest things there is. To realize that majority of the world is deceived, and you've been deceived, but now you can see the truth, is significant. And there are people who don't think that that's enough. I don't get it.
Yeah. That's insanity, man. In my book, like that. What more do you need, man? It's crazy.
How we doing, guys? How we doing?
Good. How'd that go?
No, interview. He didn't, or he didn't talk
He,
to us.
he's
So,
back in the VC here. What the hell?
yeah, we gave him ability to come back, well, he already had the ability to be in VC.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's weird, man. All right. People ask that want to talk, and then they don't want to talk. Okay.
He's in lobby if you want to talk to him.
I'm good. I'm good. We got
Alright.
lied to about creation, Flatsy. Do you think that's a big deal?
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Big
Absolutely.
fucking deal, right? It's a big
I
fucking
feel like it seems like not everybody can just understand that fact. Like they can't comprehend it, understand it, or accept it.
Yep. It's wicked, man.
It's
We're
something.
just here to tell them, hey, you got lied to about where you live and how you got here, man, and all the other shit they came up with. And
It could be the biggest deal.
it's a big fucking deal, man. It might be the biggest. I'm with you.
Arguably, probably the biggest deal of our lives
No
is
doubt
figuring
about
out this truth and whatever will come along with it, because it seems to be like the skeleton key to information. Yeah.
I mean, for me, and I hope for others that this is one of the biggest things. It's just people think that flat Earth is. I know you guys don't think that flat Earth is all there is, But for me, there are other things that are intrinsically linked with it. Like there's flat Earth, and then there are other things that go like with it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's
like
all
the Catholic Church, or yeah, the money system and the bankers. I mean, there's a million things.
yeah, like
Evolution.
Evolution.
Yeah, I mean,
before you came in, I was telling him like because I had brought up that my whole pessimistic feeling or whatever. And I was just saying, I mean, think about how crazy it is that there's a worldwide deception about what the earth is. And then one day, out of all of the people that just accepted what the earth is, based on what their superiors have told them, we have figured out or have seen the truth for what it is. And I'm like, damn, for me, that was more than enough. The fact that it's a worldwide, like it's the biggest TV show on earth, and we've figured it out. Just knowing that truth alone is like super significant, and people take it for granted. Like it's not that big of a deal.
exactly. I agree with you, Elijah. I think that it's, like I said, I love using Flat Earth as my skeleton key when it comes to anything because I've learned logical fallacies because of it. I've learned the scientific method because of it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I already I had learned the scientific method, but it wasn't something that was just super ingrained in me in school. And then it was presented with a bunch of fallacious things like to the contrary of it, and then still hiding under the guise of science. And then natural laws. These three things are your main tools to process all information because if whatever your information you're given will fall under these three things because of flat earth, man. And we don't have to believe the earth is flat. We can know it. So with that comes the ability to be able to have discernment when it comes to anything that's brought forth to you as some sort of information that you need to know. It's so funny because I can hand wave dismiss a lot of crazy things just because it would only pertain to the globe Earth because they use the word global. I'll listen just to hear if I'm missing anything, but it's always just a perfect skeleton key to all the doors that need to be unlocked with anything that comes my way now. So
Like that. Yeah, it is. It is a big one, man. The whole last 3 years was a big one for a lot of people too, man. They realized something wasn't right. A lot of people were like, "What the heck is going on in the world?"
what's
There's been a
funny.
lot of those people that have come in to this server and checking out Flat Earth because of some other shit they were looking at.
Yeah, it's funny because man, I think that the people that come in for those reasons
Yeah.
take for granted the work that was done
Oh yeah.
the prior years before they realized what was going on. So like me, so I'm one of those people. I don't want to take for granted all of the things that were put forth in this and all of the struggles that happened to get to the point that when I did wake up, I was able to be I had access to so much information because of all of you that have been working at this for years.
Right.
So I wasn't that's why I like to stay quiet a lot, and I'm not being quiet right now, sorry. Or a couple of I haven't been quiet like at a couple of nights here.
You're
Sorry.
good. You're good. You're good. You're
But
good.
I think that it's important that if you're new to this subject, to just stay quiet and listen. Please don't just insert all of the things that you're learning, because you're going to learn a lot, and you're going to flip flop probably a good bit, because you're going to be like, oh, all theories are bunk or whatever. You're going to go through certain phases where you'll throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I think it's important to just, you realize something has deceived the whole world. You find people that have been in this arena for years already, trying to scream at people like, hey, this is happening, your house is on fire. Just kind of like, come in, stay quiet, listen.
Your house is on fire.
Just listen to people that already know way more than you're even able to know at this point. Because yeah, it's crazy, because a lot of people that come in that are new to this will come in and they'll start talking because they're not shy, which is great, but you got to know that your sentence is silver, but silence is gold. So
Yeah, I always say 2 ears, 1 mouth.
exactly.
Pay attention.
That's almost as good as can you smell what you're stepping in, Flatsy?
I know. Hey, if
Can you
okay,
smell what I was stepping in?
can you smell what I'm saying? Okay, my phrases for the year are: can you smell what I'm stepping in? And your sentence is silver, but silence is gold.
AI, good is bad, bad is good, man. Everything's fucking backwards, of course. I don't know, man. The best food in the world is really bad for you, they tell you. I don't know. If it tastes really good, it's probably bad for you, but not necessarily. I mean, I don't know.
What about fruit?
Yeah, an orange. Fucking tastes great, man. I don't think it's. I mean, I guess if you ate a shitload of them, it'd be
Too
bad
much
for
of
you.
it, yeah, but
But
There's some things about it today. You have to just be careful about what you eat. That's
oh man,
anybody.
there was junk out there, man. I was in the store tonight checking out, man, and there's not one healthy fucking thing to eat in this whole building. I'm like looking around. It's candy this and salt that and sugar this, and you got your prime drinks, and it's just like what the and water. That's the only. It might be the only. I don't even know if that's safe in those bottles and shit.
yeah.
I don't
Now
know.
you got to make your own water.
Yeah, but you
Like that.
know that water is essential to your
Yeah, we
your
can't get away.
body.
We can't get
So
away from. We could
you've got to
distill
drink
our water.
water,
Drink
and
distilled water. I would. I did
but
it for years.
be happy that your gut, like your digestive system, is one of the most amazing things to filter out anything. Don't put something directly into your body. Like, just take it like through your digestive system. It's gonna be great. Well, I'm not saying everything. You have to be able to have some discernment when it comes to eating. Like me, I've taken heed to the warnings of things that are not good for you, and I don't eat pork or shellfish or anything like that anymore. Even though I think that they taste really good, I do. They taste great,
Because you put a lot of
but
butter. Because you put a shitload of butter on that shelf. That fucking tastes really good.
I take
Butter
heed
and
of the
garlic.
warnings that, hey, this isn't good for you. It's probably, something, even in scripture, it's written that it's not good for you. So it's not even that I take it as it's unclean. I'm saying, like, it's not good for you to take these things in to your body. So just don't.
That kind of ties back to what Elijah was talking about earlier. There are bigger things out there, and certainly what we eat and health and that stuff is pretty fucking big. How we handle our money is a huge thing. How to navigate so many things besides flat Earth, and
You know how hard it is to not eat pork, by the way. I want somebody to at
In
least like
Alabama, you got
no,
to add. In
yeah,
Alabama, you got to add.
especially in Alabama with all the barbecue shit. But yeah, I'm saying like go check out your labels when you buy your meat, man. It's
Shit's in
all
everything, right?
it's in fucking
It's in
everything.
everything, yeah. So yeah, there's animal pig fat and all kinds of things, man. And
Yes,
anyway,
in your soap, in like I'm telling you
soap,
guys, you really
shampoo,
need to check this out. It is not
right?
just a conspiracy. It's not a I'm not a conspirator. I
Like
really
what Elijah was saying before, like about creation. You know, you think about it, you go, they've taken who you
Yeah,
are away from you just by creating a fucking story about an explosion that came from nothing, to the point where we don't even know where we come from. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
the whole world does not know where they come from. And that seems to be the root of the problem.
no doubt.
That's it, you know, flat earth and everything. Yeah, flat earth comes with that, but I think like I came to like creation part of it through flat earth. Like I had I had to come across flat earth before I could realize there was a creator. And maybe that's the whole thing. Maybe that's this flat earth, you know, you have to like realize the earth is flat, and then you actually start realizing where you come from. I
I,
don't know, man.
I think that's. I think you're dead
Been
wrong.
thinking I've been
Even
thinking deeply lately, and
I think that's
you know,
good.
I mean, if you want to have a successful life, you have to understand what creation is. Like the easiest way to do that is to understand the nature of our reality and how it was created, and what a garden is, and what seasons are. Because
yeah,
then when you have your outlook on how you ought to do things and how you ought to accumulate wealth, it'll line up with the creation of the natural world. And that's how you accumulate wealth as well. No
Right,
wonder we can't do that because we have no fucking idea
you're right.
what, I
nailed
mean,
it.
how,
You
you
hit,
know,
write that shit
Yes,
and
down.
you're talking about wealth, not
money.
as in just financial wealth. You're talking about wealth as in health,
Yeah, exactly.
happiness,
Can I say something to
everything.
add to
Yeah,
this? Can I say something to add to that?
literally
Because
everything. Yep.
yeah,
yes, because it's so true. You are provided for anything that you could possibly need
Right.
is provided by the earth itself. Like you don't need anything else but what the earth provides. So when oh, man, it goes into like I don't mean to always bring it back to scripture, guys. It's hard not to because it says that you're always provided for every day. Anything that you need for that day, you are provided for. You don't need to worry about tomorrow. You don't need to worry about, like next week. Anything that you could possibly need is provided for you that day. All the evils of the thinking of tomorrow and stressing, this is what stress is. Worrying about what's coming
I'm not
tomorrow.
worried about my
It's
retirement
you don't
package.
have to
It's not.
worry. It's
It's not.
there.
My retirement package is bad. I'm worried.
That's
Oh my
what
god.
wealth is, though, is knowing that anything that you need day by day is there. That is wealth. You don't have to worry.
That's right. Exactly. 100% agree with you. That's real wealth. It's not worrying and understanding where you live. Yeah. So
Yes, and I love Elijah's point because it's exactly what I've been thinking about so much lately. And
me too.
I
Me
just
too.
every time he like anybody says anything like he just said, like I'm just like yes, please people like put this in your mind, like you have wealth. You don't need like financial wealth. You can acquire that easily, if you have the right mindset, you just don't have to worry about the things that you think that you have to worry about. You don't have to worry about going to the grocery store. Instead of spending money, spend your time and energy on being able to gather the things that you need from the earth itself. You can do that. That's possible, especially me here down in Alabama. I can go deer hunting tomorrow, have a fucking whole deer processed by somebody that's local that lives here.
Right.
He'll process all the meat for me, and I'll take it home and freeze it, and I'll have meat for days that is, first of all, by something that is healthy for you, because
Cleaner.
deer meat is clean meat. So I don't know. It's just it's funny that we're given all this fear to worry and to think about things too much instead of just following your instincts and the nature of your reality, because nature is out there regardless of what you think and your opinions and your emotions are.
I mean, look at how obvious it is. You know, people, for whatever reason, they say money is not important. But then what do they do with their time? Work for someone else for a little bit of money. Why do that? Only because you're sick in the mind? like, I mean, that doesn't work. Yet most of the world is doing that. It's insane.
Well, my husband, he's a union millwright worker. He has the ability to acquire a lot of skills from this for free. Oh, not for free. He does have to pay dues and stuff like that, but it all works
Yeah.
out in the end because he's provided with pension and insurance and all these wonderful things that come along with it. But if he decides that once he acquires all the skills, he can be a contract worker and do his own work. He can work for himself. So he's
Yeah, let me
doing
also add that you don't have to be like this business mogul to attain wealth either. It's what you do with the money that you make. It's most important. It's what you do
very
with
true.
Come on, I
um
want to go spend it all at McDonald's. What's wrong with
No, you're right though. Like you have to be able to spend your money consciously. Like, um, yeah, I agree with you, Elijah.
Yeah, it's a big thing, man. Elisha, I've heard him talk many times about just small things with money that add up over time. That
Yeah, I'd rather
it's
generate like I was listening to this dude and I really freaking suggest everybody, if you haven't heard of Myron Golden, listen to the dude and see what you think. He was talking about uh living like a millionaire. He's like, what's the difference if I have $1 million and I invested in it? If I have a rate of return of 6%, then I have, what was it, 5,000 a month or
60 grand a year,
60,000 a year, something like
grand
that.
a year, right?
It's like, okay, without touching, without actually spending the money, you're living off the interest. He's like, now you can also figure out how to make a passive income that what pays you 5 grand without you having to actually put the time in to make that. Like, imagine waking up and making several $100s just from waking up. What would you be able to do with your time then? How many people would you be able to influence then? What would you be able to think about? What would you be able to do with your family then?
Yeah, I knew some guys, man, that owned the oil well back in the '80s, and they motherfuckers, man, just the money just kept rolling in every fucking month, man.
Yeah, my grandmother used
Thousands of dollars, and I was like, damn, I want an oil well. Fuck, that would be
my
cool.
my grandmother used to work for the railroad, and she didn't even do anything like crazy. She just did like logistics, and she still makes money from that.
Yeah.
Still, and she's like 78, dude. My grandmother's gonna outlive my mother. My grandmother may no, she's not gonna outlive me. I will really grieve the day my grandmother dies, guys. Like, this is gonna be a big deal. Like, my grandmother has influenced a lot of my life because I don't want to go into it. Never mind. Anyways, like, the older people in your life, you need to learn from them because they have an idea of wealth that most people don't understand. So she understood that the railroad back in her day was like a big deal, and she worked for it for the long run to make to be able to sustain a life when she wasn't able to work, and then even when she would have sustained her life when she wasn't able to work, she still worked. She was still taking care of old people. She was old herself, taking care of old people that couldn't like get out of bed on their own or couldn't she was doing that. And she loved it. And I love my grandmother for that. She was like, let's not drive to town. Let's go walk to town and go grocery shopping or something. Like, we're going to carry all these groceries back, Mima? Yeah, we're going to carry all of them back. Okay. All right, Mima, let's go.
Yeah, that's called doing, man. She sounds like a doer.
She is
I
amazing.
think most
She'll
of the
be the
people
first
in here
person.
are doers.
She'll be the first person to be like, you're overweight. You need to like get up and move more. Like, Mima, yeah, you're right. I wish you guys knew my Mima. She's a wonderful, wonderful woman. She
Sounds
can be
like
tough. She can be tough, but it's tough love. I promise.
that's great. So yeah, investing in yourself. I learned this from a colleague years ago. It's like, dude, just invest in yourself every day, man. If you're whatever you're doing, write an ad, write something, promote yourself, get out, just go out and do it. And it has been pretty successful for me, man.
Yeah, I want to add one more thing. I have never asked my Mima for money, but if
Yeah,
I would have, she would have given it to me and had been able to give it to me. She
yeah,
got one of my cousins all the way through college.
damn.
So she would have been able to give it to me if I asked for it, but I never did. And I know that my Mima respects me a lot because she says that I'm her favorite.
Well, I can see why. No doubt about it. Nana's smart. Um, she sees the talent, yeah, character, the truth.
Yeah, I don't think that I've sang for my Mima in a long time. I don't know if she has heard me sing in a long time, so I appreciate you saying that. But I know you didn't say that, but I feel like you said that without saying it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I get it, man. I see interactions with older people, taking care of older people a lot, and it's fascinating. There are some older people that are just like super young, and they take care of the really older people that are not so young, and it's fascinating.
I'm calling my Mima tomorrow, and I'm gonna sing for her.
There
Like,
you go.
it's happening.
I'll play her some of those recordings or something. Let her hear
Yes.
you.
Oh,
You
yes, that's a good idea.
know
Thank
what I'm
you.
saying?
Well, I don't know how I'll do that
I
exactly,
don't know.
but I'll figure it out.
Just play it over the phone or something. I don't know, something. If maybe you can figure it out. Life's funny, man. Do I have the answers? No, I ain't got them all. I got a couple. You guys got a couple, and together, man, I know we're better, without a doubt, man.
Yes,
Um,
Elijah. Flat Earth is killing it on most searched everywhere. People are searching up Flat Earth all over the spectrum. Doesn't matter if it's TikTok, YouTube, What Facebook? I don't know about Facebook. I don't have these
Facebook
things.
bombing with flat Earth, man.
Well, I do have a YouTube, but
I'm not on it at all, but every once in a while I get on and I'll check like a search for flat Earth, man, and there's shitloads of fucking people talking about it.
I don't even have a Facebook. I haven't in like over a decade. Well over a decade. Oh my gosh, I'm old now. It may be 2 decades.
Might be. Well,
It
it's
might
10.
be.
I've been on for, I don't know, over 10 years.
I haven't had one in
I don't ever use it. I don't post. I don't fucking share anything. I just go on and say, is there some old buddy of mine that I grew up with, near my neighborhood that's looking for me, man? I'm like, oh shit, that'd be cool to run into that cat and that, yeah.
Well, something just keeps me. I don't know what it is. It's like some sort of like I don't know. Something is keeping me from getting these social medias that everybody has. I don't want them. I have a YouTube, but like, and a Rumble, but
And a Discord. You got a
and
Discord.
okay, and a Discord, yeah. But like these things don't require me to like sift through people's like stuff,
Yeah.
like
I agree. I
it's
don't get TikTok. I just downloaded it. I'm 43 now, but I wanted to watch something on there that was someone that was on there doing lives, and I downloaded it now, and I just don't understand it. It's just people sitting there showing what they're doing, whether they're watching TV, doing their makeup,
oh
they're just
man,
filming everything, and
I can't do it.
I
I
can't watch
can't.
it.
I
I'm
can't
with you,
watch it.
Flappy. I can't do it either, man.
I can't do it.
It was like 3 years ago. I downloaded it. I got on the couch, and I started flipping through some videos, man. And I'm like, it was like, and I looked up. It was like 3 hours later, and I'm like, oh fuck, this thing's got to go, man. No. I can't do that. I
My
cannot.
fingers,
I don't. No.
my fingers won't let me do it. My will won't let me do it. Like I can't
So
do it. I just can't.
it was just shit, man. I'm like, fuck this. Discord live voice, hearing somebody's voice, talking to them, hanging out.
I watch my husband just like scroll through TikToks. I watch him and I'm like, I can't do that. I just can't. I mean, I just can't do it. I can't.
Yeah, I think there's an act to it. AJ's 40. Yeah, I'm 60. Yeah.
I think that it would be really
It's
hard.
not gonna be my house, man.
It
Got
wouldn't be like the hardest, but it would be harder to like pin me down because I've not had any kind of social media for real. Like YouTube, I upload like music here and there, like, and you can go on there and you can see how I've done that. It's not like it's something just
pretty
extraordinary.
sporadic. I'll say it's sporadic.
Yeah, it's not like I'm just invested in it. Like
You put like 10 videos on there in like 10 years.
yes, that's what I'm saying. Like I just
one video a year
I don't
average.
know how to do it. I know that there's like some sort of like method to do it like to where you're successful, but I don't care about the method or being successful.
Exactly.
I just care about just like, hey, here's what I do. If you care, here it is.
Well, wait till they see this next shit you did. Fuck off. They're gonna
I
go,
don't ever
oh shit. Yeah.
I don't ever talk about it. I have brought it
I know,
up just
but
kind of like something's in the
I'm
works.
still super excited about it. So we'll see. I can't wait
Yeah.
to
Me
put
too.
put it together. It's
Me
getting
too.
close. Getting close. Summer's hot, man. Hot here. Hopefully. My computer doesn't like it when it's hot.
You think that it's hot there? I'm in Alabama. Whatever like degrees it is outside, just imagine that it's that plus 20 index.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And you got to come out to California sometime, man. Right now, it's like there was like high humidity and high heat. It felt pretty
Yeah.
much like Alabama in the last few days.
Yeah, that's how Alabama feels all the time during the summer. So you step outside, you've got like a whole layer of like sweat. Like I don't care who you are. Hopefully you don't stink like a I don't
Right.
know some but
Yeah.
you
If
acclimate
you've
to
been
the
eating at
weather.
McDonald's for 40 years,
Yeah, you're gonna be stinking.
all that McDonald's is going to be seeping out of your pores, and you're gonna be like, dude, you smell funny, bro.
Yeah. So we've got some people in
Yeah, I know we
here
got
that
some newbies up in here, man. Let's say hi. Who do we got?
we got of course AJ, he already talked to us. Appreciate you, buddy. It's good to see you
AJ's
in
not a
here.
newbie, but
No, he's not a newbie, but
No, I've been away for a couple of weeks. So I got sick, and then I was sick for well over a week, and then I just got so behind at work. I've been working like overtime and early, and I got to work tonight. I got to start at 8 o'clock again tonight. So just trying to catch up. So I haven't had much time.
all right.
well, good to see you. Good to see you in here, and I
Yeah.
hope you feel better.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Good, awesome. Chubbs, it's also good to have you in here because I think that you're
I don't know.
fairly
That guy's hanging upside down on a glove, man. That's pretty weird.
he's fairly new in here, and he's also,
He's
from
upside down on a glove. Ugh, it's weird. Timbo,
fun
help out our buddy Chubbs.
I got it even worse for me. I got to go do a job in a scissor lift tonight. So not only am I hanging upside down, I've got to lift myself up upside down somehow.
That's really weird.
So you've got to lift yourself down.
Yeah, well, it's a bit confusing, isn't it?
That's how this world was presented to us. So yeah, it is kind of confusing.
We got Fun G. We got Fun G in here. He's
This
flat
Spongy
earther.
guy.
What's up, buddy? G Lou, he's in here. Good to see you.
Good to see G.
What's up? And then we've got Resolve in here. And Heretic. Let's
Rockin'.
get it. All right.
Yeah,
And I already said hey to God Rockin' earlier.
Blind Spot OG.
Blind Spot, yeah, he's an active like talker, so I really appreciate him. Not a lot of people have the wherewithal to just like talk and also be coherent, but
been here for a little over a month, man.
he's awesome. I like him. I like him a lot.
Yeah, he's been good.
Yeah.
Um,
I like his summary of the whole thing in FED, science versus pseudoscience, with the ballbuster. I don't know how much he's involved in that server, but what I have heard, I'm like, this guy's pretty astute. He knows what's going on. He's smelling what they're stepping in, you know?
yeah, he is. He's smelling what they're stepping.
Yeah.
He's smelling the macas they've been eating for 40 years.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
You know, my diet's my diet's pretty good. Occasionally, I have some fried things every now and again, but it's so clean that I don't have to wear deodorant. Can you believe that? I haven't worn deodorant in 60 years.
It's the distilled water, man.
Yeah,
it's clean.
It is.
It's cleaned you out beyond
That's
belief.
good.
And I do not get BO. So.
Yeah, I've made my husband realize, like, if we buy groceries and stuff and let me cook at home, he'll get better quality food from me because I really go all out all the time to make sure that, the food is good. And he can eat more and not feel more bogged down. Like you like more meat. Like I can make more meat and fix it up, like I've learned a couple of things here and there, and I don't feel like I've gotten
extra pork, Flatsy, or what?
No. No, he actually is very conscious of not getting things that have pork in them. I appreciate that from him.
Sorry,
And not to say that
I'm a big fan of pork.
Yeah, well, not to say that he doesn't eat it still, but I don't fix it for him. Like, I am not the person that is feeding him
Yeah.
pork if he eats it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and when he does eat pork, he don't feel so great. So, just a little heads up, like
There you go.
he's probably
We'll
using the
figure it out.
bathroom a little more than people should.
I had a big steak
Good.
tonight, by the way. Nice. It was good. Half a steak. I didn't even eat the whole thing, man. I only ate half.
Well, I was going to have Subway tonight because I've got to go over to the next town. The town that I live in doesn't actually have takeaways, so I was going to treat myself to some Subway when I go to work tonight.
I wouldn't call that a treat, but that's.
Well, I haven't had it for ages, and I'm sort of thinking, oh, sub would be good.
Oh man, you remember the thing about their tuna? It wasn't real or some shit. I was like, what?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was
don't know.
weird.
Really?
I want meatballs.
Yeah. It was in and out of the news quick, man. It was like 2 days. It was gone. Somebody put a kibosh on that fucking story. But yeah.
I was going to have some meatballs. I was looking forward to some meatballs.
There you go. I'm sure it's not gonna kill you today, but go for it, man. Yeah, get a meatball sandwich to go, a bag of chips,
Today.
and a bag of
It's not
crisps.
going to kill you
You call
today.
them crisps? You call them crisps?
No, we call them chips. We call everything chips.
Everything's chips.
Oh, McDonald's is fries, but yeah, the Aussie word's chips still.
All right. Cool. It works.
Everyone gets confused here when you say, "Oh, I could really do with
3
some
continents.
chips." You go, "Oh, the hot ones or the potato ones?" You go, "They're both potato, mate."
You know, we're on 3 continents right now. Are we not on 3 different continents? I'm here in America. AJ's over there in Europe. And
I'm Australia.
Oh, you're Australia. All right, 2
AJ's
continents.
in Australia. I'm in Europe.
All right, we got 3
I'm
continents.
in Europe.
Man. Now we got 3.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, Fungi
Represent-
is in Europe.
I was gonna fuck that all up. Shit, thanks for saving me, Fungi. Thank you.
I wish I was in
My
Europe.
pleasure. I wanted to know, Timbo, what's the bacon like down under?
Garbage.
Not as good as the black pudding.
You guys got bacon? Oh, you got decent black pudding?
Oh yeah,
black pudding.
You got to find it though. You got to get to the British butchers, but my wife's Colombian, so they have the Spanish version. So we eat it all the time.
Nice.
I'd say that the bacon in
The other
Australia
one-
is healthier than the bacon in America because I was in America for a while, and you get that really, really thin bacon, and it's 90% fat with a little strip of bacon. It's awesome for wrapping like jalapenos and stuff in. Our bacon's a lot thicker and a lot less fat.
Yeah, I go to my stupid killer fucking organic place, and it's like super expensive, but it's really good. Damn, it's like twice as much as regular anywhere else.
I ate so much bacon when I was in the US because it was so tasty compared to here. I was like
It's pretty
frying
good.
it up and crisping it up every night with some baby rays and just eating it.
Yeah, I can't even.
Jalapeno bacon wrapped with cheese in the middle.
Yeah, cream cheese. Oh,
Yeah, I don't even find that appealing anymore because I've cut pork out of my diet completely, and now like I can't eat it. Like I
took years off of it. I just was avoiding it. Yeah, but I did some turkey bacon for a while. But yeah, I fell back.
Beef bacon is way better than all of them.
There you go, beef bacon. I gotta get me some beef bacon.
Man, I'm telling you guys, you're missing out because, well, you know, I don't know. Pork is one of the, I'm not even trying to go into all of the other stuff, but like in general, like pork. It's horrible conditions that you're dealing with when you're talking about these slaughterhouses. If you even knew the it is awful.
We all know.
It's awful, and also on top of that, like pigs don't excrete their toxins like other animals do. They
Right.
yeah, so they they're so the meat, the everything about them is just not good. It's not good.
It's not good, man. We all
It's
know
not
it's not.
good.
But the problem is it fucking tastes good, and that's what Harry
Yeah,
AI
it's
said earlier. He's like, why is everything as bad for you? It tastes so good.
I don't know.
I
It
don't know,
doesn't
man.
taste.
I mean,
I don't think it tastes so good anymore. I don't think
you got to
if you
come to
can.
California. It tastes really good.
Oh, don't
No, I'm
discredit
kidding.
over here in
I'm kidding.
Alabama.
Kidding.
I used
Hey,
to
did you
love
guys
it.
see that lunar lander from 2013 that Chinese pulled off? This this was the video. This was a video that they sent out to the news stations to play, and these are clips from the video, I think. And it was so bad that the news stations couldn't even play it, man. They were like, "No, we can't play that shit." That's
Hey,
that was
didn't
that was.
did the Indians just send that rocket to the
Did they?
moon? Was
Did
that
they?
happening?
Yeah, that's a joint thing with Australia, actually.
Oh God.
Right, you guys are teaming up on that one.
Yeah, it was India and Australia. I looked it up a
Yeah.
little while ago, and Australia Space Agency, they're giving all their money to India, and they're helping India
NASA?
develop stuff.
ASA?
No, it's not NASA. No,
Nah.
it's actually run by the Australian government, whatever the space agency is, and then they're supposed to be building some sort of rover or something. They were building something that was going up to the moon for the Indian crew, and our government's giving India tons of money for their space crap.
Is our space agency called ARS or something like that?
I don't know. I'll check.
All right, I'm looking.
Of course, it's ass.
Looking.
Oh, we've got some new folks in here too. Let's see, who's that? I don't
No,
even
it's
know.
just the Australian Space Agency.
Bino, Bino. Oh, he's a moderator. Oh, snap. Never mind. Well, I don't feel like I've ever met you, Bino. You're a moderator though. I feel like I should know you.
Let me look.
What's good? What's good, buddy?
Yeah, he's been in here recently.
Yeah, but I don't know him. Sorry, I'm Flatsy Klein. I'm not super
Yeah, he's been,
old school or anything, but I've been in here for quite a bit, so I guess you must have taken a sabbatical or something. Or you have a different name or whatever.
he's just chilling out, listening in.
That's what's up.
Right on.
Yeah, okay. If you haven't been active in like 2 years, yeah, I've been in here. How long have I been in here? Since November 15th, 2022. That was a Friday. I know for a fact because I wanted to come in here on ladies' night. Oh, November 29th, 2022.
I remember
Sorry.
your first ladies' night.
Yeah, I came in here for a ladies' night.
Was
And
you
that
and
was
Level Up,
Brand's
wasn't it?
bacon new. Huh?
You and Level Up, wasn't it?
The Indian landing's on August 23rd.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take away from the
No,
conversation.
I just wanted to update you on the asking. India's
When is
going
it?
to the moon. August 23rd is the landing.
Okay.
It's going to take them a while to get to the moon.
Is that Dear Moon?
Dear Moon?
Is that what do they call the Indian rocket going into the moon?
What is it called?
Because
The
Australia had I got it in front of me again here, but Australia
Dirani? Fucking
Australia's
Go
calling
ahead.
it Dear Moon, I think.
Dear Moon. Yeah, the
Oh no,
Indian.
G'day Moon.
Good day, Moon.
I'm
We're
serious.
we're a very inventive bunch.
So there's grants available in Australia for businesses. So the government's providing 25 million for Australian companies and research organisations to work with the Indian Space Research Organisation and the Indian space sector. But I've got a better one here, actually. Moon to Mars Initiative Trailblazer Program, which we're supporting NASA, and it's a 10... What is it? It says it here. Oh, yep, here we go. The grant is 10 million for Australian businesses. So they want an Australian business to do a feasibility study to develop the feasibility of space projects and missions. So maybe we should start a business, get the 10 million government grant, and then go back to them the next week and say, listen, guys, it's not feasible. We can't get there. It's not real.
I was going to say, I can do one now. It's unfeasible.
Yeah, $10 million to Australian businesses. There's another one there.
We can build bolts.
Yeah.
And then
Space
we can say
Infrastructure Fund.
We were integral part of going to the moon.
Yeah, you were. Communications.
Yeah.
Big time.
Well, but yeah, they're supporting the Indians.
We'll see. They're going to the moon, man. Good day, moon. Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching the G'day Moon video.
How fun is that? Looking good.
Sorry, what was that?
It's looking good. Is the video good?
Oh, I was just saying how we've gone everywhere in the world. We've explored the oceans and we've, done all these things and shows them climbing mountains, and space is the next frontier. So where to from here? Space.
They don't have a picture of Jim Carrey on there as well.
I'll just drop the whole link to the place in the chat. Hang on. It's
There
a
you
government
go.
website.
That's trustworthy.
Oh, yeah. That was a bit of a fuck up, wasn't it?
That's hilarious. No, we use NASA around here all the time, man. They're trustworthy. We're always.
You can watch the G'day Moon program video.
Good day, Bo. Help us. Somebody help. You got a strategy, man. Australian Civil Space Strategy. Yeah. Space
G'day Moon.
G'day Moon. Here we go. Check it out. Only 41 seconds. It's pretty short. We've been exploring. We're explorers here in Australia. We do terrains with horizons in every direction. Climbing higher. Oh, we're going to the moon. We're going to space. There's more to explore. Let's do from here.
We're going to be the first country to have a barbecue on the moon.
I was going to say that I'd hate to see our spacesuits. Probably a friggin' singlet and thongs.
Pair of
shit,
surfing
man.
shorts.
What a piece of Hollywood propaganda shit that is. Fuck, we're going to the moon. Like you're gonna put your feet in the sand on the moon? What the hell's wrong with you people, man? There's people out there that think they can go to the moon and put their feet in the sand with a drink in their hand.
But we never hear about the Australian Space Agency at all. And I actually had no idea that they're giving all this money away and giving money to India and all this stuff. Oh, they're based out of Canberra. Oh, no. Their physical address is Adelaide, but their postal address is Canberra.
Wow.
Sounds dodgy to me.
Yeah. And their head office is in Sydney because it's an 02 number.
Ah.
Their media's in 08, so I don't know what's 08. Is that Adelaide or Perth?
08.
It's all over the shop.
06 is South Australia, so 08 is Perth, yeah.
Well,
I think.
about time you guys joined the moon party. Good day, moon. Let's do it. India's going.
Have we
Australia's
ever even
going.
sent anyone to the space station? I don't think we have, apparently.
I think you have, yeah. Yeah, pretty sure you have. According to the records. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the day that Australia claims they sent a kangaroo to space. That's gonna be
What's
great.
up, Andrew? Oh, also,
Hey,
you're all,
Hey, it's
you're
on there. I
all in.
found it.
You're all in the group. Don't worry. You are in the group of the Globers, like spreading the globe around the earth, like the flat Earth. Don't
and
worry. You're
technically,
in the club.
there's no such thing as an Australian space agency because that's like a misnomer entirely, like an oxymoron. Because
Well,
space would have to be a real place we can go to, where you can
Yeah,
actually.
Oh,
exactly.
I thought you were going to say Australia wasn't real then.
No. I look forward to going to Australia one day.
Well, I just dropped a
That's-
link in the chat for you. I've answered your question.
There's the kangaroo on the space station.
Oh, no kidding! Holy shit! I gotta look at this. Hold on. What the fuck?
Take
Hold
that,
on.
man. Smoke that one. Damn,
Yeah,
that's
put that one. Roll that one up and smoke it, right?
roll that up, smoke it.
If you got it,
That's
you
funny
should
saying thing all the
definitely
way
do
right
that.
there, man. Oh shit. That hurt.
Hmm?
That was funny. This place never ceases to amaze me. We'll be talking about something the craziest, Fonzie when he jumped the shark, and and next thing I know, man, there's like 47, memes about that or some crazy something. It's just never ceases to shake my head and go, damn, man, somebody pulled that out so fast.
Well, actually, I realized they had a YouTube channel off their website. So I was just looking through the YouTube channel, and at exactly the same time as you said it, that video was on their YouTube channel right in front of me. It was just a pure coincidence.
There's no coincidences.
Oh, yeah.
Right, Elijah? Nothing happens by accident. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. Anyway, what else is going on in the world?
We got Kimbo in here. Kimbo Beats.
Oh, he's back.
What's up, Beats? That's my beat. Dude, he's beating it down right now. He's probably at work.
I might have something interesting that a couple of people might be interested in, but this week is how do I explain this? This is hard to explain. Everyone heard of the BRICS nation coming up?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so they're about to add 5 more nations to that, so that'll bring them to 10. So they're talking about having 10 kings, which is obviously biblical.
Biblical,
What?
dude.
And then and then what they're doing is they're reconfirming a 7-year contract or covenant for the Agenda 2030. So that's also biblical. It's all happening it all begins on the 9th Av, which is usually a bad day for the Jews or for Israel. That's when their temples have been destroyed and all these other bad things have happened. And then they've got the Day of Peace, and the Day of Peace, their logos, no one will be left behind, and they've got the dove flying off, like
Well,
the
get
Holy
ready.
Spirit leaving. It's pretty coincidental, like not coincidental, but it's interesting. It's full on. It's all pretty spot on.
Just get ready to be persecuted. That's all. That's all.
I'm ready. Fuck it. At this point, let's do this. Bring it on. I'm sitting right here. Let's do this. Nothing to hide. Afraid of nothing. There you go. Nice way to live.
I'm still waiting for the day they start sending politicians into alleged space. I'm waiting for that. I think that's going to be hilarious.
I think they did. Wasn't John Glenn an astronaut? He went back after. Wasn't he a politician? And then he went back up on the space shuttle, like in his 80s or something.
I'm not sure about
John Glenn. I kind of remember something like that. He was like one of the first astronauts, and then or test pilot. Broke some records, and then they sent him on the space shuttle when he was old. I remember that.
Well, I just want to be one of the people that like gets to walk up onto the platform and watch them get into this alleged rocket or whatever. But I want to personally strap these motherfuckers in, just like put like a GoPro with a live video broadcast, and just watch these motherfuckers as like their skin melts off. They just accelerate upwards because that's what would happen.
I'd just rather give him a guillotine. That's just me. Dude, man, a lot of people.
You mean like the guillotine just to save money kind of situation?
Yeah. Dude, we got better
Save all
things.
I don't.
Rocket fuel for something else.
I've not seen it with my own eyes, like in person, but I've seen rows of these plastic bins in the state
Never
next
saw
to
it.
me.
Never saw it in person either.
So it could be something else, but it was
like
portrayed as something else.
2012, I was seeing that shit.
Yeah.
That was remember Jesse Ventura had that show?
Yeah.
That was on that. What year was that? That was early. That was
over 10 years
like,
ago.
That was like
15, that was
20.
longer.
I
reckon it was
it's
20
only
years ago.
It was only one state over from me, but I'm sure that like they were saying that it was in a bunch of other places, but
yeah, there was some.
But there was definitely some in Georgia. I should absolutely go and take the time resources to go make sure that that's correct.
Yeah, I've never seen them. I've driven this whole country up and down. I've never saw them, but they're probably out there somewhere. Just another wasteful government program. Dude, you remember all those trailers they built for, I don't know, was it Katrina or one of those?
Yeah.
And they built like fucking 100,000 of these crazy, stupid trailers, and people that stayed in them, they were all like shit.
There's these.
Down.
It's FEMA.
Crap,
You're talking. Yeah, the FEMA. They have these camps too, and every there's. I'm FEMA.
Shoddy.
I'm FEMA District 4. What are you?
But it was just really bad.
I'm FEMA
Government
District
waste,
4.
I've been on this government waste thing for decades, man. I remember as a kid in school, man, they were saying, the government gets overcharged for a lot of things, like $700 for a hammer and $600 for a toilet seat.
That was from Independence Day.
Yeah, but that's actually what I learned growing up. I would hear the news stories. My dad would talk about them. Paying goddamn $700 for a hammer? What the fuck? It would piss him off. Pisses me off. So
if they can get away with it, they will.
It should piss everybody off, man. $700 for a hammer. Fuck. I can get you one for $20 right now. So yeah,
that's the problem with what's going on is that a lot of people, if they figure out the scam and they can get away with it, they're like, oh well, and they don't have any morals, they'll just go along with it. Like, all right, well, I can make $200,000 this month because there's a whole bunch of stupid government employees that are also in on the scam. And trust me, I know this for a fact that these government employees, they have like these credit cards. They're government credit cards, and some of them have an unlimited spending. And they can just spend whatever the fuck they want. Some of them get arrested for certain things. But for the most part, they just get away with shit. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Such a conspiracy theorist, Andrew.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm the biggest one here. But you wouldn't know.
So
Government wouldn't lie.
we've got Flat Earth G in our live stream voice text, but he's not in the live stream.
No, he's not
FEG.
Flat Earth G in the house.
He's like,
all
since
real
all
flat
the
earthers are in this channel, I will ask for
been around-
help. Yeah. Well, jump in and we'll can talk to you.
yeah, for real.
He's been in here since June 20th.
Sounds like
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
when
he
he
was.
joined Discord. That's suspicious, man.
He's
Join
saying that
Discord.
the real flat earthers are here, but he would I was like, yeah, other flat earthers would disagree with you, not me, but others. So
Yeah, others would disagree. But
I
this is flat Earth.
I'm kind of like still what do you I have some sort of fascination with what's going on with the flat earth realm these days, so I'm paying attention, and it's kind of crazy the fact that we've got folks that are die hard on one like section of flat earth, and they are peddling a lot of information that can't be verified. They're just bringing up a lot of stuff that, like, if you're wild out there in your imagination and stuff, they can rein you in. But if you're die hard, like, I'm gonna process information through the things that the reason why we're flat earthers is because we've narrowed it down like to these single like fundamental things like and I was trying to like kind of expand on that earlier, how you process information.
What you can
So
prove.
yeah, exactly. Okay, Robert Bassano. Okay, see, I feel like pretty seasoned when I can know what you're saying and know that.
You knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right though. I mean, what can I prove, man? I'm always go. You want me to build you a guitar? I can prove it to you. You believe me? All right. Cool.
Flat Earth G, just pop in the Discord if you want to know the best points to bring up. It's going to take more than
Kosho. Kosho, he'll help you in the right direction.
you could just be like, "What's up, guys?" You know.
Ask him for his dip correction.
Dip correction? Be good.
Oh, don't say that too quickly.
Yeah, because then you'll have to go back and be like, "Dip correction."
Something to remember too when you're making an argument whatsoever in any conversation, any subject. Something called law of parsimony, which is also better known as Occam's razor. You go the impossible, and then what you're left with is
You're
the
kind of
possible.
roboting.
Oh shit!
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I can't catch everything you're saying.
House money. We're playing with house money.
Well, he said something about Occam's razor.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know.
I thought I heard house money. It's like, well, house money. That's not your money. Man.
Oops, sorry.
You're good.
You're good.
Just saying how bright the sun is.
It's really, really far away from you right now. No, wait, it's really.
Yeah, it's dark here, so the sun isn't bright here.
It's 3 million miles farther away right now in this orbit.
Does that mean it's 96 million miles away?
I think it's the average is what 93. So it's like 90.
Okay.
It's like 90 right now. 90 million. Something like that.
No, because it's further away in your summer.
Right. We're sweating our asses off over here, and it's farther away. That's crazy.
It's crazy that Kosho would put that in the live stream voice text, but he doesn't necessarily follow that kind of advice.
Are you on drugs? Are you on drugs?
Me or Kosho?
Gojo.
Oh.
When you have eliminated all which is impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So the ball is impossible, so remains is flat Earth, must be the truth.
Well,
Thanks.
nobody.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Kosho.
Here's the problem: nobody on Earth experiences the globe Earth. So why on earth would we accept that the Earth is a globe without fundamental evidence of it? I feel like
Yeah.
I'm just like on a repeat here. It's just so obvious. You need the
Eliminate
actual.
which is impossible. Why is flat impossible? Like,
That's what you experience. So
yeah,
exactly.
Kosho, do you does the Earth look and feel flat to you? Do you feel yourself rotating? So why would it be impossible that if it looks flat, then it could be flat? Why would that be impossible? What's impossible is it looks flat, but it is a sphere rotating,
Exactly.
orbiting in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, and from any vantage point that you can possibly observe the Earth, it never ever displays itself as a curved globe. It's just not doing that. You have to believe that it is. So we're talking about what people believe, what people know, whatever. Yeah, we're talking about what the majority of people actually experience and observe. They're being told that it's not that, it's something else, without substantial evidence, like fundamental evidence. If it is actually a globe, there should be no contention over here where there's a measured drop over distance by somebody that has put it in a textbook that has measured it. Drop over distance, not us flat earthers, not you anti flat earthers, not people in this arena. I'm talking about like textbook. This needs to be established because everything is so. Oh man, it's ridiculous that we even have to be having this conversation. We're talking about something that we're accepting a paradigm without any evidence of it. We're just told that it is that.
It's the movement that gets me. It's like everything seems pretty chill most of the time. And then like kind of not chill sometimes, but like most of the time the curve, I don't know, it's like it's really big, it's hard to tell. I guess you can kind of measure it, but it's like the movement where every day I say to one of my friends, I'm like, it just doesn't seem like we're moving. And one of them was like, yeah, it's crazy to think we're flying through the whatever, this and that. I'm like, whoa, 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 buddy. Like, now you're talking crazy. We're flying. What are you talking about, dude? What are you, conspiracy? What are you, losing your mind right now? What do you mean we're flying at like 1 billion miles an hour? That's kind of turning it on him, you know, because he deserves it.
Yeah, act dumb and see what they know.
Yeah. Like, dude, it seems pretty chill.
That's
The
when people
water's not
make stuff
moving.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Because
see the water moving.
you know why people make stuff up? Because they're told this whole paradigm and given the gaps that their brains have to fill in. Like our brains work a certain way. Like if we
Pattern
have some sort,
recognition.
well, pattern recognition is a wonderful tool to have. If you've got pattern recognition, then you're I don't know, you're
That's how your
considered a
brain fills in
genius.
that's how your brain fills in the gaps too, yeah?
Yeah, well, also I'm talking about on like if you're given a lot of gaps that haven't been filled in by someone else, but you're given some sort of paradigm, your brain will, like, this is just the way that the human brain works. it'll fill in the gaps with the things that it will be like, okay, I understand this because of this. I understand this because of this. And this is how I was with the globe earth myself. So I understood a lot of things that weren't told to me just from pondering what I thought that I knew over time. So I had to let all that go. And that was probably the hardest thing I've ever had to do. No, I think the hardest thing I ever had to do was putting down my dog after 13 years. But other than that, the hardest thing I ever had to do was be able to dismantle all of the things that I thought that I knew, because I, not anyone else, I filled those gaps in with what I thought, like, hey, I've never been one of those people that you would consider unintelligent. So I have the accent from where I'm at, but I used to fight this accent a lot because for whatever reason I thought that I was so much smarter than some other folks, or I would ponder these ideas all the time, and I would fill in the gaps myself with my own understanding instead of like those things being presented to me. And I would go seek out other like further understanding and still have to fill in the gaps myself. Because it's like you're told, like, if you're not smart enough, you can't understand this. And that has to do with a lot of the globe paradigm. Like, only the geniuses understand this. And they're telling you this. So you fill in the gaps from where you are and their understanding. There's just so many gaps. And let me not even get into the vacuum of space, because then that's a whole void that you get to wander in with your mind and understand that nobody ever told you how to understand the void of the vacuum of space. But your mind is going to do it anyways because you accept it as truth, and your brain will fill in those gaps whether you like it or not. It's going to happen.
I think Venusian Punks got some enlightening statements for us.
Oh, is he back, is he?
Venusian
Welcome
Punk.
back, Venusian Punk.
Good morning. It is
Gonna
3
light it
a.m.
up.
What's up?
Did you come back with some evidence or questions?
Huh? No, just here chilling.
Doing your homework again, are you?
Yes, always and forever.
Why would you do your homework and listen to flat earthers?
I like the background noise. I can't do my stuff without like anything in the background. I find it very unproductive for me.
But you don't think
Why flat Earth though?
You don't think flat Earth is true though, do you? You think that it's a globe.
Correct.
So why would you do homework and then have thing on the background that you don't believe in and make you think and distract you from your homework?
It's not really distracting me. Kind of
So
interesting.
you're not really listening then, are you?
No, I mean I'm processing words. So it's not that I'm not listening.
You're processing words, but are you matching the words up to make a coherent sentence? Or?
Yes, I am comprehending what you were saying.
Okay, what did Flatsy just say?
That I'm not really interested. Or listen, man, I'm focusing on you right now. All right, I have a shit attention span. I'm sorry.
You're watching TikTok too much.
Okay, well, my point was that your brain, it will fill in gaps whether you mean to do it or
Oh yes,
not.
and you were talking about the vacuum of space and your accent.
Yeah, I have a very southern accent. You have to.
You do.
You have to like look
Sounds
past
nice.
that, figure out the substance of what I'm saying.
I mean,
What East Coast part are you from? What?
Florida, South Florida.
Like Miami?
Flattest state in the US?
Near Miami, sure.
Yeah, I've been to Miami. It was beautiful.
Pretty fun. I get down there.
It was beautiful out there, yeah.
Contigo en Miami.
That's more Hialeah, but close enough.
Yeah, the crux of what I was saying is that whether we like it or not, our brains have a tendency to fill in gaps that we can't necessarily fill in with valid information, that we will make an understanding of something on our own without any help. And
Yep.
there's not a lot of help out there when it comes to the globe paradigm. So you have to fill in gaps. Your brain does it automatically, whether it means to or not. Well, it does depend on how intelligent you are.
We
And
need
They
I
that.
don't even
wasn't.
fill
We
in
need to do
gaps
that.
because they don't even know what it is.
Well, you'll fill in gaps like memory gaps. Sometimes you'll remember something wrong because your brain will fill in the gaps. That's
Yeah.
kind of
Venusian punk. What size is the Earth?
It's the Earth size. Big. Large. I don't know.
See?
Like a couple 100 miles or like.
No, it is a planet. It is huge. I don't know. A couple
You don't
100,000.
you don't know the dimensions of the supposed globe Earth?
No.
Do you not see that that's a problem?
No
Because
one
guess
does.
what?
Well, I mean,
Guess what?
it doesn't really affect me.
But
So,
listen, can I just go ahead and fill you in right here? A lot of the globers, most of the globers that come in here, have no idea about what they believe. They just believe it blindly. What does that sound like to you?
I mean,
Does that sound like religion?
Yep.
no, I would disagree about that.
How?
Like,
Okay, what's the definition of religious
okay,
religion?
here's the thing, right? So again, I'm not going to get too much into this because I don't have like points to make. I don't know.
But
This is my point, but
before
to
you
me,
go into that, I just want this to really weigh heavily on you.
it
That
doesn't.
you should let it. You should let it though, because you and not even many, most of the people that I encounter that are globers, whatever, that believe whatever they're taught, only believe it. They don't know anything about it. That's a problem, don't you think?
No.
So you've never heard of like social engineering? You've never heard of that kind of thing ever in your whole study of anything?
Guys, I just disagree. That's all I'm saying is that I just don't think that's the way that you do. That's all.
It's funny because it's so easy to socially engineer people because they have the mindset that you do. So you want to here we are, we're flat earthers, we're considered stupid or science deniers or whatever they want to tack on over here that isn't true. We're actually the people that are like telling you, hey, hello, wake up. We're being socially engineered because you're not caring or even thinking about what you're being told. You're just being told a bunch of shit that you have no idea what you're being told. Neither do the people that are telling you what you should accept. So this is how far it goes. It's like a compartmentalization. The people that are peddling all of this stuff also believe it. They believe it. They don't think about it like you don't think about it.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't
Okay.
really have much of a response, is all I'm saying.
All right. Well, that's fine. I just wanted it to at least I want the implications of what we're saying to at least be a weight in the discussion, because we're not just saying, "Hey, the Earth is flat, la ti da." We're saying, "Hey, there's implications to what we're saying."
Yeah, I've got a question for this guy, and this is a serious question and also a comment. I can tell that you're smirking and laughing as you're listening to her speak to you.
I
Why
promise
are you?
you,
Why are you?
you don't know me. I'm not. I'm really not, Chief.
I can. Oh my God, I can just hear it in your voice.
I don't appreciate you projecting onto me. I promise you, I'm not like a dishonest person. I'm telling you, I am not. I don't have like a weird superiority complex or whatever. I'm not smirking. I'm not laughing.
Well,
I'm literally
I
just
can
here
tell the
listening.
tone of your voice. Okay,
Fair
and
enough.
it's changing very quickly. But either way, you're still here. Is this like a sort of narcissism or like masochism, or like
No.
why are you even here?
I've
Just
said
for
it before,
background sound?
and I mean it very plainly and honestly. It's like two reasons for me. A, I like listening to people who have different beliefs than me in different things. I am a leftist. I am in many conservative servers that I just sort of sit there and listen to. I'm agnostic, but I'm in like a couple Christian servers that I just sit there and listen to. I don't believe in the flat Earth, so I'm here to just sit and listen. It's just a thing I do. It's not
Fair enough.
anything
Fair
beyond that.
enough. Fair enough. So, do you want to add to the conversation or just sit here and listen?
Just sit here and listen. I'm here to interject if someone has a question about me personally, like you guys are doing now. But I don't have much like substantiate on the topic itself because it's a topic that I don't have
Okay.
much on.
Oh, that's fine. So, is there anything particular that you would like to ask us? That would be something interesting that would provide some sort of like substance to the because if you don't talk to us, we're just going to sit here and bullshit, you know?
And that's cool. That's literally what I'm here for. I promise you.
Yeah, but we're not going to talk about necessarily the points that need to be like pointed out to you, not being in this arena and knowing the things that we like to like expound on when it comes to someone who doesn't know where we're coming from.
I just like listening to whatever you guys are talking about. If I have any questions, I will let you know. At this time,
Okay.
I don't. But
I have
thank
a
you.
question for you. Slightly antagonistic, maybe not.
You can go for it.
Do you think DeSantis is a glober or a flat earther?
I think he's a Florida. I don't know, man.
Glober or flat earther? What do you think?
He's a Florida man.
Yeah, he's a Florida man. I don't know, man. I don't think it really matters.
All right.
I think he's DeSantis.
All right, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the correct term a Floridian?
No. The joke is that he thinks Earth is Florida or something.
I meant
Huh? What?
It's a bad joke. I'm very bad at comedy.
I know that you probably
I
hate
meant
DeSantis.
something else.
I'm gonna guess, and I'm gonna ask you: is he a glober or a flat earther? Are you on his team or not?
Oh, wait. In terms of that, I don't know, man. I don't know what he thinks about the shape of the Earth.
I'm
Okay.
just being antagonistic. I'm
Okay, this guy just said that. Didn't you say that you were? You said something about being liberal or leftist or something like that.
Leftist, yeah, is what the word I used.
Okay.
That's my point.
That sounds completely non sequitur to the flat Earth.
Yeah, it is.
It is, but I was just making a point when I was saying it.
We're just trying to inquire more about him, get to know him a little bit. And I didn't want to say something wrong, so I was just making sure that I wasn't wrong when I said what I said.
Don't mind me, I'm just picking. I'll meet up.
No, you're good, Ether. What's up, buddy?
I figured I'd come in here and see what's going on. I just got done hanging out with Gospel Bearer and a couple other guys for a minute.
Yeah, I thought about coming down there and hanging out with you guys, but we got bopping in here when I came back.
Yeah.
I got some extra roles. I got bot commands and control now. It may be taken away eventually, but as of now, I mean, I'm not going to abuse the power, but if they decide to take it away, that's all right too. I won't abuse it or anything, but if I come in here now, like people that are asking for someone with bot control, I will have that now instead of
We
being like, I
honestly
don't have
need
it.
more ladies to have bot control. There are way too many dudes who have bot control, and not
Yeah.
enough females.
Well, it doesn't necessarily matter what, you know.
Again, I'm just joking.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
but
this is full now. There's so many people in here. It was like empty before.
yeah, I feel like AI, the blind spot, and me drew the crowd. We drew it. It was great.
There you go. Awesome. It's hard to draw a crowd when there's like only one or two people in here, especially if one of them's just monologuing or deciding not to.
Oh, I've been monologuing a lot because I want to fill some dead air. Not that I was absolutely needed, but
Everyone is absolutely needed.
I like coming in here and talking to you guys.
You buy a new car, which part? Hold on. You buy a new car, which part do you not want?
I want all the parts.
I know, everybody's needed.
Oh, you said new?
Yeah, it's a brand new car. Which part do you not want? You want the whole car, so every part's needed.
Yeah, I do want all the parts. That's for sure. 'Cause then, I would have to invest in the other parts, which that's kind of what we do here. We invest in the other parts. Test them out, see if they run well. If they don't, then replace them. I don't know.
Spaces are refillable, but nobody's replaceable.
Yeah. I mean, some
That's the
people
way
can
I put it.
some people can get off they can keep it from running the fine oiled machine that it could be. So
I actually have an answer to that because I've got like a 13-year-old car that's been running really, really well, and I just take it into the dealership and I maintain it myself. Here's what I don't fucking want: all of the new nonsense gibberish technology, like this big old screen they put on these brand new cars. It's just a distraction. There's no point in
Andrew,
having it.
Andrew,
Yep.
you're literally preaching to the choir with me. You know what kind of car I have? I've had the same car since I was 16, and I'm
Oh my
31
goodness.
now. I'm 31, and it's a 2005, bought brand new in 2004, with the money that I was given money from like my dad being in the army, so from the government. Anyways, my dad was a military, and I was able to draw money because he died when I was 2. So I was able to draw money from him being in the military all my life up until I turned a certain age. I think it was like 18. And he paid for me because I asked for it. I was like, "Can my dad pay for me to have a new car when I am able to, have a car?" To my mother. And yeah, we worked that out and we were able to do that. So I've had the same car. I still have it. I just drove it today twice. The same car that I've had since I was 16, and I'm 31 years old. Boom. I know how to work a fine, oiled, well running machine. I may have had to replace the starter way more than other people have to replace a starter, but this
Well, you
car
sound like an
will
awesome
outlive
woman
me.
that knows how to take care of a vehicle, and you know what you want. And I'm gonna say this in the best Southern accent that I can, just for a little fun. Okay, I might butcher this right now because I just got done from like a 14-hour shift. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I learned how to say a water bottle in a UK accent, I guess. A water bottle. A water bottle.
It depends on which. So I was actually looking this up recently, like how many
What about
different
in
like
Australia?
accents and dialects that there are in the United States. And like just in California, there's like 16 different accents and dialects. I mean, I'm not really sure how many there are in the entire United States, but I mean, there's got to be like well over 100.
Can
Like
I
every
can I
single state
answer?
has it.
Can I answer
Yeah.
Timbo? Let me answer Timbo real quick.
I'll shut up.
No, you're good, Andrew. Let me just answer Timbo real quick because I said a water bottle. So in
What is it in
Australian,
Australian?
it'll be a water bottle.
I'll give it. It's a water bottle.
Go ahead, Andrew. Sorry.
Water bottle.
Okay. Well, it's always fun to try and like mimic other people's accents because it's just the natural way that people speak, and it's it's just a little comedy part of life. And I can do it pretty well, but I don't like to do it very much because it can be a little insulting in some ways. I always love to see, or I'm sorry, to hear how other people actually do that. As an example, the UK actor Benedict Cumberbatch, whatever his fucking name is, the guy that was playing like Doctor Strange. Oh yeah, he's like a pro at doing that. He does an American accent like perfectly.
But I thought Christian Bale was American until I saw Ford versus Ferrari, and I was like, "Dang, he's killing this English accent." And but like his American accent was perfect. Like he had me fooled for years.
Timbo.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, like, why is it so much easier to do an American accent perfectly than it is for Americans to do other accents?
They watch our
another
TV
example
incessantly. I think
Because
I suppose so.
We all grew up with American television.
Okay.
Yeah,
suppose.
we I guess here in the West, it's sort of like one of those influences on other social experiments that are being done. What is that? It's like every country has their own social experiment that they're doing on the people.
They sure do.
But did you like my Australian bottle? It's like a question instead of a statement.
It needs a little work.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, our T's are D's. So ours is a water bottle. Water bottle.
Water bottle. Water
Yeah,
bottle.
that's it.
But it
Trying
shouldn't it be
the least
shouldn't it
amount
be
of pronunciation possible.
but shouldn't it be water bottle? Like everything's a question.
Inflection. Water bottle?
Everything's a question.
I've never thought of it. Everything's a question. You know who else?
I have
another great
I have
actress,
a water bottle.
From Australia is Margot Robbie. She does a great job doing an American accent. She's from.
It's good too.
There was
not gonna.
I can't remember what region. I can't remember what region of America does this, but they pronounce water like wooder. And I got really good at pronouncing water
Midwest.
like wooder. Wooder. Yeah, maybe it's Midwest.
What about isn't there like Boston or something where they go water?
Yeah, I was gonna say
No,
like
that's water. That's coffee.
Water.
Car. Galachta.
I wash my car with water.
When my mom gets angry, that's her accent.
It's so funny. Do you guys know like what's his name? Neil from FED Science versus Pseudoscience server. I just want to go in sometimes and be like, "Are you a mobster?" Because you sound like a mobster.
Wicked smart. He's wicked smart.
He has like this whole like mob, like I don't know what region of America he's from, but or maybe he's not from America. Maybe he's Italian or something. I don't know.
You're talking about like something from like a New York like mobster gangster movie or something. Like
yeah, he's got that kind of accent.
Like Sopranos type of thing.
Yeah. I wanted to say it so bad today, but I didn't feel like he was so pissed off. Like he sounded even more like a mobster today because he was so pissed off.
Hey, do you kiss your fucking mother with that mouth?
Yeah.
Well, you just have to listen to Robert.
Was that?
You talking to me? Huh? You talking to me?
Like Andrew Dice Clay, right? Like if Andrew Dice Clay is the most exaggerated version of that accent, I think.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, that's usually the way I go if I'm gonna like give some sort of impersonation to a mobster. I'm like bada bing, bada boom. So
forget about it.
Forget about it.
But you got to learn how to speak with your hands too at the same time.
I did. I was speaking with my hands while I was saying it. So
Yeah, it's like Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci killed that accent. He was.
Oh yeah, in like Casino. Oh
Yeah,
man,
he
if you guys have never seen
crushes that
Casino,
accent.
oh man, that movie is fucking amazing. The ending is like pretty tragic, but yeah, it's an amazing movie. But you know another really great accent that I've always loved. So I love Guy Ritchie movies. You know, he's a British.
Lock, Stock, and Snatch.
Yeah, Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels, Snatch, and he's made a lot of stuff. He was
Yeah.
also married to Madonna, ironically. So that's kind of weird. But
No doubt.
And now she's
in
married to a Southern man, right? So what's his name?
I have no idea. I mean, Madonna
I'm
looks
gonna
like a
head out,
fucking
you guys.
demon now. She's a fucking demon.
Everybody's-
I mean, just look at her.
Everybody stay blessed and have a good one now.
Yeah, you watch out for
I'll be
zombies,
around.
Ether.
Hey, dude.
Stay blessed.
Madonna used to be so hot. I mean, what
Party
the fuck
on,
happened to her? But in Snatch, the Guy Ritchie movie, when Brad Pitt, he was playing a pikey. Okay, people from the UK, if you're here, are pikeys like really real? Is that like a real thing there, or is that just sort of like a Hollywood like created thing? If anyone from the UK is currently here.
Somebody is from the UK. Hold on, let me think. Cute. Maybe not anymore.
That's where we're Periwinkle Blue. Periwinkle Blue.
There we go. Periwinkle Blue.
G. Lou, he knows. He knows these accents. Are you in a
No, but I know that I used to watch Snatch all the time, Lock, Stock, and pretty much any of the Guy Ritchie movies are good, and they involve that like really deep pikey accent. It's really
You like
hard to
Dags?
understand. Yeah, Dags.
You like Dags? I mean dogs. Yeah,
Kosho, are pikeys like pikers? Like pika? This, I don't know. Cockney? What are you even talking about?
Cockney could be right. Yeah.
Not like a piker, like a pika. Pikey? What's a pikey?
I'm not even sure how to spell it correctly, but I think it's like Pykie, I think. And there's like American pikeys, and then it's like they're gypsies. They're just like wanderers and nomads and stuff.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said that, but he spelled them differently than you did. Pikeys are like gypsies, is what he said. Yeah.
Kind of call them homeless around here. Like if you go to Oakland, there's people that just RVs that just park it and then build little camps in the middle of the city. But at least the pikeys go out to the country, it looks like. But around here, people just post up wherever they want, man. They don't give a shit.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't live very far from San Jose. I'm sorry, I live in San Jose, so I'm not very far from Oakland, and I refuse to go to that city anymore. It's fucking disgusting.
Well, we're really considering getting an RV and traveling for my husband's work because he makes a pretty decent amount and has like a pension and all that stuff. So we've thought about doing that. It's really kind of what we want to do. I don't know.
All right, before you do that, you have to look into the actual expense of how much RV upkeep costs. And the only reason I know that is because when Austin Whitsitt, hopefully everyone is aware of who he is, when he was traveling around the country, it was last year or the year before, and they were traveling around in the RV and they had to stop over for maintenance every once in a while, and it was ridiculous, like way beyond what you would think it would cost to upkeep an RV.
Yeah, and I mean we've kind of thought about that too. We don't necessarily. We want to get something that's already been kind of like tweaked from someone.
Wheel, right? You could do a fifth wheel trailer, right? Instead of the maintenance of an RV, you could just tow it with a normal truck.
Well, we want to do something like, of course, we're going to need more than one vehicle. So one to tow and one to, like, maybe travel the towns that we're in. I don't know. We've thought about it. We've thought about it, and we've also come to the conclusion that if we're going to go with an RV, it's going to be one that's been seasoned. We don't want one brand new, because one that's been seasoned has been traveled around in and been tweaked here and there for the benefit of traveling around in it. So,
Well, you take an RV and you put a tow bar on it and you tow a car behind it, right? Or you take a truck and you put a, like a 30-foot trailer behind it, and then you just detach it and drive the truck around town. I think it's significantly cheaper to tow a trailer with a truck than it
well,
is
you
to
got to think.
RV.
Well, you got to think that my husband, he'll need something to tow his tools in, and then my son and me will need a car to, like, go around, travel, and not be stranded. You get me?
Right, so you detach the trailer from the truck, or are you saying like you need the RV and you need the tow bar, like a Jeep behind you or whatever, like I see people doing?
Well, I don't know. We're still kind of working it out, so it's good to at least toss these ideas around with other people. But I would think that we would need a car that didn't have a lot of mileage on it. Jeeps tend to have more mileage than something like my Toyota Corolla that I've had since I was 16. Like, I'm keeping this in mind. I'm like, this kind of vehicle is something that I want. Maybe even the one that I already have, but let's be realistic here. I don't know. Maybe it will outlive me, but if not, we need to have some sort of, like, plan for a car that's kind of similar, but maybe even in, I don't know, even better condition than it is, which is hard to find. I could probably get a good bit of money off of the car that I have, even though it has over 300,000 miles on it and whatnot, because it's a Toyota Corolla 2005. It's still running perfectly well, and I don't know. I don't see if something goes wrong with that car. Like, I can't see what the problem will be that it can't be fixed easily. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, Toyotas, by the way, I've got a couple of friends that are master mechanics that are also like, they flip cars. They say that Toyotas have the absolute highest turnaround value because even with something like 300,000 miles, they can still get way more money out of that than like a Ford with
You
the
know why
same.
though?
Yeah.
They're cheaper to work on, especially the one that I have. They're so much cheaper to work on, and you can do it yourself. Like, you don't have to take it to a dealership to have it maintenance. You can do all the maintenancing on your own. And here's the problem with the generations of today. Instead of fixing what they have, they buy something new and discard the old. So, if I can give anybody, like, kind of, I have a lot of advice to give, and I'm just 31, so please take my advice in stride. Like, it may not be something that would necessarily contribute to your life, but do not just discard things that don't work anymore. Fix them. Fix them to work again instead of buying something new. Okay? All right. There we go.
There's going to be one. No, a lot of people that are much younger than me, even than you, and they can give me advice on certain things. Now, I'm almost 41, so I can give people advice and a lot of things, but I'm not going to discard someone's information just because they're younger than me. I mean, there's an old saying that I've heard a lot of people say. when it comes to being a parent. Parents learn more from their kids than the kids learn from their parents. And I don't know if that's exactly true, but being a parent, you learn a hell of a lot from being a parent because it's a new experience.
You're right, because I want to be able to teach. I want to teach my child more than I knew when I was his age, because I can see like how well that I was able to retain knowledge at the younger ages that I was. If I had somebody that, I don't know, in my position now, I can see it much clearer. I can see that I can learn a lot of different tools right now, learn them now instead of knowing them prior to now. I can learn them now and teach them to him. And I'm not saying that this is exactly what I'm doing, because actually I'm teaching him things that I have a pretty good bit of knowledge on right now. I may be touching up on the knowledge that I already kind of had already. Oh man, so many alreadys. Sorry. I just want to be able to teach him more than what I was taught at his age. So I was taught to write in cursive, my timetables and all this stuff when I was in kindergarten. So now my son isn't even the age that I was, and he knows all the things that I knew when I was in kindergarten, but at a younger age. So it's always generational, and I really do implore people to teach their youngins way more than they think that they would be able to be taught. Yeah, let them be children, let them play, but I promise you, like, people just want to have some sort of task. They want to learn things. Like, it's not, they want to be mindless and brainless and go out and do nothing. I don't know. People say, let them be kids. What is being a kid? You draw, you learn how to draw better. That'll be much more fun to be able to draw better at a younger age than it was
Are you
for
homeschooling
me.
though?
Yes,
Is
I'm
it public?
homeschooling.
Oh, it's fucking amazing. Oh my goodness, I'm giving you like a fist bump right now.
Yeah, I already told you, Andrew. I'm teaching my
I'm sorry,
son.
I forget.
I'm teaching him Spanish. He's learning 2 different languages. He's 4 years old, so he knows 2 different like 1.5, I guess, languages. He's soaking up the other language better than I did when I was in high school learning the other language, by the way. So I'm teaching him what I know about Spanish. So he also knows English. He knows all of his numbers and in both languages, and he can do math and interchange the languages with the math that he knows. So he knows addition, subtraction, multiplication, and he knows exponents before he even knows division. He does know division. Not too long ago, I taught him division. It's like the opposite of multiplication, just like subtraction is the opposite of. Just taught him pattern recognition and then taught him a bunch of math. So it was super simple to teach him math after teaching him pattern recognition. And now he knows all this math. He's only 4 years old, and he can do exponents now. So he can double numbers better than I can.
As soon as possible. Teach him chess.
Yeah, exactly. That's
promise you.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I'm about to teach him chess. I already taught him the fundamentals of piano. I play guitar around him all the time, so I can't necessarily teach him guitar. He's too young. He doesn't have the fingers and the stuff for it right now because he's so tiny. I don't have a tiny guitar that's good enough for him. The tiny guitars that we do have are stupid. I can't even tune them. They're stupid.
Okay, I disagree with what you're saying right now because you can go onto YouTube and type in young child music prodigies. And the reason that they're young child music prodigies, and I'm talking about like 2 years old.
You're right.
Like 2-year-old, it learns how to play the drums.
Ooh,
as long
he
as
took to drums. Yeah.
well, I mean,
He
not everyone's going to be good at the drums, but
well, he took to drums because I can keep a beat on drums too. I've got good rhythm. I've been a musician. I took music in college, so I've got all these tools that I can like pass down to him at least. And it may be rudimentary. It may not be like I can't make him a prodigy, but let's just say that I can teach him to be a jack of all trades, if that makes more sense. I'm not going to be
yeah,
able
it
to
does.
just
And
like go ahead and pinpoint on what he is. I don't have the money to even invest in some sort of musical career for him, and I don't want to push him to do something that would keep him from other things. Like I want him to learn a bunch of things, not just one thing really well. I want him to learn a lot of things. So that's another factor that I'm kind of putting in there. So, and teaching him how to process information. Oh man, let me tell you, I'm going to teach him logic and logical fallacies, and the scientific method, and natural laws. So that therefore he would not be able to be deceived like the globers are these days, with the whole globe paradigm that defies natural laws, that goes against the scientific method, and is full of logical fallacies and doesn't come to a logical conclusion. So, if I can teach him these tools, I will be I just feel like I'll feel content as a parent. Just saying.
yeah, that's really great. And when it comes to the scientific method, there's something in the new age of technology with how kids are growing up with all these smartphones and devices and computers and stuff, a little bit different than, how we were. But when it comes to that kind of technology, coding, learning how to code. And
That's
this,
what Kosho just said. He said, "Don't teach him cursive. Teach him shorthand and also coding. Cursive is out." Well,
no,
I find that it's really I find that it's really ridiculous that people like young people can't even read cursive. I want to at least teach him enough cursive so that he can read it if it is in cursive.
oh, absolutely, yeah. It's sort of like hieroglyphics to some people because it's like, what
Yeah.
is an S versus a cursive S? It looks completely different. But or a Z versus a cursive Z, just as two examples. But in the example of coding, this is purely logical. And what coding is if this happens, then that happens. And when that happens, something else can happen. And there's a whole sequence of events that can happen after that. And then, so, I mean, it's a really beneficial thing just for anyone to actually learn. It's just a purely logical kind of a concept. And this goes into flat Earth. Oh, well, the Earth isn't spherical, then what is happening next? Well, therefore, you have to come to the nearest logical conclusion that if it's not spherical, then there has to be something else.
Yeah, everything that goes with the globe paradigm goes out the window. So you don't have like stars that are millions, billions of light years away. You don't have there's a lot of things like here. If the Earth is not a globe, there's a whole rung of the cosmic ladder that you would dismantle because it's built off of the Earth being a globe at a certain the certain dimensions given. So it's the certain dimensions given that the Earth is a globe, then that Venus is the same size as Earth, or relatively the same size. And that will determine all of the other things like how the distance of the sun, the mass of all of these supposed planets, and their orbits, because they have to go around the sun, even though they definitely, even in retrograde, go around Polaris. I mean, it's just obvious that the center point is not the sun, it's Polaris. Or, the center would be the North Pole, which is the magnetic north and the Polaris north are completely different because of perspective. But relatively, that's still a good way to navigate. So all these factors come in hand. So you have certain stars that have when you look at them through some sort of optics that will give you better clarity, they are seemingly much more, they have more physical attributes than the background stars do. So they seem to be something else. But they don't seem to be what we're told. They have a retrograde motion with the background stars. Okay. All of these things are still relative to the center, which is where, we would, if you're going with the celestial sphere, you're gonna be relative to Polaris. On the Earth, there is no measurable curvature, so why would you think that the Earth is curving? You don't experience curvature. You don't even utilize anything that over the Earth that would account for curvature. So where's the belief system here? Like, you don't have to believe anything other than what you are perceiving in reality. So I don't know. Just a lot of things to think about. I kind of got off on a tangent there. My bad. I don't even remember the original point.
Tangents are always good.
I like talking. I feel like I make good points, but it's always maybe off subject now. I feel like I went off subject.
I think you would probably make a very, very good actual teacher, even though I don't think you would want to be like a public school teacher. But
No.
teaching like low level college in a subject that you choose, I don't know. I think you would do very well.
Appreciate that, Andrew. I live in Alabama, so it's funny because a lot of people here in my home state are considered on some sort of less par of intelligence than our school system with the statistics and stuff. So we're scoring lower. I don't think we're the worst, but we're like low on that rung of scores.
Well, I mean, that could be the case, but there was a TV show a while back. I can't remember the name of it because I haven't watched TV in 6 or 7 years. But anyways,
Good.
there was this group of guys, and they were doing like all these like backwoods kind of like experiments, and the main guy on the show had a PhD in physics, and he said the first rule. Well, I'm not going to try and do the accent right now. Said the rule. I'm not even going to say what he said, but yeah, they were doing all these crazy experiments. One of the guys has a PhD, but he talks with a thicker accent than you. So just because you have an accent doesn't mean you're unintelligent. But a lot of people might misconstrue that because there's a lot of backwoods people that live in like, Tennessee. They I fuck my sister, not you. And it's, there's a lot of bad notions that go along with certain types of accents.
Yeah. And I get that. I'm not saying like I'm not trying to expound on it too much, but a lot of the times if I'm speaking in here and I'm trying to talk to a Glober in here, I get discarded because of my accent. And it's just one of the things that goes along with being from where I'm from. So.
Well, I think the major thing to listen to is not the accent; it's the words.
Right, exactly. I have a man, I grew up on a lot of good advice. I grew up around a lot of old people that they had a lot of good advice and things that they would say that I wouldn't hear normally in my peer group. So I didn't grow up like normal kids did around here. I've always been
What do you mean though? What do you mean normal kids?
yeah, I've always been considered an old soul, but that gets said so much by people that it doesn't even have any like validity anymore. But I was always like considered an old soul when I was meeting someone new, talking to an older person. I've been a bartender, or a beer tender, because I worked at a brewery for a while, and no matter who it was, like they would come in and I would be able to. You can go on Twisted Barley Brewing Company right now. You can go to the Google reviews, and you're gonna see my name pop up a bunch, and I don't even work there anymore. So you'll see that a lot of people like just random folks that would come into town, just be going through town, not even people like to stop at breweries. So not even from Alabama, they would be from somewhere else, and they would stop in just to come to the brewery and try the beers. And so I got to meet a lot of different people, and it was a lot of fun. I love talking to people. I'm not an introvert at all. I'm an extrovert.
I can tell.
I'm an extrovert all the way. And these people would come into the bar, and I would be, just pouring them some beer. I knew all about all the beer. So if they had a certain taste, I'd definitely be able to recommend something to them. I would find something that they like. 9 times out of 10, I would hit the nail on the head with the recommendation, because I cared about my job that much. Like I cared about knowing everything to a T, how the beer's made, what the components of the beer were, and whether it's wine or beer, because we did both, and what they paired well with food and stuff like that. Like I always cared about being able to give that kind of service to people. And
Okay, so I got a question for you. As I've never worked as a bartender or anything like that. Well, I did date one for a little tiny while until I was out of the military, and I really regret getting out of the military because she was fucking awesome. Anyways,
okay.
I mean, she was awesome, but she just got a job at like the most popular bar right across the street from our military base, and she told me it took her like 6 months to learn how to make all of the drinks, like, all these different types of mixed drinks and stuff. Did you ever go to like bartending school, or did you just learn it on the?
Well, I was let's be clear. Yeah, I did kind of do some bartending because I worked at a country club, and the country club has like a lounge area, and it has a bar there. So I did learn how to make drinks and stuff like that behind a bar. But it was different than what people would be learning behind a bar at a like a place where a country club is way different. Okay, so I can learn a lot faster at a country club what each individual member drinks and make their drink perfect, so it's so much different.
So you're saying it's like more specific to them rather than like the typical recipe kind of thing?
Yes, exactly. So I had to learn like how to make specific drinks for certain members. So it wasn't like being behind a crazy bar where I had to make drinks really fast for a bunch of people who wanted the same, like, sex on the beach and like a Malibu or stuff like that. Like I didn't have to learn that way. I learned a whole other way behind the bar. So you have to kind of get where I'm coming from. Like I care more about customer service than I do about pushing the drinks really fast. And not that I'm not really fast. That's not. I didn't have to be really fast for those scenarios, but still I had to be efficient. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, I got you. Yeah,
I couldn't
I'm
be
just kind
just
of bringing
fucking
that up.
slow. I couldn't just be slow. But
well, because you usually get
it's
tips,
different.
right? So like,
Yeah, well, it's different. It's so much different. It's like that's why I even said what I did, because it's so much different than what your girl that you were talking about experienced. It's way different. So, and here I am. I'm more prone to being able to know more about beer and wine than I am to know about liquor, except for the best, like, scotches and the best whiskeys and that kind of thing, you know?
yeah.
When I even know what the best tequila is, and it ain't Patron. Okay?
Okay, then tell me.
Altos. Like
Maltos.
no, Altos.
Oh,
Altos.
Altos. Okay.
Yes. Oh, that's the best tequila that you can lay your hands on. Promise. The blue, especially, but anything Altos, I'm gonna tell you, that's good stuff.
Well, I'll tell you this. Even to this day, the only hard liquor that I can drink straight without a chaser or anything else is tequila. So I do love a really good tequila.
Then let me tell you right now, you're gonna very much appreciate my recommendation of Altos. Think about the singer, like you're an alto singer, but it's Altos.
All right. I'll have to look that up.
Alto. You don't. Okay, it's fine. It Altos. Altos.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can get that. There's another kind that starts with an.
It's actually I think it's a Mexican tequila anyway, so it's Altos.
I mean, aren't most tequilas Mexican?
Yes, for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, because they make them from cactus, right?
Agave plants.
Agave. Yeah.
I mean,
There
you
we
can make
go, yeah.
tequila from other things, but like there's certain different kinds of tequila, and blue agave is one of those kinds.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. So it is agave because it's a sweetener. And you would ferment a sweetener. That's right. So, yeah, Altos. Just yeah. Anyways, the Earth is flat and stationary. Anybody got anything to say about it?
I agree. I agree and prove her and myself wrong.
Yeah, I would love for somebody to try to. Anyways, I'm talking too much about personal things, I guess.
Well, I got
I
a
just
question for you then. How did you
sure.
first come across Flat Earth, and what actually set you upon the idea that you were lied to and all that kind of stuff, and put you on the current adventure you're currently on? Right?
Right. I learned about a lot of things before Flat Earth. Uh, I started diving into my main goal was to find the truth. That was really like what I had set in my mind. And I wasn't going to accept anything that was pandering or because I could, for some reason, I could already see like there was something wrong. There was some pandering, there was some repetition, and there was a bunch of things going on. And I wanted to look past all of that and find the truth. So I started diving into it. Found a lot of stuff, a lot of really cringy stuff that I.
Hey, I gotta interrupt. Okay, so how long ago was that? And was it religious based, or was it just from seeing stuff around you?
It was. Let me just say I can't say it specifically, but it was a couple of years ago when things went down and things shut down and things went down. Okay. That really kind of set it all into motion, especially after a certain event. So I needed to learn what was going on. And I could tell, even with my, man, it was just one moment I was like not awake, and then one moment I was. I was like, something's not right. Like, all of these people on the news are pandering, they're repeating things, they're saying the same things, no matter where I watch, like, news, whatever. Anyways, I looked into it, found a bunch of stuff that's real cringy, that I won't go into detail. I'm sure that you have gone across the same information that I would even say to you. So let's just go ahead and touch base on. I learned a lot of the cringy stuff first. Realized that our creator was real because I found out that the adversary was real. Maybe that was kind of subjective, maybe it was objective, I don't know. I'm not going to go into it too much, but I'm going to go ahead and say that I found the creator. Then I found some hints to Flat Earth. Researched it, maybe to debunk it, maybe not to, like just looking into events in history, because I was already doing that. I was looking into events in history. Like, I was reading a book that's called, I can't find it on here. What was it called? Okay. Anyways, I was reading a book, and then I read the book Behold the Pale Horse by William Cooper.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Okay, so I read that book, buddy. That was a hard read. If I've ever had to read something that took me that long to read, I had to take so many breaks from reading that book. Man, it was probably the longest book that took me to ever like read through a certain many pages, because I had to stop after so long and process. So,
oh yeah, it's like
and
5 years.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's like 5 years of information that you have to digest in a very short amount of time.
Yes, because I was having to flip back to the resources that was given in the back of the book, and also like look them up and like find where the resources were coming from, and making sure that they were accurate, because even William Cooper was like, don't believe me, the information is there, go look for that information so you can go find it on your own. Here is all of the references, and go find the references that I've given you. And I looked into it a lot, and I found all the references. I followed a timeline. This is how I found Flat Earth, okay? I took William Cooper's advice. Thankfully, I came across him and his book when I did, because I was always so good at researching. My research papers in school were extraordinary, okay? And I never, ever took the full amount of time to do my research papers. I always, like, did them under pressure, like, within 1 day of them being due. But 2 to 1, I would probably do 3 to 1 day of them being due. So, super good at researching. Went into researching a lot of things about the timeline of the operations that were, like the Operation Deep Freeze, Operation High Jump, Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl. I got to like Dominic and Fishbowl, and I'm like, to my husband, I was like, Sterling. I think I'm a flat earther. I think I'm a flat earther. And just kind of let that sit with him for a minute while I kept researching. And I remember the day that I told him that I was a flat earther, and he was like, "Oh, really? Yeah, okay." So, yeah, that's how I became a flat earther. Just going through the timeline of events of when the lie was perpetrated from then on. When I came on this server, I had already known the sort of the bullet points that were being covered here, but I didn't know how they were. Man, they when I came here, I realized how you could utilize the information like you're in a court of law. So I've narrowed everything down to the main bullet points of the fundamental things that would need to be proven for the Earth to be a globe. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, that's a great response. Everybody has a little bit of a different story, but in the end, it's always somewhat the same.
Yeah. You really do need to narrow down everything because it's so much information that you take in, learning about the fact that you would have to really dive in to the information and take it with the time frame of how it was possible that the lie could be perpetrated, and then stop thinking about how the lie is perpetrated after that. It's really just a man. I looked into a lot of other things too simultaneously. So I was looking into Henry Ford and what was going on then because that was around that time, right before that time. So I read his book based off of his uh, Dearborn Independent articles that he had for his newspaper. It was newspaper articles that he had for his the industry that he was running for the Ford vehicles. He had his own like paper, and he would put in the article in his Dearborn Independent certain things there that he compiled and made a book about. So I would implore people to at least study history in like a timeline fashion, because if the things, pattern recognition is where that comes in. So you figure out the patterns of history and how things are led up to where they are now. If they line up or if they don't, you can kind of judge by your own discernment, by your own ability to process information. So
Yeah, and I've never read that book that you just mentioned by Henry Ford, but I do know a decent amount about him. And one of the favorite
I can't even say the name of his book on this live stream. That's how I would be censored. I would put us just anyways. Go ahead.
No, okay, I totally understand. But my favorite quote by Henry Ford, and I do believe Henry Ford only had an 8th grade education, but he became one of the wealthiest people in America by creating, like, the Ford Motor Company and just taking over the entire industry of like railroads, and like the government had to step in. He was becoming so powerful. They were like, "Oh, you have a monopoly on this." But either way, he said, "Do not fear failure, only fear regret." Meaning that if you want to be an entrepreneur, then go for it. Because if you don't try it on your own, then at the end of your life, you're going to have regrets. So go for it. And even if you fail, you're going to learn something from it. And I
Well,
know that for a fact.
yeah,
So one
you're
of the
right.
best ways to learn is to fail.
That's right. So right. And he also introduced a lot of things like the 5-day work week and stuff like that.
Well, it was the 40-hour work week.
Well, yeah, but it was still 5 days instead of 7 days or 6 days or whatever.
Right. I think it was 6 days, 10 hours a day. I don't know, something like that.
Was it
I wasn't
6
alive back
days?
then. It was something like that. It was, yeah, people were being worked to
That
death.
would be a
They just,
60-hour work week. So I feel like if it was 6 days, 10-hour days, that would be 60 hours.
well, he reduced it down to 40 hours a week. And what he did is he also increased their pay. So
Yeah.
worker life.
That's why I feel like it was 5 days, but you may be right. I don't know.
I mean, I could be wrong too. I mean, it's been a long time since I've researched this because it's really hard to do that research being, our age right now and look back and say, oh yeah, that was a fact because someone wrote it in a book and we
Yeah,
can read
that's
it today.
true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, he was pretty damn innovative. You can't deny that. But I don't know. Everybody has a contention with what history we've been given to analyze. So, but I don't remember ever learning anything about Henry Ford that I know now. I know that I didn't. I only learned like a little tiny paragraph about him and his development in our vehicle, like cars. So it was never in depth with as much as you can learn about him. You could learn way more about him and attain much more knowledge about the timeline that was going on right there prior to a lot of huge events in history. So it's at least something that you should research, even if you don't think that history is true. A lot of flat earthers are like, even if that's probably not true, or I don't know. I don't do that. I don't discard information before I even look into it. I like to look into it first. I feel like I have a better grasp on reality if I can look into it first. So even if you don't believe in religion, you should still read scripture from whatever compels you to read it. Read the Quran, read the Bible, read about Buddhism, read Hinduism, whatever you want to go about reading, just read it. If you're compelled to, I feel like you should do it because I think that it's never by happenstance that you come across these things that you feel compelled to go into. So everybody's experience is different than mine too. So they may be compelled to do something differently than I did. My journey to flat earth was way different than a lot of other people's. I hear more times than not that people came to flat earth because of Eric Dubay. Eric Dubay, Eric Dubay, Eric Dubay. I hear it every single time that I am introduced to a new flat earther. I was not introduced to flat earth by Eric Dubay. So I want to hear from people like me that, was reading books and came across it in another way like I did.
I'll tell you this. The conversations that I've had with the wonderful ladies in this Discord chat, I've brought up different types of channels and stuff that I've been listening to and have been a co-host on many, many times. Most people have never heard of them. And they are pretty popular. And they don't really give a flying fuck about Eric Dubay. Even though that was actually, ironically, one of the first videos, actually the first major flat earth video that I ever saw. So he's an influencer, but it doesn't really matter because he's kind of a social outcast. When it comes to these other ladies in Flat Earth, we're trying to get more ladies involved into this. And there are several different podcasts that are becoming pretty popular. So if you'd ever like to be a part of that, be a guest on there, I can link you to them and
Yes.
get
Yes.
you on it.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You don't know how many
Because
times that I watch these interviews or these debates with other people that I just wish that I was the flat earther sitting in the seat. Not that I don't know. Considering how sometimes people will gauge the way that you react to certain responses here and there, I would like to think that I'm pretty cool-headed, that I would like to listen to the other person's point of views and really listen, and maybe that would maybe influence them to listen to me. But I always wish that I'm the flat earther that's sitting there talking to whoever's asking questions. Always.
okay, well, do you know who Karen B is?
Yes, I've heard of Karen B. Yes. I've seen
You've
her
heard of her?
in
Oh,
no, I've heard of her. Well, let me just say that I'm not as well versed in Karen B like everybody else is, but I've definitely heard of her because people talk about her all the time, and I know what she looks like. Like I've seen her do debates and stuff like that, so I'm not just completely ignorant. I'm not going to act like I am. So I'm not. I pay attention. So I
okay.
go and investigate. When I hear about something, I'll investigate it. So there you go.
Okay, well, Karen B, she has been around a little before me, and she was actually one of the main influencers for me when it came to Flat Earth, because she did this remarkably beautiful video, just talking. I'll have to try and send you the video about it. And when it comes to having these lovely women like yourself involved in Flat Earth, you are outnumbered quite a bit. It's like a 20-to-1 ratio or something. It's mostly, a sausage party when it comes to this kind of situation. So, I'm not trying to do anything other than try and even up the ratio a little bit, because I think that we need to not just have a whole bunch of college frat boys involved in this one particular subject. I'm not sure if I'm espousing that correctly.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm usually surrounded by a bunch of dudes in here. That's for sure. And I love it. I love it when a girl is in here. I do. I mean, because usually the females that are in here are not, they're more outspoken. They want to be heard. I like that. And I'll just sit back and I'll listen. I really do like to investigate, but we're in a situation right now where if we weren't talking right now, it would probably be dead air. So.
Right. So I'm just trying to do my part and connect people wherever I can. And there was an awesome conversation that lasted quite a while with a Muslim lady. I'm not sure how old she was. I think she's also married. And I contacted her in Discord, and she said, "Yeah, I'll come on like a different channel to do like a debate or just to conversate about flat Earth." And she contacted me back, and I haven't heard back from her yet. So I will hit you up in Telegram. Are you in Telegram by chance?
I think I do have a Telegram, but I don't know how to use it. So I would much rather you hit me up somewhere in here with a link, DM me if you want to.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was just on Discord. That's fine.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
But Telegram, I was not even familiar with what Telegram was until like maybe 2 years ago, and then I realized, holy shit, Telegram is like instant messaging on steroids. It is way better than. I don't use Instagram or Facebook or anything like that. But then when I learned what
Yeah, me
Telegram was,
either. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I
um,
don't either.
oh,
So I got a Telegram just because of information that was I, I can't remember if I even still have it. And I'm telling you, like I don't know if I even have it.
well, it's great for flat Earth because there are loads and loads of people in Telegram for flat Earth. It's unlimited data storage. You can create as many channels as you possibly want, and it's just it works just as fast as a typical like a text. So it's a really great resource that I found. So it
I
might
mean
be something.
I agree with you. I realize that it is. I just don't know how to navigate it. And when I created it, I was trying to navigate it to something pretty obscure. So dang, I'm that's the only reason why I created it. And the one thing that I created it for was for something obscure that I couldn't even figure out, dude. I'm that far removed from any kind of like social media. So this is pretty
I don't
easy to
blame you.
navigate. This is pretty easy to navigate. And I'm still learning how to navigate this stuff, man.
Well, Telegram is super easy.
You say that. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll try to. I mean, if you send me a link, I have a PC now, so I'll be able to get it on my I have my own login versus my husband, so I'll be able to get it on here, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
How do
Yeah,
you
I
even do
will.
it? No, I'm just kidding. I'll figure it out.
Well, I'm actually I'm about a mile from home, going for my mile walk right now, so I can talk until I get home. But yeah, I mean it's a real basic thing to do, and what it is, it's just a messaging service where you can live stream from it too. I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
even
yeah,
sure how
yeah.
it's even free. I mean, they do have like the paid part of it, but you don't even need that because all they do, they just give you like emojis and just nonsense like that. So I don't know. Telegram is fucking awesome.
I mean, I don't know, but I think that the reason why that like I even got a Telegram, so I should be able to log into it somehow because I got one. I just don't have the application available to me right now because where I logged into it or signed up for it, it was on a different device. So I'll have to figure it out. Don't get me wrong, I will. I'll figure it out.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I do believe you need a phone number because they want to like identify that you're actually a real person, not like a.
If you want to send me a friend's request or a message or whatever, that will
Yeah,
be
I'll do
great
that as
on
soon as I
here.
get home.
Yeah, that's fine. No rush or anything. Just if I see you, direct message me on here. I'll accept it. I don't accept just people's friend requests. So I don't know why people send me friend requests all the time because I'm not going to accept it. They can just what does flat Earth Professor Dude say? Fuck off. Yeah.
I I love that because the reason I was bringing up Karen B is because you remind me a lot of her. You're a take no shit kind of lady.
Well, I'm a Southern lady. Southerners don't take a lot of shit. So,
yes.
as a matter of fact, we like to give a lot of shit and gauge how people take it. So it's one of those things where you can understand somebody by how much shit they can take versus how much shit how much shit you can take. People can just run you through the mud and you're just like, okay, oh, I see you, okay. And then you say anything against them and they're like, they're they have to defend themselves immediately instead of just brushing it off. Like it says so much about how much validation a person needs when you say anything slightly that could be taken offensive, and they take it offensive and run with that. Like, I'm a victim. I'm this. I'm that. Oh, whatever. Like, oh, you're being mean. Oh, you're being so obtuse, or you're not tolerant, or I don't fucking know, dude. These people today
I know
are
exactly what you're talking about.
too thin-skinned, and people can call me I've been called ugly. I've been called stupid. I've been called all the names in the book. A bitch. I mean, you can, man, you can just not count on your fingers and toes the insults that I receive from people because just my accent, the fact that I'm a flat earther, and there's other things too, but for the most part, those are the main things, and I'm just always like told because that's my picture for my icon or profile picture. That's me. So they're like, "Oh, you're ugly," and then they'll be or some flashbang. Is that a flashbang or I don't know. I've heard it all, man. It
I've
doesn't
never
matter.
seen your icon picture, but I should probably update mine because in Discord,
Yeah,
mine is a little different.
my profile picture is of me.
Okay.
It's just one of those like candid pictures, I guess. I like candid photos.
Yeah, I've never tried to hide my face. I've been live on camera for hours and hours at a time.
Well, you've
And
seen
different
my
streams.
videos of me playing music and stuff, so
I have not yet.
what?
I'm gonna have
Okay,
to look
I'm
at
gonna
those.
post it. I'm gonna post it again.
Okay,
I thought
well,
you
I'm almost
did.
home.
I thought you
I
did.
heard you talking. I heard you talking about it, but it wasn't me talking. It was someone else saying they were doing that.
Dang. Okay. Well, I thought you did. I thought I had sent it while you were
And by
on.
the way, I highly doubt you're ugly. Right? But you're also married. You have a child, so
I'm married.
and I'm going to respect that with the utmost respect that I can.
Well, yeah, I wish that other people would do that, but it's fine. I'm not worried about it too much. I ain't got
Well, you
nothing to
gotta
worry about.
understand. Well, there's a whole bunch of fucking idiots online. Oh, I get to talk to a woman. Oh my god.
I'm not super worried about it for real. Just
I'm just saying that I'm not like that. All right.
I know I didn't say you were. I would never assume anybody is for
No,
sure.
there's actually I will. There's a
Yeah,
lot of them.
that's fine. There's no reason to assume that somebody. I would rather think or sorry, I'm trying to get shareable link. I would rather you got to forgive me. I'm doing two things at once. I'd rather weigh in someone's favor than against them. There you go. I'm gonna at you. It's in the live stream. So
Okay, I'll be home in a couple minutes.
well, you'll
Wasn't
not
quite
be
a
able.
mile away.
It's in the live stream voice text, and you're added by me, Flatsy Klein. So you'll be able to find it, and you can listen to. I feel like you already have. Maybe you'll just remember once you see it that you have. But it's my submission to Gems in the Rough, Gems on VHS contest.
I'll have to go in and look at that.
Yeah, I play. It's a bluesy, a folky style song, and yeah, I wrote that. I wrote that song. That's my song. I wrote that.
Awesome. Who's your favorite band? If you have one.
He is legend.
That's a band?
Yeah,
Oh, not.
I feel bad for saying that it is because now I feel a lot differently about them. The more I know, the less that I like things these days. But I can't deny that if I hear one of their songs, I'm just like, yes. I can't help it, man.
That is no problem at all.
I wish you knew who He Is Legend is. They're your favorite band's favorite band.
Rock, most. The easiest way to say.
What now? I didn't hear you. You cut out.
Just like rock and roll kind of stuff. But
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
okay.
Think about whoever your favorite band is. He Is Legend is their favorite band.
Huh. Okay. Well, I'll tell you this. My favorite song that I've heard recently was by two female singers, two different rock bands, and that is, got their names. The lead singer is to Evanescence and Hailstorm, and they sing. It's not a rock song. It's just like a harmonious song. God, they do such a well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they do sing very well. I'm not a big fan, I guess. Maybe it's because I'm just not impressed.
Oh, okay.
And that's mean. That's so mean.
No, it's mean. It's just.
I'm not even going to say that I'm as good as them. It's not even that. I just know certain ins and outs of my, like how to learn vocal techniques and stuff like that. And the things that they do are very good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're not good. They're amazing. It's just, I'm just not impressed anymore. Like, I know the best, I know the good, and I know the bad, you know?
Well, yeah, I suppose everybody has their own personal opinion on how music works and how vocals work, because vocals is a really strong thing. For example, another one of my really favorite bands is Disturbed. I love Disturbed. David Draymond. I mean, that dude can fucking sing. If you've never heard him actually, I mean, the way he can change his voice so quickly.
I'm not a big fan of Disturbed. It's funny.
Well,
I think that what I said is still valid. So your favorite band is He Is Legend.
all right, well, I'll check it out. Okay, so I just got home, sitting down at my computer right now.
I'm gonna send you man, maybe I should send you actual like footage of He Is Legend instead of just the name to look up. I play some songs by He Is Legend too, so they're from their It Hates You album. I should do more, but they're kind of
Wait,
heavy.
you sent that to me directly? Because I'm not seeing it.
No, I sent my video of me singing to you directly.
What is the name of it? Just so I'm.
The Day. I believe we're gonna see the day.
There's so many different like little spots here in this Discord channel. I'm trying to find.
I tagged
direct
you
message.
in it.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, Mr. Rockin'?
Nope. Flatsy Climb. Kim Hopkins.
That was Friends. What the?
I didn't direct message it to you. I put it in live stream voice text. Sorry.
Oh.
Should have done that because I asked you to direct message me. I should have just done it for you.
Yeah, you could have just,
Yeah,
my name.
that was really
Okay.
stupid of me. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'll still do
I'll tell
it
you
if you
what.
want me to. If you want me to,
Oh
for
yeah,
sure.
that might be easier because I've got so many different. I don't check Discord on my computer every day, so I just have messages all over the place. Or I can just message you if you want.
Either way. Trying to find a good He Is Legend. I don't even know. I want you to experience a very good song by them, but there's so many good ones. Do you like heavier music? Do you like it heavy or?
Well, I don't like death metal.
No, it's not like that. Dixie
No, but I mean.
That's
no,
nice.
yeah, I can.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh man, I don't know. I'm like, what should I send you? Okay, all right.
Trying to find the perfect
I'll figure
one.
it out. Yeah. I'm not even on Discord right now, so that's why I'm not direct messaging you. I'm so sorry. Give me a second.
No, it's difficult. Sort of like if someone says, like, I know this is kind of dark, but if you're sentenced to death, what's going to be your favorite meal? What's going to be your last meal? And for me, I'd be like, I would say like, I don't know, can you give me a menu of like 120 different things and then just give all of them to me?
Yeah. Dang. I'm trying to find a really good one. I feel like I can find a good one. What's my favorite? Be Easy. Be Easy is going to be a great one. Okay, so Be Easy. Be Easy, Be Easy.
All right, I just got it. All right.
Yeah, I direct messaged you, so I'm going to send you a song by He Is Legend that I freaking love.
I got to change my profile picture too because I'm not a globe, by the way.
The Earth isn't a globe, and you're not a globe. Okay, good.
No, definitely not. Well, no, it's actually what's kind of weird is like when you put like a profile picture into Discord, people can't really view it very well. But it's just the globe with a whole bunch of like nonsensical like around it. But it's too small to read, so I need to change it. Just to cool. Sure.
I hope that this works because I didn't go to actual YouTube. Oh man, no, no. I did a whole thing that I shouldn't have done. Okay, let's just delete that. Do you have YouTube? I could just send you a YouTube link of a song, right? So that'll.
What's YouTube?
Okay.
Okay, just kidding.
I know.
Yeah, I live in Silicon Valley and I work in the technology field, so I live down the street.
Well, I just recorded a demo with someone, and I didn't do it on my own. Like, I didn't at all do it on my own. So somebody has invested in me, and it's pretty cool. Never had somebody take interest in me like that, so I was able to record in a studio for the first time, and it was so cool. It was so cool.
Well,
So
I
I
do
have
admire you
that
for what you're
experience.
trying to do because I've had a lot of friends who were involved in hardcore trying to become major musicians, and it's not an easy process. I've seen the amount of work they put into it, easy it is to be rejected, even though they're extremely talented. It's a very, very biased type of industry.
I don't really care about being accepted. What happened for me was more like somebody that has um, experience in that field was interested in me personally and wanted to invest in it personally, and took the role of my producer and got me a demo. So the most I've ever done in a studio is this demo. I recorded 5 songs in 4 hours. That was pretty cool. I
Okay, well,
recorded I recorded 5 songs in less than 4 hours, but the 4 hours were mainly touching up like the intro, like consolidating all of my one takes into like cutting out the end and the beginnings, and like bringing up volumes that needed to be brought up here and there. But it was just me on a guitar and a big old microphone singing and playing into that microphone. So it was pretty easy. That's why 5 songs were able to be produced in 4 hours.
yeah, I have no idea how to do that other than using sound recording equipment from like Adobe or Audacity.
Well, you have to think about whoever the musician is would need to be able to do everything simultaneously into one microphone. If you're doing like the guitar on one track and then doing the vocals on another track, that would take a lot more time. But instead, have them do it live into one big microphone. You can do that many in that short amount of time.
Okay, so excuse me. So yeah, I got the link for He Is Legend. Wait, is that you or
No,
I'm sorry, is that
no, I will send you me in your DMs. I did send
gotcha.
it to you in the live stream voice text, but that's fine. I'll figure it out.
Is Roland here?
Rolling my boulder. Let's get it.
Yeah, but
On Roland. Roland, let's see this left to right curve from the ground that you're talking about.
There we go. Let's get some globy stuff in. Some nonsensical gibberish.
So Roland said that you can see left to right curve in 62% of the show me flat GIF. I said, oh, you're seeing left to right curve from the ground. He says, yes. I said, okay, so who's saying that in any credible form from the globe community? Any academics, any scientists? And he just said, me, I'm saying it. So that can be dismissed. But
So he's his
he's
own
now
source?
claiming he's his own source. He's the citation. So now what the hell is he even saying? So then he said, no, you can't see it because it's too big. So I'm saying, okay, so you can't see it. You said 62% of those images show curve, but now you can't see the curve. And now he's saying, oh, well, you're just looking casually at it. You have to inspect it. I'm saying, okay, inspect it. Show us how you're seeing left to right curve rolling my boulder. Show us your work. 62% rolling. Left to right curve. From the ground. Where's it at?
Is he actually here, or is he just going to be a troll in chat?
Well, he's in the voice channel. You there, Roland? You gonna back up your claim? You need to take another drink before you get handled. Come on, Roland. 62% of those images show left to right curve from the ground.
You can't. And then,
Mm-hmm.
you. So,
Mm-hmm.
then you.
Mm-hmm.
All you left.
Coherent stuff so far.
As in, it's not coherent. We can't hear you, Roland.
He can't hear himself. Roland, you're all over the place already, and you've not even started. So you said left to right curve from 62% of the images
I said
in that GIF, right?
Because you. And then.
Okay, let's see that. Yeah, let me see that. Left to right curve.
It sounds really spotty to me. It doesn't even sound like I can understand the sentence.
Because he's not able to form an actual sentence yet. Roland my boulder. Do you know what you said? Yeah, 62% of those images.
And
He sounds like one of those people that are acting like they're breaking up, but they're not actually.
Yeah, right. Come on, Roland. Don't make this more painful than it already is.
Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So.
Hello?
Jesus Christ.
Are you just here to waste everyone's time?
You can't
or you...
say
What's
you
going
have
on?
evidence.
Roland, you said 62% of those images in the GIF show left to right curve. Back your claim.
Okay, it's a fine claim.
So you said 62% of those images show left to right curve from the ground. Why are you claiming that?
It's a wonderful claim, right? All you've got to do is show 63 or whatever percent of them don't.
Right, so where's the left to right curve that you claimed?
In the images that you've posted.
Right, okay, so where are you seeing the curve? Because there's no curve in it to us. And you just said, no, you can't see them with your eyes.
Yeah.
You need to inspect them
cool
carefully.
Thing that and then you get the all things confused about see and detect.
All right, so how are you detecting the curve? Where are you detecting the curve?
It's like if I took a 2x4 and said that you would just
no, you're talking about the images in the GIF. You said you're detecting curvature. Where are you detecting the curve?
Let's get some things down between you and me.
No. Let's back up your claim.
There's no need to go on some.
No, Roland. There is a need for you to back up your claim. You made a specific claim. You can detect left to right curve in those images in the GIF. Now, you're going to present the evidence to us of how you're detecting or where you're detecting left to right curve in that GIF that you just claimed. You're not going to start waffling on about 2x4s because we're talking about the images in the GIF. So you're being held to your claim. So let's see it.
Hold me to my claim, but let's
Yeah,
get
I
down.
am.
Let's get down what I meant by my claim, and not what you hope I meant. Okay?
We have what you said.
Yeah,
So
we
are
have
you
what we
saying
said.
you didn't mean
Let's
what
make
you say?
I meant what I said, but let's make sure
Okay, so let's
you
quote it.
understand what I meant.
62% of those images
Let's
actually
make
show
sure.
curve.
Let's make sure
Right?
you understand what I meant.
No. Okay, so let me
You don't
qualify
want to
this
make
then.
sure we get words down. So you say no. This is
62%.
like the
You said
fourth time that you said
62%.
no. You don't want to make sure we understand things before we go forward.
Yeah, we can read basic English, Roland. You said 62% of those images actually show curve. Did you say that, yeah?
Okay.
Right? You said that, yeah?
Go ahead. You've already said all this.
Yeah,
Text,
so 62% of those images actually show curve. Where do they show curve?
See, that's where you mix up show and can see with naked eye, right?
Well, what do you mean by show?
It can be detected by any means.
Well, what means are you detecting the curve with?
Any means.
What are your means for detecting the curve?
Shows the curve means can be detected by
Right. How are
any
you
means whatsoever. Doesn't matter.
the curve in
Doesn't
those
matter.
images?
It does
No,
matter.
it does matter because it's your claim.
Here's the thing. I've
What are
spotted
you using
Here's
to
the thing.
detecting
I've
the
spotted
curve?
you and answered your question. You
What are
aren't
you
answering
using
mine.
to detect the curve?
Wolfgang.
Roland. What are you using to detect the curve?
I'm not going to keep talking to you if you can't listen and reciprocate.
What the fuck are you talking about? You just said you are detecting the curve.
Conversations listen.
You just said you're detecting the curve.
They take turns.
No, Roland. No, Roland. You absolute melt. You're going to answer to your claim. You've just said, I didn't mean I see it. I mean I detect it by any means. So we're asking, okay, what means did you use to detect it? And now you are unable to answer. So, Roland, what means did you use to detect left to right curve in 62% of those images?
I've already answered at least 3 of your questions.
You haven't answered the question, which is the
I'm
only
done.
question.
Good luck.
What means... Oh, jeez Louise. What are they like?
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
Never wants to get to the crux of the actual issue. Ever.
It's because they get so, it's so funny. Like these GIFs that I post, I just know that they're going to upset some of these globers. Just simple images of Earth, images of the horizon. And they just feel the need because it annoys them that the horizon is flat and the Earth is observably flat. It just annoys them enough that they'll go, oh, well, actually, 62% of those, you can see the curve. And it's like immediately, okay, well, you've just locked yourself into an absolutely ridiculous claim that no one on the globe side would even make. So I'm going to make you answer to that. And obviously, it just makes them spiral. They immediately tried to backtrack. I didn't mean you could see it. I mean you could detect it by any means. What means? Oh, it doesn't matter. Blah blah blah. It's like okay.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna go up to VC check-in too. I may need somebody that has the ability
Yeah,
to.
I'll jump up with you.
Wait, where did everyone? People are leaving. Hello to the 15 YouTube watchers. Yes, please drink water. And eat something as well. That's probably good too. Mm.
Well, anybody still left in here? Not gonna lie, it's pretty not even late anymore. It's pretty early for me. I need to hit the sack. I'd
What?
hope
It's
that
like 5 in the morning, right?
it's 4 for me.
Oh my gosh.
This is around the time that I'm able to go to bed anyway, so why not? I sit and toss and turn.
Please sleep
Why?
well when you do.
I appreciate that. You too. Yeah, of course.
Oh no, I'm up. I'm up for the day. I already slept 8 hours. I went to bed at like 7. So I got home and I was just exhausted.
Well, that's cool. Well, I mean, I'm glad you had a good rest. It's
Patsy,
important.
just watched your video that you sent playing the guitar,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna say you're very good at that. You're way, way better than me at the guitar, and yeah, I think you have a very talented voice. But my only criticism is it was a little bit hollow because I think that there was a little bit of an echo because of.
It was the recording quality. It was just my phone that I had at that time. It was not a
That
very
was on
good
your
phone.
phone? Oh my goodness. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I recorded that on my phone.
Okay.
And I didn't
Well,
even
I think
use
you got something there.
earbuds. I didn't even use earbuds. I should have used an earbud or something.
But
'Cause
I
you can.
think you got something.
I appreciate that. You can imagine that the place I was recording where I worked, which was Twisted Barley, and I was in the back area where they brew. So the echo was extreme. I should have probably figured that out better. Sorry.
Well, yeah, it's always kind of tricky to figure that out when it comes to like cinder block walls and a barn door.
Yeah, and we also have this area over here. Well, sorry, I'm visualizing it. There's an area right behind the taps that's made from an old barn, also. So there's a lot of really good places to actually play, and I chose the worst. I was trying to find a good area that I could set up like a background scenery with some kegs and stuff like that. So if you pay attention to what's behind me, I set that up and I was all by myself in the brewery recording that the day that I wrote the song. So that's something too.
So that is your own song.
Yeah, and I wrote it that day that I recorded it. Now it's a lot different now. I mean, it's not a lot different. It's still the same, but I change it up because I'm more familiar with it. So you can tell that I'm not as familiar with the song because I had just written it that day.
So I got a question for you. Do you
Okay.
only play acoustic or do you play electric as well?
I play, well, that's an acoustic electric, by the way. But
Oh,
yeah,
I couldn't see the bottom.
that's fine. I know it's got a preamp in it and stuff like that. So, um, I don't necessarily play electric. It's so weird because think about the way that you form your stance to play acoustic, and it's all like you just go down for electric. Like you get what I'm saying? Like it's flattened for electric because it's a flat instrument, whereas the acoustic is it's a hollow instrument, and you have to like position yourself around it. And I'm used to that, and I'm not used to. So yeah, it's just acoustic. I play acoustic.
I tried to learn how to play guitar, and I friends try to teach me, but it just didn't seem like hands and my brain would ever seem to want to work together to do it.
Well,
It's like some people are
guitar,
musically
sorry.
inclined.
No, well,
Well,
guitars,
but
it's a whole thing. Like, man, when I started out learning guitar, it was more like I started learning it so that I could play in accompaniment to my voice. I didn't want to necessarily rely on anyone else so that I could play music live. I love playing live, and that was my goal. Like, was to I was shy at first, of course, so it was pretty difficult. But I put myself out there. I had the courage, and I put myself out there to even do it horribly at first. It wasn't necessarily like horrible, but compared to what I can do now, just thinking about what I used to play live before that, it's something. It's a huge difference. So I just put myself out there, got used to playing in front of people, and I was received very well because if you're a female and you're playing guitar and you're singing, you can be horrible at it and sing well, and people just kind of, or even if you sing like not necessarily well, but like mediocre. If you're a girl and you do it, you get a lot of good attention versus being someone mediocre that's a male. It really is just that way. So I did have an advantage like with that point, but I did already have a good singing voice. So I wasn't necessarily mediocre when I started out playing guitar and trying to put myself out there as a performer with guitar and singing. It's just nowhere near as good as it is now, if that makes sense. I mean, I know
I
it
think
makes
you're
sense.
above mediocre. I think that
Well,
there are a lot of
I
females
wish I wish you could
that
just
have
see where I
started off.
started. I just wish you could see where I started so you could just not say that.
Okay. And there are other females that play guitar and do, play instruments and things like that. And they start off very, very rough, but this makes perfect, but perfect. So I think you're definitely on the roll of something if you pursue it and you want it.
Yeah,
Like I was saying earlier about Henry Ford, that do not fear failure, only fear regret.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I don't fear rejection or whatnot. I would rather me just go ahead and put it out there and receive the bad with the good. It's so much better because I prefer receiving bad with good. Like in real life, I don't have anybody just like, oh, you're not that great, or blah, blah, like I don't have that. I have people just like, oh yeah, you're so good, and I like the criticism. I really do. I really kind of welcome it. So I would love for somebody to just critique me as much as I critique myself. And I think that I have a lot to expound on. I could be much better.
Well, I forget who said it, but someone said that we are our own biggest critic.
Yeah, of
Someone said
course.
that. I forget who
Well,
it is.
yeah, and I agree with that. I agree that I am my biggest critic, but I need people to also be critical of me. You should critique me. I think that it's important that people don't get such a big ego. And even though I've received a lot of positive feedback versus negative, even the negative feedback that I get, it's always still positive. I don't want that. I want people to critique me like I critique myself because I don't want to get a big head. I don't have a big head. I do think that I'm all right for real. I mean, I could admit that I'm good, you know. But also I've worked really hard to be as good as I am. But I'm not
Yeah, and there's a
I'm
difference
not
between being critiqued versus having there's criticism and then there's constructive criticism.
but I'm not as
Telling
good
some
as I want to be. I want to be better.
well, that's not a bad thing. But if I were to tell you, you know what, you kind of suck, that wouldn't be very positive. But I'm telling
Well,
you right now that you're pretty damn good.
well
From the
you
first
can you
time I
can
just
say
watched your
that
video.
you could say that I'm pretty good and then be like, but this and this and this, like you were, like you did. And I love it. I love it. I really do. People don't seem to appreciate the critique that they get. And I get it because like I kind of had a horrible scenario that I put myself in to record and didn't have such great I didn't even have equipment. I just had my phone. So I'm like, I'm gonna do this. Was it good at least for this quality that I put out there? You know, like if it was
Yeah,
presentable, yeah.
what I was saying to you was trying to be constructive. Like, yeah, you're doing really, really well, and I think, honestly, I would listen to it again. I probably will, but it wasn't like a backhanded compliment when I said. However, there was a little bit of an echo, so that was constructive. Just trying to inform you that you already knew about that. There was,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
of the way you were recording it, so it wasn't be like, yeah. I'm not gonna have to give examples. Backhanded compliment is like, yeah, no. So no, I think you're onto something. So don't give up.
Oh, I think that I could really invest in some better equipment for real, and also I thought that it would be a good thing to be kind of echoey. I needed to for my. I thought that the sound of that song at the time, over time, I get tired of it though. So I've changed my mind. But at the time, I thought it sounded like it came from like an old recording, and I thought that that sounded really cool. And now, hindsight is 2020. uh, it could have been better for sure.
Yeah, sound equipment, in my experience, because back when I was in high school, I was dating a girl, and she worked at the real popular store called Guitar Center, and she got
Oh
me some real
snap!
good discounts. Yeah, and so that's when I bought my first guitar, my first little amp, and tried to learn how to do all that. And I realized I was just absolutely shitty at playing guitar. So, um, but then I found out how much like real guitars and sound equipment cost. It is not cheap.
You're telling me guitars are not cheap. And I've never, there's only one time that I've ever bought a guitar brand new. And it was when I first started playing guitar, I bought a classical guitar because I was still in college for music. And I wanted to learn how to I wanted to be classically trained on guitar first. I'd already had too many credits though, because I was taking private alto saxophone, private voice lessons, and I was in jazz band, choir, and music theory with piano. Oh man, I took so many music classes. I wanted to learn everything. So it was so fun. It was a lot of fun when I was like, can you just give me the music for guitar and maybe here and there like let me perform in performance class because when you take private lessons, you also have a performance class that you have to take to perform the pieces of music that in front of everybody else that has performance lessons also. So it's not just like you are performing in front of just the teachers, you're performing in front of everybody else that takes private lessons also. So, oh man, it was so much fun. I played alto saxophone, and I played one song. It was called Jig, like Guigue, Jig, or maybe it was Gigue or something like that.
Yeah, however it's pronounced, something like
Yeah,
that.
it was a different language, clearly. It was called Jig, and I was playing it on alto saxophone. Okay, and it was like, oh, man, I can even remember how it goes. It's like. It was such a like a complicated rhythm and all of the things that goes along with an accompaniment of the piano. And I had my part, and I started without cueing my private lessons teacher that was on piano, and I didn't cue her well enough, and I started the song by myself and kept going. I didn't stop. I kept going all the way to the end without her. And that was one thing that I was commended on, at least at that rate. Like, if you're going to start a piece in front of a bunch of people, finish it and own it. And you better not get off tempo. So that was one thing that I kept in mind the whole time that I played without her. I was like, let me just keep going. I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to keep on tempo, and I'm going to do it. And I did, and I got good points. Even though I got points taken from starting without her, I got points given because I kept going and I kept on tempo.
Well, I commend you for what you're doing right now, because what you're actually saying something that I wanted to do when I was like a teenager, learning how to play guitar and all that kind of stuff. And all I wanted to do was go to dive bars and just like be part of like a small little like city fucking band and just learn how to play guitar or something like that. And I couldn't even do that. It wasn't because I was afraid of being in the public. It's just because I couldn't learn how to fucking play instruments. But one of the things about being in the public, just even online, like what we're doing right now, is you're being public. You're announcing yourself to people, and some people are just so fucking cowardly. They hide behind the globe. Sorry to say it.
They do. They hide behind the globe, and they don't even want to hear any evidence against it because all the evidence is against it. It's so funny. It's so funny because I mean, don't forget that we used to believe that the Earth was a globe, and not that I'm saying that you do forget that. I don't think that maybe some flat earthers forget it. But we all believed the freaking globe was real too. And we used to like expound on it too. The idea of outer space, and everybody did it. Everybody did it.
I got angry and aggressive about it to the point where I was actually considering like changing my profession, like becoming a physicist or like an astronomer or something, just to try and prove my preconceived notion that the Earth is a sphere. And I was looking into that a lot. I'm not kidding.
I mean, I'm not saying that you're. I think it's funny, but I don't think you're kidding at all.
I'm super glad I never took that pursuit, but I think a lot of people started venturing into that point of view, where it's like, well, we have to learn more about something we don't know. and then all of a sudden you're like, oh my goodness, what is going on? And then so you start going down this avenue of, and by the way, I'm trying to keep it on like the flat Earth topic because
Me too.
I've
Yeah,
been
that's a good
I've
idea.
been I've been given a couple warnings here and there, like, oh, stop talking about like conspiracy stuff. Try and keep it on flat Earth, like by some of the moderators and stuff. So I do try to venture back into the flat Earth conversation as I possibly can.
Yeah. I appreciate it too because I forget
Yeah.
sometimes. I get caught
Well,
up
I
in
mean, I think
conversation. Yeah.
I mean, it's real easy because one of the nights I came on, it was like the second night I came on, I had a conversation with a gentleman, Jimmy or something, and we spoke for like 3 hours straight, all about religion. But it had a direct correlation to what the conversation was, because religion and flat Earth. Now, I'm not Christian, I'm not religious, but I know that creation is real and spirituality is absolute. Well, creation is absolute. And that's what a lot of people were like, oh yeah, okay, I hear that. But ultimately, I can't get on board with the religious stuff. I mean, I've tried, I was raised that way, but
Well,
ultimately, it's
I
kind of
can't
weird
either.
that
I can't either if that makes you feel better. When it comes to religious stuff, no. When it comes to things that are recorded in history and you can go verify for yourself, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm on board. But a lot of people like to think that history is fabricated. And maybe a lot of it is, maybe some of it is, maybe none of it is. I don't know. But there are things that you can read. I think that people should just read more. It's kind of funny because a lot of people's biblical knowledge comes from YouTube. You know, like it's not even something that they're going into their own Bible and reading. They're taking somebody's word for it, you know?
well,
And
that's
maybe
actually very interesting that you bring that up because I got a really good buddy. He is he's Mexican and he's very, very Christian. If you get into his truck, go for a drive, he's got the Christian, like, AM radio playing, like high volume, him to read it or listen to it. Dude, come on, you gotta turn the volume down, or you just, like turn that crap off because I can't listen to that because it's like the hardcore one-way religious, and he never read the Bible ever
yeah,
until
exactly.
he got in. Well, no, he never read it until he got into pretty big trouble, and he had to go to San Quentin for 7 years or something. And you
Yeah,
know what
okay.
happens to people in prison?
They read.
You don't have a
They
whole
read
lot
a
to read,
lot.
but they give you a Bible,
Yep.
and that's what happens. And he's a hardcore flat earther, but he only believes the Earth is flat because of what the Bible says.
Yeah,
And
but yeah, exactly. Okay, I got you. I got you. I'm smelling what you're stepping in.
yeah, no, I love that terminology. The Southern, yeah, linguistics there. I love that.
Well, I
Love what you're
mean,
stepping in.
I can smell it. I can smell what you're stepping in.
There you go. There you
Yeah,
go. You smell what I'm
but
stepping in. There you go.
but yeah, that makes a lot of sense because when a lot of people don't read the actual scripture, so they will interpret it or take interpretations of other people or let somebody else read it with their own inflections on certain like parts of scripture that it still deals with interpretation with inflection. Like if you just read it yourself and let it do its own thing and you don't have any bias, like it's different. So that's one thing that was eye-opening for me when I did start researching the Bible and stuff. Like I didn't like the King James version. I'm just gonna go ahead and put that out there. I hated it. Um, so I wanted to look into it more and find a more comprehensive. So I went with the concordant literal version. I love the concordant literal version. It's so awesome.
What is the difference?
It's just Greek, the direct Greek translation to English from a scholar. His name was A.E. Nock. Not Enoch, but A.E. Nock.
Okay, that's a very vague way.
It's if you have his name, then you can find the concordant literal version that he that's who translated it. I looked into his backstory so that I could know what he did to go back and translate it. So I was kind of researching it in that manner. I wanted to know who was translating this text from the original Greek text. So that's all. The only reason why I gave you his name and the fact that it was Greek, because it's just the New Testament that I have. I don't have the Old Testament. I do look up the Old Testament with the concordant literal version, but it's from the Hebrew and not the Greek. So I just need to clarify that. Anyways, I was looking into that, so I wanted to read that kind of that text. And reading that text is a lot different than reading the King James Version, just saying. And after there was, I'm not going to get into it too much. We can stop after I say this. But the fact that, you're told or taught that when you die, you go to heaven or hell by judging how you were as a person. In reality, or not in the scripture, it tells you that when you die, you don't go to heaven or hell, but they translate it kind of says that you go to hell, but in the translation that I'm talking about, it says that you go to Sheol and that you're in a place where you're awaiting to be resurrected. So it's not a place that's perceived. So everybody goes there when they die. It's not like you're going, maybe you go somewhere else that is still like in that kind of scenario, but not heaven or hell. But maybe you're in a place where you're tortured or something. I don't know. You just got to be careful what you consent to, because if you consent to some crazy ass shit in this life, maybe some things in that kind of realm or that kind of can have their fucking, they can toy with you and do whatever they want with you, and until you're resurrected. That's scary. Like, don't do that. don't give up your soul. That's really stupid. Don't do that. Anyways, there is no heaven or hell in that scenario. There's only, you're not going to heaven at any point in the Bible. The new earth is laid upon the earth that we already live on. Death is taken away. Death is the last enemy to be defeated, and that means that entropy will be taken away. So we're looking at a world where there's no sun or moon anymore, but the light that's shining is the Messiah. There's no entropy anymore, and these things that were introduced into the system are also taken away because they're not needed for whatever reason, which is inconceivable. Wow. But when I don't know, there is no heaven or hell that you're going to when you die. And these religions like Christianity and Catholicism are all like portraying such a paradigm with your like afterlife, and it's not even true at all. It's not what the scripture says at all. Like, not even close. So I thought that was pretty
how well
eye
versed are
opening.
you in the scripture?
I've been studying it. I'm not like a scholar in it, but I would like to say that I'm somewhat studied in it. Like I can't just be
It's
presented
kind of
with
an
a.
open-ended question. I'm just asking.
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I'm not deceived by a lot of the preconceived notions that go along with the stupid religions that are based off the Bible that have nothing to do with it. Oh, it drives me insane. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
No problem. And I do appreciate everything that you've been saying. So I'm going to send you a link here to something. And I think I've discussed this before. I think it would be really awesome if you were able to show up to Vegas, if you can afford it, in late October. Do you know what that is?
Wait, what did you say? I'm so sorry. Forgive me. I
There is a
had a.
huge, no problem. In late October, Karen is holding a yearly Flat Earther. It's called Flattoberfest 2023.
I'm not going to be able to
Yeah.
go. There's no
No
way. I mean, just think about it. I've got a 4-year-old. I've got a husband that works, and I'm a stay-at-home mom. Like, I can't even think about how I would figure that out.
Yeah, and a lot of people are in that same predicament. So I guess I'll just pass on sending you that. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do it anyways, just so you can kind of see what's going on.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I'll check up on it. If there's a live stream, I'll definitely like be in on that for sure. But I
There's
just
gonna be a
wish
lot of people live streaming it. Oh yeah.
I wish that I could come. I really do. Like I was even trying to think about it. Like, oh man, there's no way. I've tried to logistically. I cannot do it. I wish.
And the reason I'm bringing it up is because of this conversation right now on the topic of spirituality and religion, all that kind of stuff, along with actual physics of the earth we live on. There's going to be a whole bunch of people that are showing up from all around the world, and many of them are. It's not just black. It's not just globe. It's like there's doctors that are showing up for this.
I'm aware of how big it is. If they would pay me to come and play music, I would do it. But, I would figure it out for real, but I would have to like have my expenses covered for that kind of trip. You know what I mean? Like I can't do it on my own. I don't even have a job. And my husband, he's in Vegas right now. But he's there for free, and all of his expenses are paid because of his job. And it's crazy. I would have to have that kind of deal if I was going to do something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing about Vegas, because you said one child, right?
Yeah.
Plus your husband. So yeah.
But we don't have any childcare, so if my husband is working, who's going to be with my child? And I don't want just anybody. Yeah. I don't want just anybody with my child. I'm very, very, very picky because I know how most people have had some sort of interaction in their lives where they've been in situations that are not. Oh man, I don't want to say it outright, but I know that for a fact that people have been abused in a certain way in their youth. It's just the way it is. Like this kind of abuse happens to most people. It seems like a lot of people have had this kind of abuse, even me. So like my own statistics by people with experiences in my own life, just taking note of all the people that have had these kind of abuses, it's more times than not, I'm not going to put my son through that. So I'm very, very picky about who watches him. Just saying.
You're protective.
Oh my God. I'm not just protective. I know for a fact that if I don't care, something's going to happen and it's going to be my fucking fault.
No, I completely respect that, and I think most mothers that are listening would probably give you like the weird eye if you said anything different, because any mother would do that. Any father would do that. You're protective of your kin.
Yeah, I think my husband is like one of the only people that I know that was not like abused. He was abused in other ways, but this one specific way that I'm not going to put my son through that. I'm not like, and any abuse is horrible, but the kind of trauma that my husband had was because his father was a deadbeat. He was a drug addict and he abandoned the family, that kind of thing. Like, he had to deal with that kind of thing, but he never had to deal with the kind of abuse that other people have had to deal with. That is, I don't even know how to explain it without saying it outright, and I'm not going to say it outright because
Well,
no
this is
life's
not the
short.
correct place to say it. There's a lot of different channels that you can
Exactly.
say it on.
So, yeah, exactly. So I'm not going to subject my son to somebody that would do that at all, or even any kind of other abuse or trauma that he like. I'm very, very, very particular about who watches him. It has to be somebody that I know would die for him. Like, it's just the way it is, man. My support system is limited because of that and other reasons, but yeah.
No, I completely understand. And you said he's 4 years old right now,
Yeah.
and I barely remember being 4 years old. So, yeah. And my mother was my support at the time. My father, he was working full time as a carpenter, and my mother, even though she owned a business, she had to retire that for the time being when she was raising me, my brother, and my sister. So, like, the mother is the support mechanism for a family. So I commend you for what you're doing and the admiration that you have for your family and the compassion that you're actually speaking out loud about. And a lot of people are not doing that. And there's a lot of socio-political movements that are happening. Now, I don't really have to say anything about leftism, but I think you understand what I'm talking about.
I absolutely do. And
And
I'm gonna go ahead and
it's,
tell you right
it's
now.
insane.
Yeah. Here's the thing. What is more natural to socialize your child with the outside world than him or her being exposed to the outside world with or being around people that you love and that are also being exposed to it with you, other than you being sent off to a building that you're closed off with a over hundreds of other kids that are also being closed off and just put into a building together, can't leave for 8 hours a day. Like, that is not socializing. I'm sorry, it's not. That is not a natural way to socialize. It's not a way to teach your child to socialize. I am totally against sending him to any kind of like institution at all because it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Also, I think that I can teach him way better than any of them can, because being around a bunch of your peers that are closed in a building with you is going to give you an incentive not to learn anything that you're being taught. Also, giving you social cues that are not actually going to happen in your real life when you get outside of that system. So, I think that that's important to not. The whole thing about, if we were really sending our children to a little tiny school where there's just 5 or 6 of them with one school teacher, that'd be different. It's not that, though. It's like that on steroids times 10. So it's kind of a mess. I don't like the school system. I really hate every bit of it to the core of it. So not only are they going there to learn and regurgitate, not learn, they're going there to memorize and regurgitate. They're also going there and learning how to be in a prison system, and not like an organic system where you, not system, an organic, like a, I don't know, like scenario where you would meet people regularly, organically. It's not the same. It's just not.
Oh, I completely understand what you're talking about, because I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent too quickly, but
I did.
because no, sometimes you have to, and I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. So what I do is, when I have my students, these young kids, I mean, for me, they're kids. They're sometimes in their late teens, early 20s, whatever. And I give them an assignment to do. And I say, all right, here's your lab, here's your assignment. And I'll show them how to do it. And I'll give them the wrong information. Is that wrong for me to do? I know I'm doing it wrong on purpose, because I'm challenging them. I'm trying to get them to use critical thinking. And then a lot of them will say, oh yeah, that sounds good. I'm like, really? Did you actually pay attention to what I was just saying to you? And this is the problem that is happening with a lot of people, is they're just listening to the professors and to the college instructors. And I'm like, did you actually listen to what I just said? This is completely wrong. And then it takes a couple weeks for it, to go through their brain. Like, oh, now I get it. You want me to think for myself.
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Yes, that's what I want you to do. Stop trusting me just because I'm a fucking college instructor.
Exactly. Don't just memorize and regurgitate. Actually think about it. Yes, I can appreciate that. It would be different if that was the way it was on a bigger scale. It's just not the way it is, though.
And I would not be like that unless Flat Earth came around. I would just be like, all right, here's the information, learn it, take the test, and I'll go ahead and get my paycheck, and you can go ahead and get your diploma.
Hey, I
that's
remember
fucked up.
when I was in school, there'd occasionally be a time a teacher might say something wrong like that, and then I was of like that dumb mindset where I thought, come on teacher, why would you say something wrong? Just like say the right thing. I didn't realize what they were trying to do back then. But yeah, I think it's a good way to go, make people start to think.
Me too. Absolutely, Salt Lake Stacy. If it was like that all the time, Andrew, I would not mind sending my child to school. But I know for a fact that it isn't like that most of the time, so he ain't going to school. Sorry.
And Salt Lake Stacy, it's very nice to speak with you again. I think we spoke
Yeah, we spoke one time
about that. And it was very confusing to me because I thought you were from Utah. But Turns out that was not the case.
Yeah, I'm passing on subliminal messages which aren't true.
Okay.
I love it. That's great. So how are you doing on this nice flat plane over the pond?
Over the pond. It's I was happy today because I've been like trying to spot some rainbows so I can get a drone and fly it up to like see the rainbow as it gets more towards a circle as you go higher in altitude.
Yeah?
But then, of course, today when I had my drone, the drone's going like, oh, the gimbal's not working, error. So I didn't get to do
no.
that. But
Dang.
oh
You've
well.
got some great pictures though. I really appreciate your pictures. They're just awesome. Okay,
Yeah,
you have the infrared filter, don't you?
yeah, I do.
Oh, that's all. Yeah, exactly. I remember some of you were on the hot air balloons that you got. Yeah, man, you got some good shots. I love it. That's great.
Yeah. Those are pretty cool. I might send a GIF in the chat right now
Yay,
of the
do
same
it.
things you've seen, but for
I don't
anyone
care.
else
I'd love to
listening.
see him again.
Oh, wonderful! Yeah, I'm sure people would love to see that.
Okay, just going through my files. I have too many files that it always takes 10 minutes just to find something.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'll
That's what Dave
spam
Weiss
you with some.
says quite a bit. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I was just being stupid. Sorry.
No, you're not being stupid. Come on. You're being literal. Oh, sick. Still.
I just know how many things that I save because of this just collecting information, not even just Flat Earth, but a bunch of other stuff. What a wild ride it's been.
Yeah, it's
I
a
find I
taboo subject to bring up, but it's literal. I mean, you can't get around it.
I have a bad habit of like getting information, like if you see something, you download it or get a PDF or something, and then I just have heaps of it, and I think, oh, I'm never going to get around to looking at it, so I delete it. And then it's like, oh, I shouldn't have deleted it, but I don't have room for everything.
Oh man, the troubles.
I can help you with
of,
that.
Yeah.
Help you out.
Oh man, all you need is like an external hard drive.
I was just about to say that. Yes, you could buy huge external hard drives
Yes.
that are USB connected for pretty cheap.
Okay, I might have to look into doing that.
Yeah,
and
you
like
can
with the
buy.
drone footage, that's like a lot of gigabytes in my drone videos as well.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
buy.
terabytes.
Yeah, you can buy like external hard drives that are bigger than your hand. So, and they hold a lot of storage. So you'd be all right if you could maybe invest in that. It's not hard to set up and transfer information over, and then delete it off of your device, or maybe I don't know. It's like a backup. It's like having backups to things.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I should think about doing something like that.
Well, I'm going to say it's not probably a good idea. It's an absolutely good idea. Because you have no idea
Yeah.
when your hard drive might fail. And if your operating system fails, you can replace that. All of your files, those are gone.
Yeah, that's true. It's something I like to forget is an actual thing which happens is hard drives fail.
So all you have to do is just go on to over in Kangaroo Land. Sorry to say it like that.
So on my phone,
Amazon is still available over there, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So just go on to Amazon and just look up portable hard drives. A good size that's pretty cheap is like a 12 terabyte. 12
That's
TB.
heaps. 12 terabytes.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of storage. It's more than you'll probably ever need.
Yeah, you're probably gonna have a problem like filling up that storage.
Yeah, 10 years ago, that was like, I don't know, $1,200. Nowadays, it's like $120.
Yeah.
And it's portable, which means you just plug it in and unplug it. So even if the power goes out, you still have your data.
Yep.
Okay, I'll get onto it.
Yeah, you better. I'm just kidding.
On my phone, I have a storage space and
Jimmy, you're roboting a bit.
Yeah, you're cutting out. You gotta check your internet. But it seemed like he had something very. Go ahead.
In my phone, I've got different folders. I have one folder that has 9,700. I got another folder that has 5,300. Another folder that has 1476, and I've got 1,700 screenshots. So I've got well over 10,000 photos for flat Earth information on my phone.
Right, but you have to break that down into actual data storage.
Yeah.
You can have 25,000 photos of something, but it doesn't matter. Well, if it's low pixel quality, you have to break that down into how much storage on. Is it megabytes, gigabytes, terabytes?
Yeah.
Man, I really want to talk about something when you guys are done.
Oh, I'm done right now. I'm just trying. I'm a tech nerd.
I know, but I'm looking at Salt Lake Stacy's footage. Look, just you can look at it. Like, can we talk about the infrared that we're seeing? Like the lines that are being. Oh man, those lines from the sun.
The lines in the sky, I think that's more because it's a GIF, so it loses a lot of quality.
Okay. Well, it's just interesting how the lines are formed and the ripples as you're moving. It's just interesting how those lines, man, it seems it's hard to explain. I don't necessarily have to explain it because you guys can see it, but
yeah, that is really interesting.
they're in a
you
circle.
Were taking that.
But you could see, like, before she pans to the sun in the big one, how there's like a circle of those lines. It's not just going around the sun in that arc, but there's a circle right there. There's a circle of that.
I'll just upload one which is an MP4, just so you can see the better quality versus this GIF quality.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, I guess it's interesting with the GIF quality that it actually does sort of make higher contrast things, so you can see these things very
It's just
obviously.
funny, but if you ever, okay, I just want, the reason why I even said it is because the way that I've viewed a sunset over the ocean when I'm on a bay area, because I live in Alabama, so when you go down far enough, there's a bay and then there's the ocean side because of the little there's what do you call those things, like peninsulas off of Alabama into the Gulf. There's a bay side and then there's an ocean side on either side. So when you look at the sunset, though, the way that the light will cascade around during the sunset, it's like you're viewing the. Of course, it's more intense right next to the sun, but if you start looking out towards like what the sun is doing along the horizon in a circle around you, where you have nothing but water in front of you and behind you during the sunset, because it's the bay, so you're seeing like the ocean on one side and the ocean on the other side of the land. It's pretty interesting how the sunset will have the same colors along the horizon. Of course, like I said, it's more intense when you get to the sun because it's what's emitting the light that's in the circle, but it does that. It makes a circle of the sunset colors that you see. So you see the argon, the helium, the hydrogen, and all of that stuff reacting in that diffusement of light because the attenuation of light. And it's in a circle around you. I don't know what. It's just crazy. I think that it's crazy. Sorry.
I
And it
kind of
seems.
struggled to follow in what you're saying. I can't quite
Oh man,
visualize it.
I wish that I would have taken a 360 like degree picture when I was viewing the sunset on the horizon right at the point where I had land just under my feet, but there was ocean all around me. And I saw the sun on one end setting, and the light, the hues from the light from the sunset did a circle, like it, and in the sky right above me in my zenith was the light blue that you would normally see the sky, but everywhere like in the circle from the zenith had the hues of the sunset that you normally see, like the orange, the pink, the all of those colors.
Okay, yeah, so you're saying like 360 degrees around you.
Yes. So that was one interesting thing that I
Yeah,
like
that's
was.
strange. You'd think it would just be like sort of towards the way the sun was setting.
Yes, exactly. That's what, and I thought it was pretty interesting that the hues, the colors and stuff were going in a circle, but as the circle went up, like the hues would still like mimic the sunset over on the sun side, but in a circle, and my zenith would be the blue sky or the light blue sky.
Okay, interesting. I'll have to pay more attention when I'm ever at a peninsula. Or
Yes.
just by the ocean as well, I guess.
Or high enough to see the circle. Like, it seems like it was displaying itself in those gifts, but I may be wrong.
Okay, so I do have a question about these videos here. I think they're absolutely wonderful. It looks like you're in a helicopter. Is that correct?
A hot air
No,
balloon.
hot air balloon. Sorry, I
Oh my
shouldn't have
goodness!
been.
Wow. Okay, you're braver
It's
than
okay,
me.
Flatsy knows.
You're right. I'm a fangirl over here. I'm the one answering for the person that should be answering.
Okay. I will never go in a hot air balloon. Nope. It's like a death trap to me.
I want to
So
go
you're
in a
braver
hot
than
air
me.
balloon. Oh man, I would love to. I would. If I had the opportunity, I would.
I've seen too many accidents with those. Anyways, so you're like about 150 feet roughly above the ground. I don't know.
I
200
think the
feet.
guy said 1,500 feet or something like this from memory.
Oh, really? That high? Okay.
Maybe not that high. Maybe just 1,000 feet. Wait.
Okay, so
Because
I'm still
thinking in
way
feet.
off.
I'm thinking in feet, and I use metric, so I think it was more like 350 meters, which I think is meant to be about 1,000 and something feet.
Yeah, it's about that. I think it's yeah, roughly.
And I guess each video might be a bit different in altitude because he wasn't telling me each time I was taking a video what the altitude was, so I'm just approximating by saying it's about 1,000 feet.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to determine that.
Let me just expound on what she said. She didn't want to ask every time that she was like filming how far up they were, she was afraid that she was going to be too annoying, which is ridiculous, by the way. You would never be annoying. You're precious.
Yeah, or they might get a bit suspicious of me because I've been volunteering there, and I don't know, I don't want to ruin my chances. They might think, oh, we don't want a flat earther on our volunteering with us. How dare she be here? So I'm keeping it on the down low at the moment. But then one of the times...
You can still ask and not have them be suspicious. You can just be like, I'm just curious about how high up we are, you know?
Then that's just a bit over the top. And they have like paying customers and everything, and I'm just getting a free ride. I want to, be respectful
How many people
to
were
the whole
in the Hunter
situation.
balloon with you?
They have about 20 people on a basket.
Holy shit.
And like
I thought it was like 5 or 6 people at most.
You can have small ones. And they're not really, like, you are crammed in the sense like you don't have heaps of room, but it's still like spacious while being right next to everyone, so it's quite cozy. And then there was one time, one of the more I think I've only had maybe 3 flights since I've been volunteering, which is a lot, but I'm doing it for free. And the most recent one I did, I woke up that day and I thought, oh, I might bring my camera just in case I get up there, and oh, I might bring my handheld GPS just in case. And so I did that, and I got onto the flight, so I got a camera footage, and also I had the GPS, which would tell me my GPS location, and it also does the altitude, but I'm a bit iffy with its altitude readings because sometimes when I hold the GPS, it will say I'm underwater when I am not underwater. So it's not a good altimeter. But then after the flight, I said, "Hey, pilot, can you give me like the sort of file thing you use, which tells you all of the altitude data and all that?" And unfortunately, he said he would, but he never did. So that's annoying because I was thinking, oh, that would be such good data, and then I'd make a video and just have on like the left-hand side just all of the information of that. But that was one of the pilots. The other pilot, if I ever get a ride with that pilot, I think he would be really honorable in like actually getting me that file if I asked it. I was just on the flight with the less reliable pilot. So
I've got
it still might
so
happen.
many questions about what you're doing with this. Oh my god.
It's so crazy cool, right? Like, I love it so much. I love that you're doing this.
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay.
It's like an adventure every
My
morning.
question is, okay, I have 2 questions for you, and then I'll shut up for just a moment. Okay, first of all, how much does it cost for a typical flight like that? And I'm not going to do it because I've already been out in the middle of the ocean, and I've already risked my life and all that kind of stuff in many different ways, and that's not going to be one of them. And then, so what is the cost? And then from the point of liftoff to the point where you land, how far do you actually travel?
Okay, first question. It costs about, and it comes with a free breakfast as well in the package. It costs 350 Australian dollars. I don't know how to convert it to USD. And the other question, how long the distance involved is usually about 20 kilometers. And then the pilot just has to like use the wind to his advantage to try and time it to 45 minutes to an hour. And usually the lower he is, the slower it's going to be. The higher he is, the quicker it's going to be.
Is it a set destination from one place to another, or is it kind of random, or do you go back?
Well, they rely on the wind, so before they start the flight, they're looking at the wind conditions of the day, what the general direction is, and then they'll see, okay, say if the wind's going north, then they'll say, okay, it's north, so we'll start south of where we want to land, and they always want to land around the town center. And so then they drive to a launch site, which is usually some farmer's property, set it up, start flying, and then while they're flying, they sort of decide where they're going to land, but they do tend to already know where they want to land, and then it's just them having to try and actually land where they want to land. and then there's some people in a car below sort of chasing the air balloon and then talking to the pilot saying, hey, we're over here, and then they throw a helium balloon up into the sky, and then they watch the helium balloon and they see the direction it's going, and then what else? They see the direction it's going, and they guess the velocity, the speed in knots, and then they tell the pilot, okay, here around here where you want to land, the wind's going this way, and then this is the speed, and then the pilot will interpret that information and decide, okay, I'll go down now and try and get like a turn, and all this piloty directional stuff.
Okay, I've got another question now that you're saying all this, because what kind of safety measures and precautions are put into place if something goes wrong, or is it just like, you're going down and you're fucked?
Well, I don't think they have that. I don't think there's that much they can do. There's not really a parachute or anything. I mean, they call one of the parts of the hot air balloon a parachute, but that's not like the parachute people jump out of the sky with. I don't think there's that much they can do. They kind of would just try and land as gently as they can.
I think that you're maybe it's not like you got a hole in the like the balloon and you're going down. But I guess that's what you're thinking of, Andrew.
Yeah, they can have
no, it's just
you can see holes in the balloon,
crash
but
in a helicopter and recover from that, and do all that kind of stuff and survive in the ocean. But in a hot air balloon, it just seems like a death trap.
Well, if they have you can see some holes in the balloon, but for the vast, huge amount of surface area which the actual balloon part covers, the one we usually fly with is 400,000 cubic meters, which is just a crazy amount. And then so if you have little holes in it, it's not gonna make you crash or anything. It's too small in comparison, and also the actual baskets they have they're made out of some wood, but in a crisscross sort of shape or a checkered sort of shape, and that's meant to be very bouncy and absorby. So I mean, if you did crash to the ground, that's gonna try and not make, I guess, try and absorb some of the fall.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Stacy. If you're ever out in California and you're like, "Hey, Andrew, you want to go into a hot air balloon?" I'm going to give you a 50-50 chance on that happening, but I might say yes.
Okay, I'll remember that for when I randomly go to California one day.
Yeah, randomly, right? Okay.
Maybe the hot air balloon might go over the pond from here to California.
Well, what I'm saying is, I think that the video footage that you're taking is absolutely phenomenal, and I think a lot of flat earthers would be very, very interested in learning more about this, because there's not a whole lot of people that are actually doing this. So I think what you're doing is absolutely phenomenal, and I'm going to go ahead and give you an imaginary fist bump in the air right now and say, hey, awesome.
Okay, imaginary fist bump received. Yeah, so I have some footage of the most recent flight I had. I'm wanting to because I did use my GPS, so I'm wanting to try and find some sort of program where I'll be able to have the actual video and then a program which would overlay the actual a pointer or waypoint thing on a Google map, and then just show the pointer as it moves in sync with the actual video moving. So that's what I want to do, but it's a bit technical and I haven't found the ideal approach to making a video like this, but that would be in the works. I'd like to get that up onto my YouTube channel eventually.
Well, I think that's awesome. For real. I have to go to bed, guys. This is a crazy time that I've stayed up till.
Oh wow, you've been staying up.
Yeah, it's 5:20 a.m. So I need to go to bed.
Okay, good night, Flatsy.
Thank you. Good
Oh, good morning now.
good day to you. Good day to you. I don't know what it is for you, but
6:20 p.m. for me.
man, what is yeah, that's crazy. You're just opposite of me. But you too, Andrew, and all of yins. I have much love and respect for all of you. You have a good
Well,
night or
thank you very
day.
much. It's been a great pleasure speaking with you. And we'll do it again sometime in the future.
Of course, yeah. You've got me and DMs and the people that get my a certain side of me on here are welcome to my DMs. Not just anybody, especially you Globers who think that you can DM me. I've had a few DMs from Globers since I've been talking to you guys. Just you guys, by the way. Just saying.
Oops.
Like, what the hell? Anyways, have a good day,
Yeah.
good night, good
I'm
morning,
gonna
good
send you a
afternoon.
DM. DM
Okay.
sent. So now I'm in your DMs. I almost said demons.
Thank you. Yeah, like you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you. You guys
Yeah,
have a good one.
Speaking of,
Much
yeah,
love,
you can go
Flatsy.
now, Flat. Good night, Flatsy.
Good night.
Speaking of DMs, which I mispronounced demons, it reminds me of the most stupidest, like, sort of nightmare thing I had this morning when I was waking up. Like in the stage of sort of being half awake, I thought I saw this little shadow man on my bed, and I was thinking, what's this? There's this weird little shadow man, and then I realized as I actually woke up, it was just my eyes sort of were cross-eyed, and it was just the way my nose looked with like my cross eyes, and I thought, oh man, I'm so stupid, stupid
Oh my
nose
goodness.
looking like a shadow man. That's my brain. So that's why it's good if I wake up early, because if I sleep in, I just have stupid things like that. It's like my body telling me, Stacy, wake up early, otherwise I'm gonna trick you with silly things like that.
All right. Well, I got a question for you then. Have you ever
Yes.
experienced sleep paralysis?
Well, I think that's sort of the thing I have when I do like I sleep in and then like I feel like I can't move, but that's because I'm sort of getting half awake. And so it's sort of, I guess you could call it sleep paralysis, but I think it's more so
No, that's
just
like
being
basically the
half awake.
definition of it, where it's like your eyes are like maybe a quarter of the way open, so you know you're awake, but you're still asleep, but you can't move.
Well, I guess it's sort of like that, but I feel like sleep paralysis is sort of makes it like a misconnotation, at least in my mind, where it's like, no, it's just your body slowly waking up. Don't make it sound worse than it is. Just, I don't know, maybe that's my mind of it, at least.
Well, the first time that I experienced that, I was working like 16 to 18-hour shifts, barely getting any sleep. I was sitting back, taking a nap for like an hour, and all of a sudden, I couldn't get up, even though I heard my alarm going off. And a lot of people have experienced this. It's really creepy. It's almost like you're feeling like you're being possessed.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
when I first had it, I was in a very like spiritual Christian ideology, and I was thinking, oh, it's demonic, it's demons, blah blah blah. But these days, I think, no, it's just me trying to wake up, but my body's just not actually waking up yet. But it does feel like there's something like pulling at your chest and stuff. But I think it's just me trying to actually get up, but not. But I sort of dismiss it more as just like, I'm waking up. It's just a weird part of my waking up when I sleep too much and then it always happens when I wake up early and then I go back to sleep again. That's the pattern I've noticed for myself.
Yeah, it's very, very strange how that, like our sub-mind, third eye, sort of like that, in my experience. There's something else going on in our brain that's telling us that we're awake, but we're not really awake.
Yeah, and also just being in that mindset, you're not quite, with it in reality, so you over dramatize everything which is going on, I think.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, the first time that I experienced that, I mean, I was almost certain that I was dying. Obviously, so here, over dramatizing it was definitely, like you said, over dramatized. So we can experience these different types of, my goodness, distraction. I'm not really great when it comes into the third eye and the chakras stuff.
No, it's not something I've looked into much.
Yeah, other people can explain it much, much better than me. But either way, just to go back and re-emphasize what you were showing in those videos, those are really, really cool. And not very many people actually take videos like that and show them, especially in a hot air balloon, which, I'll say it again, probably
It's
never
a
do.
death trap.
Well, I mean, I've seen hot air balloons catch on fire where people are burning alive inside of them.
Hey Andrew, you need to stop saying all of these, then I'll get scared and I won't go on one.
Okay, I apologize.
No, you wouldn't scare me. I'm too interested in getting cool infrared pictures to let some scary stories stop me.
Right on. Okay. I mean, I can say that all day long, but at the same time, I can say, do you know how many people have died in a car on the freeway? Yeah, you can pull up countless videos of that. So, I don't know. I would suppose that the hot air balloons are statistically safer than getting into a car.
Yeah, there's
The
less
same thing with an
bad
airplane.
hot air balloon drivers, than car drivers. There's a lot
How do
less
they
traffic.
steer them, though? Like
They
the
use the
pilots, you were
wind,
saying?
and the only thing they can do sort of to change directions is they go higher or lower, because at different heights, different altitudes will have different wind sort of directions. And so it really is an art. It's very interpretive, creative, having to work out, okay, the wind's this way, and then I want to go, and yeah, it's very cool. I don't have the desire to be a hot air balloon pilot, but it would be a really cool thing to learn and just be more well aware with how the winds work.
Right. So, do you know how long it takes to become certified as a hot air balloon pilot?
I have been told it before, but I cannot remember, but it was either 100 hours, 200 hours, or 300 hours. So I don't know which one it was, but it was a three number thing, 3-digit number. I don't remember. It might just be
It doesn't
100
sound
hours.
that.
I don't know. 200.
So, the typical flight lasts what? Maybe an hour, 2 hours.
Yeah, 1 hour, 45 minutes to 1 hour.
So even at the maximum of 300 hours, that's 300 flights. Okay, that's a pretty good amount.
To get your Australian commercial license requires a minimum of 75 hours flying experience plus 8 hours advanced training. So not even 100 hours, about 80 hours.
Huh. I'm kind of interested because there's a lot of people that are listening right now that may have been in a hot air balloon in the past or want to go in one. I kind of want to hear from other people. Like, have you done it before? Aside from Stacy?
Well, is anyone gonna speak up?
Yeah. It's very, very late for me. Way past my bedtime, too, because I'm here in California.
I mean, I haven't, but I'd want to. Sounds pretty fun.
And Stacey, you said it cost how much? You said like $350?
And 50 Australian dollars, which comes
Yeah,
with a
US dollars and
breakfast.
Australian dollars are not too far off.
Okay.
And that's for one flight.
Oh, Timber, I'll somehow convince you to get on a hot air balloon. What if I make a hot air balloon business, call it Flat Earth Flights? Then everyone will have to go on it.
Well, that's different. I'll join in. But you were saying that to Timber, right?
Timbo, he's
Oh,
just
Timbo.
in the chat.
Oops. Come on, Timbo. You've been here before. Don't be shy.
So today I did some volunteer stuff, and we went to this primary school to talk about some environmental stuff my volunteer group has been doing. And I found it great just walking into the year 4 class, and there you see like spear, like hot no, now I'm trying to say hot air balloon. Focus, Stacy, get the right words. Inflatable, like those inflatable balls, but with each planet, like Uranus, Neptune, blah 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 blah, and then like a big inflatable beach ball sun. And I thought, here back into the indoctrination world. And then they had this whiteboard on the side of some stuff they had, I guess, been learning about, and it had questions and things, and it was like, what is gravity? Gravity is a force, and just like, all that sort of stuff. And I thought, oh, I could tell them a thing or two about gravity. But I didn't. I stayed on
And what
topic.
age was this?
Year 4.
What was this?
I guess like 10, no, probably less than 10, maybe 8-year-olds or something.
Yeah, you're getting a little choppy, by the way.
Bad internet. I was saying
It
probably
happens.
about 8
That's the
years
internet
old.
for you. About 8 years old? Okay.
It's
So,
my guess. I don't know entirely.
see, over here in the U.S., 8 years old, typically like 7th, 8th grade, roughly.
I may like be way off the off the mark, but I'm just not good with actually guessing ages of people.
Wait a second. In your 12th grade, that's like 17 to 18. 6th grade is like 12 years old. 8 years old, it's like 5th grade. 4th grade, 5th grade.
In Australia, Wikipedia tells me year 4 is usually between 9 and 10. Okay, so that
Okay.
was the age range.
And they were asking about different shapes based on gravitational pull and physics. I didn't know what a force was until I got into like 10th grade, roughly, when I started taking like high school science courses. So that's kind of weird that they're introducing this stuff like so early.
Yeah, I've looked through the textbooks and all of like this young aged textbooks for like people in primary school. They have whole chapters on the solar system, the universe, galaxies, and you're at the age where you don't question the information. You just think, okay, that is the way it is.
Okay,
And it's
just to
annoying
clarify
because
real quick,
oh yeah, go on.
in the UK and in Australia, the term primary school typically means from the time that people enter school at the beginning until they get into a certain age range. And I think most people say elementary school, then middle school, then high school, and then you go into college, which we call here. And then over there, you go into university.
Yeah,
So
Australia, it's basically primary school, high school, and then university, which you would say college.
So, primary school, that's what grades are they?
Primary school's basic. I mean, you can get technical and say there's kindy, which is before primary school, but it's basically from when you start school to about maybe 13 years old, and then high school it's maybe about after 13 years old to when 18, and then after that is university. And I might be a little
Right.
off,
Okay.
but that's
Yeah.
sort of the
So
gist of it.
yeah, over in the U.S. we have like an in between. So they kind of separate the ages a little bit. Some are 2 years in between. They'll call that like junior high school, and they'll call it. I mean, there's different names for it based on what state you're in. But it's interesting that it's like a huge gap. Okay.
I find it a bit strange how like Australia isn't a complete replica of America, because I feel like in so many ways Australia just copies America, but not quite in the schooling systems yet. I was when I went to high school, I was so confused. I thought, oh, high school, that's gonna be like where I have lockers, because that's what I see in all the American high school movies. But no, I didn't get any lockers. I just had to bring my bag. Such a letdown for me and my high school dreams.
Yeah, American high school is also based on a lot of Hollywood.
Yeah.
But high school is one of those things that I hated when I was there. And I did pretty well in high school, but I hated doing it because of the situation I was in. Now, I was an athlete, but I was also an academic at the same time. But I didn't really being an academic, but I was forced into doing it. So when I think back to it now, I wish I would have gone back and done both of them. Actually, the academic part taken more serious, and the athletic part taken less serious. Even though the athletic part definitely was worthwhile. So there's pros and cons to everything we do in our life.
Yeah, I find if I could go back theoretically, I would be a bit less of a goody two shoes and just be a bit more of an annoyance to the teacher, ask more questions than they would like. Oh well, I missed my chance.
Well, what's the old saying? We can wish in one hand and shit in the other. See which one fills up first. So, don't look back on the things that we could have done necessarily. If you still think you can do it, then never try to stop doing it.
Yeah, I was emulating this want of mine today because it wasn't at school, but I was talking to some other person, and for some reason, the topic became dimensions and the fourth dimension and the fifth dimension, and I was like, hey, explain to me how can a dimension, like, I don't know, I was just giving them all these questions whenever they would bring something up. I'd give them a question and then they wouldn't know how to answer it, and then I'd be like, well, you brought it up, so you should be able to answer it, because otherwise your body idea is not coherent. I was just being annoying. I think it was mainly my thing was 3D, three-dimensional. That's the dimension. 4D is like a conceptual dimension. Time being like time's not a dimension. It's sort of a misnomer, in my opinion. They equate time as being a dimension just to make a cool concept of it. But time's just an abstract idea of a cyclic nature which happens. I don't know. I just rambled on a bit about that
I
today.
completely agree with you, because the smartest guy that I've ever met in my entire life, one of my good friends, I was talking to him about that exact same subject. I was saying, what do you think the fourth dimension is? He's like, oh, it's time. I was like, well, why do you think that? He's like, oh, because physics. Time is conceptual, just like you were saying. So, granted, you can use time as a linear definition, but it doesn't have an actual physical characteristic. The second, third, fourth, the second, the third dimension does. Even the first dimension. Even the first dimension is much nonsense.
Well, I mean,
So
the first
when
and
people,
second dimensions would be more conceptual as well.
I'm sorry, say again?
The first and second dimensions would be more conceptual.
Well, you are breaking up a little tiny bit. It's a little choppy. I'm not sure if it's me or not.
Maybe my microphone isn't close enough to me, but I was saying the first and second dimension are more conceptual as well.
Yes, your microphone is much better now. Well, yeah, the first dimensional aspect is very, very conceptual, because that goes into string theory, which is quantum mechanics. Second dimensional is provable very, very quickly, and you can do that with a shadow. Put a light on your hand, and then you can see the second dimensional shadow on the ground. There's width and length to it. There's no height to it. That's a shadow.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I completely forgot about shadows.
Yeah. Plus, also, you can look at your computer screen, and that might be a little more.
That's more digitalized. I think shadows the better example.
Right. But I mean, I'm just using another example that other people might be able to understand. But yeah, a shadow is an absolute example of there's no height to a shadow, just the absence of. It's actually the restriction of height. So when it comes into the third dimension, you have to add, in geometry, the XYZ axis. So you have to add the Z axis. So, okay, then after that, if you want to go into the fourth dimension, you have to add something else. That is where it starts getting complicated beyond human comprehension. And that's where a lot of people just use time as a linear type of dimension that doesn't even equate to the XYZ axis. So how exactly can you add another dimension? A lot of people have tried to figure this out. They also try to add a fifth dimension, which starts to get ridiculous. And I've even heard some people in like advanced physics say, yeah, we could go into like the ninth dimension, 10th dimension, and it just starts getting ridiculous. And at that point, I just stopped paying attention. It's just a whole bunch of super Marvel movies and stuff like that. Just fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And if anybody here is listening and can prove me wrong, then go ahead and do it. I would love to hear it. But unless you can do that, I need to get going pretty soon.
Yeah, the panel seems pretty silent. They're all just enjoying hearing you talk, Andrew.
Oh.
I missed your claim, Andrew. What's your claim?
Shoot. So, can you prove anything exists? I wasn't making a claim necessarily. I was just saying that if anybody can prove anything beyond the third dimension, a lot of physicists, quantum mechanics, that say that time is the fourth dimension. I disagree. It's completely different and dimensional. But if you can prove it, I would love to hear it. Even fifth dimensional, sixth dimensional, whatever.
Nope. I don't want to go there.
Yes. I don't blame you.
You asked it if there's anything beyond the third dimension.
Didn't say that. I never made a claim about it. I'm just asking if anyone can provide any
Would
evidence
that
to it.
not be
And
information?
I've read a couple of books about it. And
Would
there
that
was a
not be
contest.
information?
I'm sorry, say again?
Would that not be information?
Well, yeah, I mean, information is required for it.
Have any of you read or heard of Tartum Organum by Ouspensy?
Nope.
Don't think so.
Tartum Organum is basically what I would call the metaphysics. You know, Aristotle wrote metaphysics, and we use that as like a basis of reference for metaphysics. Well, Tartum Organum is like the basis that you would use for understanding dimensions, and is probably the most famous reference book on dimensions by Ouspensy, called Tartum Organum. And although I agree with you, Andrew, that yeah, you can't prove anything outside the third dimension, I think it's pretty obvious, and it has to be multidimensional, and it's, you know, pretty understood by everybody that there is higher dimensions.
I mean, I'm just.
Well, first of all, I never quite claimed that exact thing. But you said Morgana? Like the Fata Morgana? Like a mirage? Is that?
No, the book's called Tartum Organum, and it's basically a reference book, a bit like Aristotle's Metaphysics, but it's about dimensions. and it basically explains all the dimensions, how we know they exist, and basically sort of how you can visualize them and how you would potentially move between them. Everything you need to know really about dimensions. Tartum Organum by Orspency.
Hold on, computer right now. I'm going to look this up because you have intrigued me very much. I need you to look that up.
No.
So Hattem,
Yeah.
And also,
H-A.
like, you know, if
I'm
we're
gonna
going with the
Yeah, just leak it in
definition,
chat if you could. It would be easier.
Yeah, I'll find it.
We're going with the definition.
Or just the spelling
Dimension.
for it.
Yo, bro, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
A measurable extent of some kind, right? And then they give the examples: length, breadth, depth, or height. Well, energy is measurable. So you asked if there's anything beyond the third dimension. There's that.
Was it just me, or was your microphone cutting out a little bit?
It didn't seem to cut out for me. It was
No,
basically
I
saying.
couldn't.
Yeah, you weren't cutting out earlier either. I think it's your connection, bro.
Connection looks pretty solid. Okay. Well, could be. Tell you what, I'm going to switch off my phone, and I'm going to go straight to my computer. Listen that way.
Yeah, I've shared that in the live stream voice text, the book Tartum Organum. I have a copy of it. I've read about 5 chapters. It is a very complex book. If you haven't already looked into dimensions, I would suggest watching a few videos before you get straight into that book. But I would say that's the most comprehensive explanation of dimensions and sort of why they exist and how they have to exist.
Okay, it's probably an interesting read, but yeah, it probably is a bit advanced for me.
Yeah, that's why I stopped, in all honesty. I think once you get past the first few chapters, and get your head around it, it becomes like, I don't know, unless you're particularly interested in this subject, it is a bit complex, to be honest. But the first few chapters are really good explaining, the makeup of of this, world, and how it is multidimensional and how these are connected to each other, and how you would take that step from the third dimension to the fourth dimension in your imagination, what would be possible. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. It's probably like reading some of the philosophy books. Oh, they can be so hard to understand. I think, it would be so cool if I could just understand this philosophy this man's writing about. But no, it's so complicated to read some philosophy.
Yeah, in his opening on his first page, he basically says that he wants this to be the reference book, the book for understanding dimensions. I can't remember what his exact words were, but he basically wanted to compare it to Aristotle's metaphysics and say, this is everything you need to know, basically, about dimensions. And it's, very confusing. But there definitely has to be dimensionality, for us to be. We are 100% in the third dimension. There is 100% a fourth dimension for there to be a third dimension. And it goes up like that. It's in the math, it's in the reality.
Yeah, I'd probably have to spend a long time thinking about dimensions to think, like I'm sort of on the 3D sort of thing at the moment. I'd need to sit down and really consider how a fourth or fifth dimension could work. Or read Tertium Organum.
Yeah.
Or just understand Euclidean geometry. Study that for just a little tiny bit, and then think, is there anything beyond Euclidean geometry? So Euclidean geometry is just 3-dimensional. So is there a possibility that he was wrong or incomplete?
Well, I guess Euclidean geometry refers more to what's physical, what we can physically like see in nature, whereas if there were a fourth or fifth dimension, that would be less physical or less tangible, but still would have to be measurable if you're going by the term dimension, which is something measurable. But then how would you measure it? I don't know. Then it might be more of an interpretive measurement. Then it gets that's probably why I'm stuck in the 3D idea, just for how you can
We
actually
are
measure
stuck
it.
in the 2D and 3D because we can only describe 3D in a 2D dimension. You really stop
Wait,
and think about it.
what do you mean by that? We can
Well,
only describe 3D in a 2D dimension?
well,
What?
we see everything in 2D.
Oh yeah, okay. That's true. Well,
We can only describe 3D on a piece of paper, like in 2.5D. That's like virtual reality and things like that. And then in 3D is where you can actually go up and tangibly touch things and interact with them. And then beyond that, it's just you can't really describe it.
but then with okay, so like I do get that's a good point of us seeing in 2D. But even if we're seeing in 2D, we have the knowledge to know that like when we do touch something, we know it's 3D, so we can equate what we're seeing, even if it's like shows us a 2D image in our brain. We know it's 3D.
Right. And the 3D means it has an X, Y, and Z coordinate to it. So, and you can draw that all you want. But when you actually touch it, you know it's real.
Yeah.
But when you get beyond it, into the fourth dimension, that's getting into the hyper-realistic. I'm not even sure if that's the correct word. Probably not. But
hypothetical?
Well, yeah, hypothetical.
The immeasurable. I mean, maybe.
What? The 4D,
Yeah.
is that what you're talking about? Hypothetical is what, sorry?
We can
Andrew,
theorize about it.
Yeah, Andrew, you're doing a good job of explaining it without using the proper terms. But yeah, like you are explaining it pretty well. What Andrew said is pretty much what I read in this book, that, you know, the 3D is space, length, breadth, width, dimensionality. And then what have we got left in, you know, the 2D, all the dimensions are within here, you know, you've got 4D within, it's all here now. So like Andrew said, 2D is happening within you. I would say the existence of your cells, the biology in your body are operating in a 2D sort of like fashion. And that could probably be closer to their experience. But if you wanted to go to the 4D, it's basically just time being linear, like this linear thing. You have to, you know, you start as a baby, then you grow up, and then you grow old. This is all, sorry, I'm out in the park, guys. My son's running.
That's okay.
Well, enjoy the time with your son. Don't apologize.
Yeah, sorry, he was going into somebody else's bag.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah.
Kids will be kids.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here on the grass board, just listening to you guys, and I just wanted to chime in here. But yeah, when you get to the fourth dimension, it's about time. So it's like a fourth dimensional being won't experience time in the same way that we do, in the sense that they'll be able to see your past, present, and future all at once in one entity. And that's what sort of the difference, the main difference is I, in a layman's term, can see is between 3D and 4D. Yeah.
Okay, so there was a book that I read. It was called The Fourth Dimension Simply Explained. Back when we actually had bookstores around here that were pretty popular. And then like Barnes and Noble and different stores like that started shutting down because Amazon was becoming very popular. Anyways, so I bought this book called The Fourth Dimension Simply Explained. And I read that. In the book, it was describing how there was a competition in the early 1900s where some physicist or, I don't know, something like that, had a competition for anyone that could simply explain the fourth dimension. And there was a $500 prize in the early 1900s. And back then, that was a pretty good amount of money. And I believe it was a lieutenant colonel in the Army, the U.S. Army, that won the prize, who explained it the best. And I read every single one of their explanations. And also the counter explanations to it, saying it's not possible. The ones that I found the most credible were the counter explanations. The one that won the prize, I did not agree with it, because what you have to do is go outside of the 3 dimensions, the XYZ coordinate. And trust me, when you read that book, they use all sorts of like mental gymnastics, just like globe earthers do. And I'm not saying that these people are globe earthers, but it's just amazing how easy it is to manipulate words and math. So it might be something worth checking into. I'll say it again. It's called The Fourth Dimension Simply Explained. It's a book. It's about, I don't know, 200 pages long. It's not very big. You know, pretty short. So check it out and see what you think, because I don't think very many of them at all even try to expound on time, because that is just linear. Like right now, what I'm about to say to you happened, but just a moment ago, that also happened. So that's linear. So how can that be a dimension when it's basically 2-dimensional? It's kind of weird.
Well, time isn't like a real thing. It's just a concept. So you can't really define time as anything like that. But when it comes to the fourth dimension, when it comes to dimensions, it's almost like angles. They say that the next dimension above will always be orthogonal to the dimension below. We don't have a direction called orthogonal that we can look in or investigate in when it comes to the dimensions. So what you've got to get your head around is it's here, it's all here, all the dimensions are here. We're only accessible because of our experience in the 3D. We only experience within that time, space, length, breadth, that's our limitations. At the same time, your biology, let's say you could communicate with your cells, which is closer to a 2D experience. How could you explain to your cell that you're above them or outside of them or they are within you? It would be like God, a conversation with God to them. So it's about angles. It's about everything is here. It's not like you travel elsewhere to get to the next dimension. It's about being able to understand it and see it, I suppose, but it's not seeing.
Yeah, it's a really trippy thing to even consider it. So in computer graphics, there's something called 2.5D, where it looks like it's 3-dimensional, but it's not, because it's still 2-dimensional on your computer screen. Are you aware of that?
I've heard of it. I've not really played with it, but yeah.
Well, it's like CGI, and when you're putting on a headset for virtual reality. So it looks 3-dimensional, but it's not. So it's like 2.5D. I mean, it looks like that, but it's not really that. And then, if you actually go back to, like, back when I was a Globie, and you watch Carl Sagan, and he does it's called the what's it called?
Flatland.
Yeah, Flatland. Yeah. If you've seen that, or if you haven't seen it, yeah, look that up. It's really trippy to think about it, because the very first time I ever heard about something called a tesseract, which has been used in many different movies as some sort of a mystical device. Well, he talks about how a tesseract is a cube and it has these different connections within it, which is a three-dimensional object. But then when you shine a light on it and you see the shadow on it, you can see the shadow of a four-dimensional object, but you cannot actually understand what it is. I don't know if that's actually true or not.
Yeah. And, well,
Yeah.
that's it. A tesseract is a fourth dimensional shape, and if you try to draw a 4D shape, it's not going to make much sense. It's obviously going to be a 2D picture on a piece of paper with, it's going to look 3D, but all the angles are going to look weird. It's going to look like you're trying to show two things at once. If you actually, type in Google or something or YouTube, actual 4D image, the image is moving. The image is moving a bit like if you have a strip of paper, you twist that paper and then connect the two ends, you'll find the inside is connected to the outside. We can't see the inside and the outside at the same time, but as you travel around this strip, you will find you've been through the inside and the outside just by traveling forward. Does that make sense? I think it's called a Mobius strip.
Yeah.
And it's the idea is it's angles. To get to the next dimension, you will need to fold the dimension, because we don't have a word. We have up, we have down, left, right, inside, outside, but we don't have a word for an orthogonal fold. But I'd say that's the closest to what I'm trying to describe. To get to the 4D, you need to fold the dimension, and you can get, this is what will open up the idea of wormholes and time travel and stuff. It's folding the dimension below into the dimension above, and it's in math. It's pretty much like how you would, there's a good video called Explaining the 10 Dimensions on YouTube, and it visually just explains how, each level would be imagined.
Oh, that's kind of weird. Okay, I'll look it up.
Yeah, type in a video called Imagining the 10 Dimensions, because when you get to a certain point in dimensionality, everything, like, you get a polarity of left and right or hot and cold, up and down. But then once you sort of take it to the next level in dimensionality, all of the polarities become one, and then you create another polarity against the whole entirety of that polarity. So, we see good and evil, we see up and down, but there's a whole nother dimension where up and down, good and evil is just one point. That's just one point in the dimension, in the sense that, you go from a point to a line. That's the difference between 0 and 1 dimensions. Well, once you go from a line to, 3D, i.e. a triangle or something, you're adding another dimension. But then what do you do when you get to like the 4th or 5th dimension, when you already have all the directions? All of that becomes a point, almost like going back to 0 again, and you create another point. And this is like a whole level above, where, everything in the 3D, everything in existence just becomes
And that's
a
where
polarity.
a lot of people's brains start to melt. Because,
yeah, me included.
Yeah. So I looked it up, and I just typed in Explaining the 10th Dimensions. And there's an hour and 44-minute long video documentary. And then there's like a couple of short clips here and there.
There's a 10-minute one. Yeah, that's got it. If you watch the 10-minute one, it's summarized. Yeah.
So. Now, have you ever heard
That's
of
a great video.
The Mandelbrot set?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that one. Oh my goodness. I cannot fully explain how that works. It's a mathematical process that is the only way that I've ever seen anyone actually define what infinity is and then be able to display it.
Wait, Andrew, can you repeat what the process was called?
The Mandelbrot set.
I'm sure everybody in here has seen the famous Mandelbrot set image. It's a very famous image.
Seen it before, but you may not have actually known what it was. So let me go ahead and pull it up.
Mandelbrot set.
Oh, it's fucking trippy as shit. And computer scientists have tried to recreate this with like an infinite number into like the trillions and quadrillions, and it's just infinite. It just keeps going, and it recreates a new image every single time. And mathematicians have called this the thumbprint of God.
So I'm gonna send a picture in the chat of. Is this what you're talking about?
I'll take a look in just a moment. I gotta pull it up. Yep, there you go.
Okay, to me it looks like one of those therapist ink blobs. What does this mean to you?
Yeah.
It's a
Until you
picture of
actually watch a
infinity.
video on it.
Oh, that's a picture of infinity, is it?
Oh, it gets trippier than that. It's repeating. Because you zoom in, and you zoom in, and you zoom in.
If you type the Mandelbrot set and put it in YouTube and watch one of the videos, you'll see that you can zoom into that image forever. It exponentially grows, and then all of a sudden, and I think the reason why you brought it up, Andrew, is because the picture becomes unfamiliar, and then all of a sudden you think you're getting to the end and it's the same original picture. You start where you with an invert of colors. So instead of the black bits being red, the red bits are black, the blue bits are red, and you're just like, how did I get back here? We're at 500 times zoom, and I'm back at the start of the image. It's weird.
Okay, I'm watching a video now.
Yeah, you can watch it like on mute and fast forward and just watch it. It's fucking trippy. They call it the thumbprint of God. Now, you can take that or leave it however you want. But I think it's a pretty good example of saying that there's something higher than us. And here's an example of it.
I don't know about you, Andrew, but personally, I put this down to the sort of Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio. When you look at a leaf, or if you look at a tree, if you take a photograph of a bunch of trees, you get the same image. Same with leaves as well, where I'm forgetting the correct term, a fractal. It's called a fractal, and you'll find that this fractal pattern is everywhere. It's in nature, and it's the same sort of concept where you'll find it in leaves. You'll find it in even like wide shots, angle shots of nature. You'll find like this zoom in and you'll see the same patterns, the same things again and again. But I think it's something to do with the coding of the Fibonacci sequence or the golden ratio. But it's called a fractal anyway.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what this Mandelbrot set is. It's fractals. I need to look more into the photographs that you're describing. But I know there's some very, very strange things in our life that atheists seem to just completely discredit. Like, oh yeah, the Big Bang was real and therefore there's no point to life. Well, that's kind of weird and pointless. So, when it comes to something else, this is a little off topic, but on topic still. The rice water experiment. Have you guys tried that?
I've tried one of the water experiments, but not with rice.
Well, I heard about that a long time ago, way before I heard about flat Earth and anything esoteric. Well, that was like the first esoteric thing that I started looking into. And
yeah, I should try it. I'm a bit skeptical.
I've not heard of that. What's that?
Oh my goodness. Oh, this will blow your fucking mind. I mean, I don't know if I can even share a video because we're in Discord and I'm not like a moderator. So here, I'll
You
just
can
go ahead.
share. Can't you share in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I'll drop it as a video so you can watch it yourself.
Yeah.
I've done this twice. It works, but you have to believe for it to work. not like religiously, but it's sort of like if you sort of like, okay, here's how it works. If there's an animal that's going to come up to you and it's going to be like threatening towards you, you have to be threatening back towards it. And then it's going to understand that you are the aggressor kind of situation. Or if animals like dogs and cats, they can sense love. It's fucking weird how it works. So you can do the exact same thing with water, and it works.
Oh, you on about the Japanese guy,
Yes.
Michikaku? Oh, yeah. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
The rice water? I thought it was called the ice. Did you say ice water?
No, rice water.
Oh, because he freezes water. Why is it called rice water?
No. Well, he did lots of tests with water because he actually proved that water can retain memory. Oh, it gets way beyond just the rice water experiment. If you watch the rest of it, yeah, you can retain memory in it.
So what sort of setup did you do to do this experiment? Did you just have like some cups with rice water and say, I like you, rice water, into another one, I hate you, rice water?
The best
How
way
did
to
you approach
explain
it?
it is I'm going to go ahead and link this to you in the Discord chat, and then I will explain it before you watch it. Just give me a moment. I did this before Flat Earth, before I was a conspiracy theorist. Well, I guess I've always been a conspiracy theorist, but then I read a whole bunch of different books, and I tried doing it myself. And it creeped me out, like hardcore. The first time that I did this, I took pictures of it. I sent it to my coworkers, and I don't know. I didn't become religious, but I became spiritual at that point. And then I actually saw people online that were doing the same thing, and that tripped me out even more. So, what you do, as a little bit of a to explain this very simply, you take 3 different mason jars, or jars, whatever. Make sure they're nice and clean. Clean them out with distilled water, and you take boiled rice and you put rice that fills up the mason jar about halfway full. And then you take water, distilled water, and then you fill it up about right above where the rice level is, right at the point. So then, just like in the image of the video that I just linked in Discord, you label each one of them differently. Ignore, hate, and love. And then you separate them. And you can do this with multiple jars. But most of the time, people just do it with